Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Santa Clara City Council meeting, the special meeting. I'd like to call this to order. Now, we have, before we start our regular meeting, we have one item that we are going to discuss, and it's item number 2, which is action on a resolution calling for a special municipal election and ordering consolidation with the Santa Clara County presidential primary election on March 5th, 2024, for the purposes of submitting to the voters proposed charter amendments that would make the city clerk and the chief of police positions appointed by the city manager, as well as directing the city clerk to transmit the measures to the city attorney to prepare the impartial analysis and designating the parties responsible for the preparation of ballot arguments. And I'd like to turn this over to our Assistant City Manager, Cynthia Bojorquez. Cynthia?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Cynthia Bojorquez, Assistant City Manager. I am here tonight to speak to item number 2 on the agenda. And for the benefit of the public, I'd like to begin with a short background of the process that led us here tonight. On June 6, 2023, the City Council approved the creation of the Charter Review Committee. Oh, I'm sorry, next. Yeah, there you go, thank you. On June 6, 2023, the City Council approved the creation of a Charter Review Committee for the purposes of soliciting community input and making recommendations on what, if any, changes should be made to the city charter provisions that provide for an elected city clerk and/or an elected city chief of police, including whether those positions should be appointed. The Council requested that the Charter Review Committee provide a recommendation on whether qualifications for the positions should be changed, and if the positions were to become appointed, whether the committee would recommend that the City Council or City Manager be the appointing authority. On July 18, 2023, the City Council made appointments to the committee, received a tentative meeting schedule, and established a budget to support the work of the committee. The meeting schedule provided for a series of community meetings, followed by a presentation of the committee's work to the City Council on November 7, 2023, and if applicable, action on November 14, 2023, to consider potential ballot measures. On November 7, 2023, the committee presented the City Council with an overview of its work, as well as a recommendation to hold a special election on March 5, 2024, for the purposes of considering 2 ballot questions that would amend the city charter to provide for the appointment of the positions of city clerk and the chief of police by the city manager. If the voters approved the ballot measures, it was also recommended that the city manager be encouraged to ensure as diverse an applicant pool as possible. In separate action on November 7th, the Council directed that staff prepare the appropriate documents and schedule consideration of an item to call for a special election on March 5th, 2024, in alignment with the committee's recommendations to be heard at the December 5th, 2023 Council meeting, which is the item we have before you tonight. Next slide, please. This slide provides a visual representation of the process used by the Charter Review Committee that I just referenced. For each of the positions, the committee discussed whether it should be elected or appointed, if it were to remain elected, whether the qualifications needed to be amended, and if appointed, whether the City Council or the City Manager should be the appointing authority. After reviewing testimony from the incumbent City Clerk and Chief of Police, as well as outside experts representing the perspective of appointed positions, soliciting public input through 5 community meetings, a community survey, and reviewing historical and best practice information, the committee developed its recommendations to hold a special election in March of 2024 that would submit to the voters 2 ballot measures that would amend the city charter to provide for the city clerk and the chief of police positions to be appointed by the city manager. The committee included in its recommendations draft ballot language for each of the 2 measures for the council's consideration. The committee submitted their recommendations to the City Council on November 7th with the understanding that their work was advisory only and that the City Council would be making the ultimate decision as to whether to call for a special election. Given the Council's desire to defer the consideration of the special election from November 14th to December 5th, staff requested feedback from the Council on the materials to be brought forward, as the deadline to submit materials to the Registrar of Voters for a special election is December 8th. Given the limited time frame, staff has prepared the materials in tonight's packet to align to the Council's support of the Charter Review Committee's recommendations. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Should the City Council wish to proceed with submitting ballot measures for consideration at a March 2024 special election, this chart summarizes the required deadlines. I would like to point out a few things that Council should keep in mind. First, the deadlines set by the Registrar of Voters are non-negotiable. To qualify a March special election, the deadlines noted on this slide must be met. Second, you will see that the City Clerk's office has requested that materials be submitted 1 day in advance of the ROV's deadlines. This will allow for the submission of materials and time to amend if any deficiency are found in advance of the 5 p.m. deadline. Finally, it's important to note that the deadlines for submission of materials to the ROV are shorter than originally anticipated. The original schedule called for consideration of the special election to have occurred on November 14th. This would have allowed for the submission of arguments 14 days after calling the election and rebuttal arguments in the impartial analysis 10 days after that, while still meeting the ROV deadlines. In hearing the item tonight, the number of days in which to prepare and submit arguments, rebuttal arguments, and the impartial analysis are all reduced. It is critical, therefore, that these dates be kept in mind should the council wish to proceed. For the benefit of the public, I would also like to make corrections to the staff report. In the section entitled Calling for a Special Election, there were typographical errors in the years of the dates noted. All timeline dates should be 2023, not 2024 or 2022. Please note that the correct dates are incorporated into the attached resolutions. The typing errors only occurred in the staff report. I apologize for this error and want to make sure the correct dates are noted for the record. Next slide, please. As indicated earlier, the Charter Review Committee included in its recommendations sample ballot language for 2 potential ballot measures. For the first measure, the language is, shall an amendment to the city charter providing that the city clerk position be appointed by the city manager be adopted, with voters indicating yes or no. And the second measure, which reads, shall an amendment to the city charter providing that the chief of police position be appointed by the city manager be adopted, again with voters indicating yes or no. It's important to note that when the committee submitted its recommendation, it was with the understanding that the language is advisory only and the city council be responsible for reviewing and approving final ballot language. Next slide, please. Once a resolution calling for the special election has been adopted by the City Council, the next milestone is the submission of ballot arguments. The City Charter and the California election codes authorize but do not require the City Council to write the argument in support of a ballot measure. Signatories to a ballot argument are limited to 5 signatures, of which no more than 3 can be council members. As noted on this slide, the council can choose to identify the signatories, delegate this responsibility to the mayor, or if there is no delegation, the city clerk shall select one of the arguments in adherence to Election Code Section 9287. The deadline to submit ballot arguments to the city clerk's office is 5 p.m. on December 11th, so that the materials can be submitted to the ROV by 5 p.m. on December 12th, which is the deadline. Next slide. If rebuttal arguments are to be submitted, they are due in the city clerk's office by 5 p.m. on December 18th, 2023. The city clerk will then submit to the ROV by 5 p.m. on December 19th, 2023. Next slide, please. If directed, the city attorney can provide an impartial analysis of the proposed ballot measure or measures. The impartial analysis is limited to no more than 500 words, which speak to the effect of the measure or measures on the existing law and the operation of the measures. The deadline for the impartial analysis is the same as for rebuttal measure arguments. They are due to the city clerk's office by 5 p.m. on December 18th and to the ROV by 5 p.m. on December 19th. Next slide, please. The city will be responsible for its share of the cost for a special municipal election. Staff has secured an estimate from the Registrar of Voters of $362,000 for a ballot with 2 measures. In addition to ROV costs, it is anticipated that an additional $70,000 will be needed for costs such as printing, translation services, the publishing of notices, and other related election costs for a total of $432,000. On July 17th, the council took action to appropriate funding for a potential election, so no additional action is needed at this time. As a reminder, the city is prohibited from advocating for or against a ballot measure. Public funds can only be used to provide impartial information about the ballot measures, and only if the communications provide a fair representation of facts that is informational rather than promotional. The council may recall that in previous years, the city has issued flyers and social media posts reminding residents what is on the ballot in Santa Clara and that election will occur in the city on a certain date. Next slide, please. This slide is a visual representation of the next steps that should be taken should the council wish to proceed with submitting a ballot measure that would amend the city charter to make the city clerk position appointed by the city manager. If the council wishes to proceed, the first thing is to adopt a resolution for a consolidated special municipal election on March 5th, 2024. Draft language is included in your packet as attachment 6. The council should review the draft language, modify it if deemed appropriate, and take action tonight to adopt the resolution. In addition, the council should take action, if deemed appropriate, to identify the individuals responsible for the submission of ballot arguments. And finally, the council should take action to direct the city attorney to draft the impartial analysis as we've outlined. Next slide, please. This slide is a visual representation of the next steps that should be taken should the council wish to proceed with submitting a ballot measure that would amend the city charter to make the chief of police position appointed by the city manager. If the council wishes to proceed, the first thing is to adopt a resolution for a consolidated special municipal election on March 5th, 2024. Draft language is included in your packet as attachment 7. The council should review the draft language, modify it if deemed appropriate, and take action tonight to adopt the resolution. In addition, the council should take action if deemed appropriate to identify the individuals responsible for the submission of ballot arguments. And finally, the council should take action to direct the city attorney to draft the impartial analysis as we've outlined. Should the city council wish to adopt a resolution to hold an election on both measures, a draft resolution is included as attachment 5 of the agenda packet. Next slide, please. Based on the recommendation of the Charter Review Committee and the input received from the City Council at the November 7th, 2023 council meeting, should the City Council desire to proceed with the ballot measure, staff recommends that the City Council adopt a resolution calling for a special municipal election to be held in the City of Santa Clara on Tuesday, March 5th, 2024, for the purpose of submitting to the voters 2 ballot questions related to the positions of City Clerk and Chief of Police, requesting consolidation with the County of Santa Clara presidential primary election, and requesting election services from the County of Santa Clara Registrar of Voters, directing the city clerk to transmit the measures to the city attorney to prepare the impartial analyses, designating the parties responsible for the preparation of ballot arguments, and approval of the draft amendments to the Santa Clara City Code to incorporate the proposed changes if the measures are approved by the voters. This concludes the staff presentation, and I will do my best to answer any questions that the council may have on next steps and any actions that may be required.
Thank you very much. So, council questions. We'll start with Councilmember Jane.
I know there are arguments for and arguments against in the ballot statement. And does the council, how does the council choose which, say, 3 council members would be writing an argument for and an argument against? Is there a process for that? Do we make a motion?
I'm going to defer to the city attorney, but I believe you just simply make a motion of the 3. That's how we did it previously when we did the prior ballot measures.
I think we asked for volunteers and just work it out up here.
Correct.
And if we don't select council members, can a group of people?
Maybe you should explain the process of how that works.
It's
since
limited to
he's not
5
familiar with it.
signatories who can sign the ballot measures, 3 of which can be council members. They do not need to be council members, but there can be no more than 3 council members.
And if there are council members, they have to be designated tonight?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we'd ask that you designate that tonight. That would be an official action of the council to designate the council members tonight. And it should be at least 2, it can be no more than 3.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Cynthia, for the presentation. So regarding the resolutions that have been prepared and the question that is being proposed to be placed on the ballot, the way that it's written is actually, I feel like it's very confusing. And I'm wondering if there is any possibility to change this question. Because the way it's being presented, shall an amendment to the city charter providing that the chief of police position be appointed by the city manager be adopted. Anybody looking at that hasn't had any previous, knowledge of, the ongoing, procedure that's been going on since last July, they're not going to know any better and just think, oh, yes, I'm just going to choose that. I think people need to have an option that they know that the position is currently elected, but that the proposal is that this is an amendment to appoint. I think it's misleading, and there needs to be some change to the ballot question.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I answered the first question.
I
Did you
know.
want me I'm sorry.
Normally we do.
You want me to wait till the end?
I let you, but that's okay.
How would you like me to proceed?
I think we should get all the questions. Is that it, Councilmember? Is there any other council members that have questions, comments? All right, we have Councilmember Jane again.
My question is, this language was put before the Charter Review Committee, And I understand that the vote was 6-1 for this language for the clerk, and 5-2 for this language for the chief of police. This language was approved by the Charter Review Committee, is that correct?
All right. I had a question. Who prepared this language, and is it identical to the Charter Review Committee language? It says staff recommendation, so did our staff prepare this language? And the second question I have was, we said we wanted an investigation into what happened with the corruption of our survey. So where are we on that? Because that was, what, over 3 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago that we talked about that. So I want to know where we are. And I know that I believe that this council can change the wording if needed, because I think that the way the wording is presented is extremely biased and misleading, and it doesn't tell the other side of the story, which means that the resident would choose to change the charter or amend the charter from an elected to an appointed position. This only gives the appointed side of the story, and not the elected side of the story. So those are the questions I had. Who prepared this language, and was it the same language as the Charter Review Committee? I have a lot of comments for later, but those are just my questions for now. Anyone else have questions before we have staff answer and then we go to the public? I don't see any others. Very quiet tonight. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. So in terms of who drafted the questions, or did this go to the Charter Review Committee, the language staff did poll the Charter Review Committee on what their preferences were for language to come back to them, and based on their direction, we came back and we looked at surrounding agencies that had passed similar measures, and that's how we drafted the language. So we did put it forward to the Charter Review Committee based on language that had been passed in the county in similar agencies. I think it's the city of Campbell and two others. I don't remember the other ones off the top of my head, but that's where the language came
That
from.
were passed successfully?
Correct. And so that's where it came from, and we put it forward to the Charter Review Committee. That's the language that came forward. To your question, Councilmember Watanabe, about whether it can be changed, this is the language. Councilmember Jane, you are correct that this is the language that was approved by the Charter Review Committee. However, it is at the discretion of the council to amend that if it's appropriate.
Other questions?
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
We answered the selection question, who drafted the language, whether it was the language that went to the Charter Review, who prepared the statement, and can we change it? And then the question on the survey. We did have conversations with the initial conversations with the OpenGov company that we use normally. They maintain that it's proprietary information, and so that's as far as we've gotten with it. We'll have to see what else we can do in order to get additional information on the survey.
So that was just a phone call, and they said
Correct.
That's all you've done so far?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Is that it for the questions?
That's all the questions I've noted. If I'm
Madam
happy to
Mayor,
answer any other questions.
Yeah, I just have some supplemental information in response to the standards for a ballot question. Wanted to be clear so you all knew what the standard was that's applicable. I believe it's summarized in the RTC, but the standards for the ballot question is that it must not exceed 75 words. That clumsy grammar that no one likes is required by statute in the elections code, so you're stuck with that. There's an additional standard that says under elections code 13119C, the statement of the measure shall be a true and impartial synopsis of the purpose of the proposed measure and shall be in language that is neither argumentative nor likely to create prejudice for or against the measure. That's the standard. I believe that the language that's tendered to you is compliant and defensible, but that doesn't mean that it can't be modified or improved. And the ways that were described by the mayor and council member Watanabe would be consistent as far as I'm concerned with this standard as well. So I just wanted to add that so you understood the standard and the word count and the standard within your work, within which you are working. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Another part of the standard is the government is not to take sides, that there shouldn't be a biased choice of language. And let me give you an example. The proposed ballot question says, shall an amendment to the city charter providing that I'm just going to use police chief. Shall an amendment to the city charter providing that the police chief position be appointed by the city manager? Another way you could say that is, should the chief of police, shall an amendment to the city charter, or should the chief of police continue to be elected by the citizens? That's the other side of the story. You've only told one side of the story, not the other. They should be put together, and you can come up with language. Shall the charter be amended to say that the chief of police would be changed from an elected to an appointed position by the city manager? And that would be the true and fair way to put it out to the public, that they are making a change to the charter. So yes, the government should not be taking sides. And the way I read this, the government is taking sides on this question. Okay, Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for that input, City Attorney. So based on that, I mean, the way this question is written, there are only 22 words. So if we're allowed up to 75 words, there's still a lot of room in there to put in, like, the language that the mayor has just suggested and that I'm looking at as well, to make sure that both sides of the stories are presented so people see that.
There is the word count available to make changes as I described, yes.
All right, I don't have any other members of the council, so I'm going to go now to members of the public. We'll start with Jeff Houston. Welcome.
Hi, greetings. I am Jeff Houston, former chair of the 2023 Charter Review Committee. We may be better served by professionals than politicians. Campaigns for the positions of chief of police and city clerk attract and reward politically savvy and connected people that are often recruited by council members and come to their otherwise professional jobs with political allegiances. In contrast, appointed positions attract more professionally able people. Hiring competent and qualified professionals who have adequate experience and knowledge of applicable law is critical. Appointed officials are accountable daily, not just every 4 years at election time. If appointed officials do not perform, it should be addressed immediately. Our elected chief and clerk do not receive performance evaluations and do not have well-defined job responsibilities. Rather than being accountable to be effective in serving the city, elected officials write their own job descriptions. Appointed officials do not fear retribution either. Our elected chief and clerk testified that they do not fear retribution because they are elected. But both appointed chief and clerk testified that they are not afraid of retribution either, if you do the right thing in the right way in compliance with the law. Just as importantly, they described the importance of the respect they were afforded because they were professional. Elections can and often do get ugly. Negative campaigns can make it difficult for two officers in the same department with their own supporters to overcome this division and move back to professionalism. This is not a problem when appointed because the selection process is confidential. By having appointed officials, our city will save $432,000 every 4 years. Lastly, we should put this on the ballot and let the voters decide.
Thank you. Wes, go ahead. Wes? Welcome.
Good evening, honorable council members. My name is Wes Mukuyama. I've been living at the same house for 50 years almost in Santa Clara. I also was a plaintiff for district voting. One of the things that I want you to look at is, what does election mean? Does it mean that a person can be up unopposed. All you need is 3 members to vote for that person, he's in. We need a process that looks at qualifications. Even the city clerk, the present city clerk says, he said to the committee, he really doesn't have any qualifications that are required for a city clerk. There are skills that a city clerk needs, and they are often given to the assistant city clerks. And I wonder if that office could be used better resources from that city clerk. Let's look at democracy. Democracy is where there is opposition and people can vote for 2 people or 3, whatever that may be, and get somebody qualified. But the limitations of residency limits the qualifications of the police chief and the city clerks. Let's take a look at this, and that is why I support the appointment by the city manager of the police chief and the city clerk.
Thank you. Dana, see you're here in chambers. Welcome.
Good evening, Council. Dana Caldwell, 43-year resident of Santa Clara. The right of Santa Clara voters to elect our police chief is enshrined in our city charter. It's a unique and special privilege that we have. We have an excellent police department and clerk's office. We don't need to change what's broken. In past elections and previous surveys, Santa Clarans overwhelmingly supported the right to elect our police chief and city clerk. To hold an election is a waste of taxpayer dollars and demonstrates a lack of respect for the will of the people. Why is the council majority motivated to do something that is clearly against public opinion? Is it because our police chief, Pat Nicolai, asked District Attorney Jeff Rosen to investigate the findings of last year's grand jury report that concluded the city council majority was siding with the team at the expense of Santa Clara taxpayers? Is it because City Clerk Hassam Hagag forced the team to disclose unprecedented millions of dollars spent on Santa Clara campaigns? We are fortunate to have a great culture in our police department. Officers from other agencies want to come here and they don't leave. Culture comes from leadership, and we have been fortunate to have elected chiefs that maintain that culture and are accountable to the residents of Santa Clara. Look at the turnover in chiefs in other Bay Area agencies. And beyond that, look at the problems that exist in other Bay Area police departments. Again, we are blessed with an outstanding police department. Please don't screw it up. I oppose the council's action to change the city charter and put this to the voters.
Thank you. Next, I have Dale, and I think Dale's online.
Good evening, Council. My name is Dale Larson. I'm an election law attorney from the law firm Stromwasser and Wucher. I represent a group of concerned Santa Clara citizens. I'm speaking to inform the Council that the proposed ballot questions for both measures violate the law and must be changed before the Council approves this resolution. The California Constitution and Elections Code both prohibit the government from taking sides in a ballot measure campaign. Courts have routinely ordered the revision of ballot labels that contain false, misleading, or biased information. Courts have found that a ballot question is considered partial or biased when it signals to voters the council's view or how they should vote, or casts a favorable light on one side of the issue. Courts have consistently ruled when a council selectively mentions a favorable impact without mentioning possible adverse impacts that the ballot language was biased and must be changed. That is precisely what these proposed questions do. These measures essentially ask voters to choose between 2 compelling options: either allow the voters to elect these positions or allow the city manager to appoint them. Both options have merit, but by asking the voters if they approve of one of the 2 options without even mentioning that it will strip away the other option, the question is biased and signals to voters the council's view of how they should vote. In addition to this problematic language itself, There were members of the Charter Review Committee who stated publicly in the record that they recommended this language, at least in part because similar language was successful in elections elsewhere. In fact, we heard staff just a few minutes ago confirm that this election was chosen because this language had passed in other elections. The language appears to be intentionally engineered to get to a yes vote. To be unbiased, the question should read, shall an amendment to the city charter changing the chief of police position from one that is elected by Santa Clara voters to one that is appointed by the legislature be adopted?
Thank you.
With that,
Thank you, John. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is John Haggerty. I'm opposed to this measure. I note as an initial matter that there's not much interest of the public in this matter. I don't know how many commenters there will be. My first problem is with the language of the amendment. I think it's vague. It's got a lot of passive voice in it. It focuses on the words amendment and adopted rather than city charter and the whole nature of what's being proposed. I would propose the language as follows. Shall the city charter be amended to provide that the city manager shall appoint the chief of police? I think that's more focused and short. My next thing is, something I noticed lately. In the language that's going to be removed from the charter, one part is section 701.1, and it says that the qualifications for the elected is that they have to have the same standards as would be a sheriff. And now this measure proposes to remove that. So I don't know why the whole idea about appointed is to get people that have more qualifications, and yet 701.1 is going to be removed that requires that the elected police chief be of the same quality as a sheriff of this county. So I don't know if they're a replacement or not, but it seems to me to be going against the thrust of the proponents here. My other concern is the democratic nature of this. Currently, we can vote a police chief out, or we can recall him. Now, under this measure, we have no say in it, the people of the city. The city council has no say in it, our elected representatives. I'm not even sure that they could fire the police chief. I think they might have to direct the city manager, and if he asserts his charter authority and says, I don't want to fire him, do they have to fire the city manager? It's unclear to me what would happen in that circumstance. Which leads me to the final thing, which is I don't believe this council has consulted with the manager's office as to whether they can whether that office can undertake the additional responsibilities of supervising directly the law enforcement of our city. So I wish to know if that has happened. Thank you.
Perfect timing. All right, I don't have any others. Anyone else like to speak? If so, please come forward online. No other people? Oh, I thought he was coming forward. Okay. All right, Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So this has been a long process that I know that staff has taken time to craft this and put this together based on what the Charter Review provided, also what the council had provided in feedback. I want to thank the Charter Review for their service in providing the information and the service of the city of Santa Clara to come up and listen to the residents of Santa Clara and the needs in moving forward. In 2018, it was commonly known that when the city clerk of the city of Santa Clara resigned, Rod Dearden Jr., it kind of created a crisis within our charter where we had to figure out what was going to happen next. There was discussion of making it an appointed role. There was discussion also before that of making the role of chief of police appointed. At this time, there was political differences that were basically generating those decisions. At the time, Debbie Bress had lost the election in 2016, and if she would have put her name on the ballot, she would have been the front runner and probably would have won. No members of a council at that time did not want to see that happen. So instead, they changed the qualifications, they basically stripped the duties, and gave it a stipend and made basically the assistant city clerk do all the work, while the city clerk role became just ceremonial. So that happened in 2018. Same thing with the chief of police after Mike Sellers beat Nicola in a very close election, which I remember. They wanted to move in a different direction of having an appointed police chief. It just never happened. So now here we are, different situation, and now I agree with the council majority in that moment in that past. Because we do consistently have a issue where we reach a charter crisis if there was to be a resignation, was to be a change in leadership. There was no way to fill that void unless you had a special election, which consistently costs more and more money to have special elections. There is no choice in selecting a chief or a city clerk if nobody runs. As I said, it creates a charter crisis if someone resigns. It creates an issue. It has turned the city role of the chief of police into a political one. I know this is going back all the way to the 90s. You know, there's a confrontational election during the 90s between two chief candidates. It causes divisions in the police force. It causes divisions in the ranks. Many could say disagreements to that, but I hear what I hear. And it's disappointing that I continually see that there is misinformation being put out there by the POA and others that we are misleading the public or that we're trying to take away their voting rights, which is not what we are trying to do. We're trying to make an essential process and actually streamline it. Goes on, and there's other organizations out there right now, Stand Up for Santa Clara and others that are sending out mass emails. I mean, this is not education, it's campaigning. They're preparing for a campaign. Just want to make sure that's on the record. But it comes down to this, when I see that the POA is invested into this, and when I was asked in 2022 to take an oath, a pledge to protect the role of the police chief, which I think is very unethical in itself. I don't know how the other individual said on their pledge, but I said I'm not going to make a pledge to something that I have not had a discussion about, or the public has not had a discussion about. Well, now here we are. And I think it's wrong that I had to make a choice in order to get an endorsement of the Santa Clara POA about the decision in protecting the chief. The duty of the Santa Clara Police Department, the duty of the Santa Clara POA and so on is to protect and serve the residents of Santa Clara, not the special interests of the union, the mayor, or the police chief themselves. This action that we are going to be doing today, I believe, is going to be taking steps in securing from corruption, securing from politics, and securing us from too much power. I think it was mentioned before, how do we know that there's checks and balances? The city manager makes the decisions of hiring and firing. The city manager will make the decisions in performance reviews. There's more accountability when you have someone that you're working for. If you have the public, it takes a recall or it takes every 4 years. So seeing a lot of these issues and seeing that I'm concerned with how the direction of things have been going, I want to see that it comes down to this one ultimate factor. One, the city manager would have qualifications to be required in their job descriptions for these roles, which we only want the best, especially for the role of city clerk. And it comes down to, if this is on the ballot, the decision is let the people decide. It's not going to be us 7 members up here. It's going to be the people of the city of Santa Clara. So I'm willing to make a motion to take staff's recommendation and also include in there, I guess you have to have ballot language, someone to create the rebuttal, and there has to be 3 members. So I'm going to select as the first member, Councilmember Suds Jane, if he's okay. Councilmember Raj Chahal, if he is okay. As well as Councilmember Karen Hardy, if she is okay with that.
Yes, I am.
That is the basis of my motion. And I do have to ask the city attorney if whatever was said by a legal representation on the phone this evening is cause for concern, or if we have to change any of the language in our, in my motion and what we are proposing. Thank you.
Was there a second on that?
I'll second that. I was just waiting to see if council was going to react.
All right, Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, it used to be there were many cities in California that had elected chiefs of police. What's happened, and we've noticed, is that for whatever reason, there are fewer and fewer officers that live in the city. In Santa Clara, there are only 10 officers that live in the city at this point. It used to be far more. So your selection pool was far greater to get officers that were eligible to run. Santa Clara is now the last city in California to have an elected chief of police. And in fact, we saw language earlier that came from other cities that did convert. And I know there was a caller who said that the language was illegal, but how could it have been illegal for the other cities to have passed those measures? I don't quite get that. Currently, we almost never have multiple candidates for clerk or chief. I looked at the last, the elections for clerk, and this was actually in the packet that was before the Charter Review Committee. Out of the last 10 elections for clerk, 6 were unopposed. Out of the last 9 elections for chief, 6 were unopposed. So it's very common that there is no opposition to the current chief or the current clerk. Now, you know, some of the opponents to change have said, oh, well, you can always recall if you don't have an issue. Well, I'm going to read an email that went to our city clerk, Hossam Hagag, from Burt Field. Hossam, so sorry, I actually have no interface with this group. I had to end it once I started my run at getting a recall started. Well, as it turned out, my run was more like a small step, way too difficult to do. Frankly, I have a life also to run. So recalls are extremely difficult, as even Burt Field, who seems to want to recall a number of council members, has admitted. So, and then finally, we did have before the Charter Review Committee, we had 2. We had the town clerk of Morgan Hill, I believe, Wendy Wood, and we had the ex-Mountain View chief of police. And they basically said that as long as they're following the rules, they don't fear any recriminations or any blowback for their actions. And I just wanted to mention that earlier we had a item on our closed session, and there was a claim that's public, and in there, there's stated violation of labor laws, discrimination, and whistleblower retaliation. So there is a whistleblower option if someone is removed inappropriately when they're appointed. So there is that option that's a protection, but we already heard from these people that testified before the Charter Review Committee that they didn't fear any issues. And again, we are the last city in California with an elected chief of police. So clearly, you know, it's not an issue that people are fearing speaking out. So I'm in favor of this motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy?
Thank you. I hope my voice holds out. I've had a little trouble with it. I want to thank the Charter Review and all their work and all their time. And I also think we should not underestimate the voters of this city because they will be the ones that make this decision. All we are doing is putting it on the ballot. I am more than welcome the opportunity to help with the ballot statement because I think it is in the best interest of the city, but it will be the voters who will decide that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other council members that want to make any comments? Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I've a couple of comments. Obviously, this council majority is not listening to the voice of the people. Yeah, we had a charter review committee, and there was a survey. However, that survey was tainted. It was hacked into. It was abused, and frankly, if I could call a mistrial on that whole procedure, I would call that definitely a mistrial and a miscarriage of justice, because justice was not served on that charter review committee. I've gone back and I've looked at public records requests that were done requesting text messages and any communications between the former chair of the Charter Review Committee and Councilmember Jane. And when I look back over quite a few communications between those two gentlemen, it gives me a lot of concern as to why a council member was so involved with the direction of what was happening with the Charter Review Committee, the documents that were provided to Mr. Houston, and why he felt the need to share them with Mr. Jane. It gives me a lot of concern as to really who was giving the direction as to what was happening on the Charter Review Committee. And that is why I have a lot of concerns, and frankly, I'm deeply opposed to this motion that is being put forth. I will also add that, we're talking about a charter crisis. Well, maybe we need to remind people about how when the city manager, former city manager Deanna Santana, was fired in 2022, it created a charter crisis because there was no regard for the city leadership. The same thing happened with the city attorney. There doesn't need to be a special election, as was stated by another council member. The people have spoken, and they think they've spoken pretty clearly. The city could easily save $432,000 and put that money towards good city services that our residents need right now and would like to see. We're not Mountain View, and we're certainly not Morgan Hill. We are the city of Santa Clara, and I am actually proud that we still have the ability to elect our police chief. And at the end of the day, the people of Santa Clara care about their city and their ability to vote for the police chief and the city clerk. So I am opposed to this motion, but I'll tell you, if this thing passes and it goes out to the voters, I will be working very hard to make sure that the way the charter is currently written does not change. And I've got nothing to lose. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, thank you to Charter Review Committee for putting their time, and the community which gave input on several occasions for all your meetings. And when I came here from India, first time I came to know that we over here have an elected chief of police. It was such a surprising thing to me, because in India or in most countries, they have a professional who earned their rank through a proper appointments, and they run the department. And one of the reasons, like I am supporting this reason, multiple reasons, but some of those are, like if we have a limited pool of candidates who are eligible to run within the city, and they supersede, let's say, 10 top officials of the city, that's create a moral issue. Like nobody wants, in belt services, nobody wants to get superseded. And that's what has happened in our own eyes. Like few captains, few assistant chiefs have been superseded. And we had a chief where I think there was no management experience. And there's a reason other cities have discontinued this practice of electing their chief. We should believe that, like, there must be a reason that all other cities have discontinued this practice of elected police chiefs. Yes, we start with something, but when we know the pros and cons of those things, we change. And that's a process. Change is the only thing which we do side by side to improve the process, improve the good outcome, so that we have good outcomes. And that's what happened over here. And if we have a larger pool from appointment process, I think we will have a better chief of police, and the larger pool itself will be giving us a choice, much more wider choice to have a better chief of police. As regards the council making this decision, the council is just making a decision to put this thing on the ballot. The ultimate decision will be made by the residents of the city, the voters of the city. So just by saying that a small survey has been manipulated one way or the other, that's not fair to say. Let the voters decide, let them decide which way, what they want going forward, and that should be the call, and we should adhere to what they say. If they say no, we are okay with what system we have right now. If they say yes, yeah, we change the system. So I will be supporting the motion, and I'm giving this opportunity to residents of City of Santa Clara or voters of the City of Santa Clara to decide on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a member of the public with their hand up. David, go ahead, David. And then Vice Mayor Park after that. David? You're muted. You're muted, David. Unmute yourself. All right, we'll come back to you, David. We're going to go to Vice Mayor Park.
Thank you very much. I understand that this is a very contentious issue. In fact, I've stated my issues previously, that I actually like the democratic process, and I define it very simply as more people, more voice. And in some cases, that means a vote. But when I take a look at the process, I've lived in Santa Clara for 25 years now. And when I look at what's happened with the democratic process here, we had an election where the POA pushed out the assistant chief of police so that people can run unopposed. I think that when we've got organizations threatening people with, we'll campaign against you. We'll put, fractions, large fractions, noticeable fractions of millions of dollars, against you in a campaign. Those are things that I think are very concerning to me. When you've got people from these organizations coming to council, misrepresenting the Constitution and threatening us with,
Vice Mayor
dereliction
Park,
of duty.
I'm going to stop you there and ask that you stay on the issue and stop attacking organizations.
Okay, but I think that
on the
this is
council.
very
No, you're making statements that are they're not
factual.
correct.
Okay,
They're not factual, and please stick to the issue.
Okay, so like to ensure that that we do get, not just democracy, but the result that we want from democracy, which is good governance. I can't see another, I can see lots of different ways we can go, but I feel like people telling us that it's more democratic to not put it to the vote, that doesn't make any sense to me. People said we've seen a vote before, why are we wasting our time? Because times change. And I understand this is going to be a difficult vote. I think it won't be easy for either side, but at the end of the day, let's try it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go with David. Go ahead, David. We'll try again. You're muted. There you go.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's okay.
So my name's Dave Goldfinger. I've lived here for almost 7 decades. I'm a retired reserve officer for the city. Did almost 13 years here of volunteer time and retired full-time from another local department. I've served almost 40 years altogether for police department, so I have a little bit of experience. I think that Santa Clara's always had one of the best and still has one of the best police departments in the United States, and we're all very lucky for that. I think that right now forcing this on the ballot is not because of a citizen mandate. I don't know of any support for this initiative. And I can only wonder what the real driving force is to ram this down our throats right now. And I heard somebody say it costs about $500,000. Another thing is why is this council allowing a fellow council member indicted for felony perjury involving the city to vote on this police matter or vote on any other matter for that matter? If a police officer was indicted for felony perjury by a grand jury, that officer would be at the very least be put on administrative leave pending the outcome of his or her trial. Why should this be any less for the councilman who was voted into office for the sacred duty of serving our citizens? This matter should not be voted on tonight, any other night. It is not wanted, necessary, and has been tainted from the start of this process. How about taking the $500,000 for the special illegitimate election along with the billionaire's new turf at Levi's we are paying for and putting that into our swim center and public safety? I do not want a chief who will be a de facto selection of Jed York. I will trust our voters. And I hope that our council members respect our voters and do not go ahead with this waste. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian, go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I hope everybody's doing okay. Sorry, I had some background stuff. What the last caller said was, all right. People are innocent until proven guilty, so I'm not going there. And I agree with, I'm not sure how that works. But Santa Clara does have a wonderful police. And I've seen them, they helped out a lot. There was one story, Madam Mayor, where a police officer, somebody had fallen in their backyard, and we were at the 7-Eleven over there by Lincoln and what was Winchester, and by the Sarah's Kitchen. And this officer was there, I'm not kidding, within 3 minutes. Went there, he oozed professionalism and compassion at the same time, which is sort of hard to do. Because I'm a very emotional person, and these other people, and he was very logical, and he talked to the lady, and he checked everybody out, and it brought a tear to my eye. That just how hard these ladies and gentlemen have to work. There's good balance. That gentleman really did bring up some good points, and thank you for letting me talk. I appreciate it, ma'am.
Thank you. Kevin, your Vice Mayor, your light's still on. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I just find it odd that the same people who accuse members of this council of being put on here by forces, not the voters, by organizations with money, don't feel that any other position like city clerk or chief of police can or is put on the same way. I also think that it's very odd that people accuse members of council, and somebody just said, well, it's unfortunate that we've got somebody who's accused of something that we can't put on leave, that we can't deal with. And I'm thinking that's exactly what some of the problems are. I mean, I feel like you're stating the case for appointment in some cases very strongly. It's just odd to me how you can see one side, but not realize you're exactly talking about that situation on the other as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle, go ahead, Michelle. Michelle, there you go. You're unmute. There you go.
Thank you. I want to say I'm strongly in favor of having both of these positions, the police chief and the city clerk, become appointed positions so the city of Santa Clara can ensure it has the best and most qualified candidates in these positions. and that their job performance will be regularly evaluated by those who have regular observations of their work and the authority to evaluate it. That currently doesn't happen in the case of both of these positions being elected. Our fire chief is appointed by the city manager and reports to the city manager. This arrangement appears to work very well for our fire department, and I am sure it would work very well for our police department and our city clerk's office. Another factor that's very important to me is that Santa Clara is apparently the only city in Santa Clara that still elects its police chief. While I know we often like to think of ourselves as a special in Santa Clara, if electing a police chief was a better system, more cities in Santa Clara, in California, would be following this model. They are not. Also, because an elected police chief and an elected city clerk must reside in the city of Santa Clara, this requirement severely limits the applicant pool for these positions. There's specialized training that's required, and it's a very limited pool of people who can apply. Santa Clarans deserve to have the most highly qualified police chief and city clerk we can find, and an election process with a severely limited applicant pool does not allow for this. Finally, if both of these positions are elected, the community has very limited options for removing either person should performance of issues arise between elections. No one currently is in charge of reviewing the police chief's performance or the city clerk's performance, or in setting and reviewing annual performance goals. And that's simply not acceptable for our city government. We pay very well for these positions. We should be able to get the most highly qualified candidates in these roles.
Good timing. Thank you. I don't see any other public members, so I just want to make some comments on this. First of all, nobody in the public asked for this to happen. There was no group. There wasn't any outcry. Not one person of the public ever spoke to me and said, we really need to appoint our police chief and our city clerk. No one. The only place I heard it was from these council members up here, certain council members that have been on this for the last couple of years. When we appoint a charter review committee, we put in our appointments, and we are supposed to let the charter review committee be independent. We shouldn't have any discussions with them, give them any direction, steer them in any way whatsoever. But what's come to my attention, and Councilmember Watanabe talked about it, is that Councilmember Jane had frequent conversations with the chair of the Charter Review Committee. And we're supposed to be hands-off, let them do their work, and then come to their own conclusion. So I would say that this committee, based on that and the information that became public, wasn't quite as independent as it should have been. I mean, I talked to my person, do you want to serve? She said yes, and that was the last conversation I had with her, because I wanted her to come to her decision on her own without any interference. And I think a lot happened there. I think that the contact was really, I'm going to say, unethical. It shouldn't have happened. They should be independent. Second, the survey that happened there. And I'm really disappointed to hear that we made one phone call and they said, we're not going to share the information, and that was it. That's our investigation. Are you kidding? I mean, I really want a deep dive into what happened there. I feel like I could make that phone call and maybe get further on that. So I would really like our staff to go back and find out, because I think it's really important. That is not something that's acceptable to me, because it may happen in the future depending on what's going on. So I want to see what happened there. And then the questions that the Charter Review Committee brought back are clearly biased, clearly one way. The first time, make that change. If you're going to be honest and transparent and not biased, you have to put in there that it's a change from an elected to an appointed position. So I really want to hear from the city attorney why it's so one-sided and biased. It's not telling the true story. You know, the police chief is accountable to the residents. I can't think of any higher calling than to be accountable to Santa Clarans and not accountable to one city manager. I think that I am proud that our police department, I think it's the best police department ever. Do you read about, I just read about the Sunnyvale chief and the Oakland chief and all these chiefs that are, they're just being replaced constantly because of all the bad behavior. You don't see that in Santa Clara. And I'm proud of all the police chiefs that we had, whether I agreed with them politically or not. I think they've all been fine representatives of our police department. I'm proud to live in a city that elects the police chief. There were issues during the George Floyd riots, for instance, when our police chief took the opportunity to open up the police department to our task force on diversity, equity, and inclusion and said, hey, take a look at us and let us know where we're going, what we're doing wrong. You won't see that in a department that has an appointed police chief. You're never going to see anything like that. And the fact that our police chief did go to the DA and say, hey, look at this city council is a testament to the independence of the department and looking out for the community above and beyond politics. I can't tell you wherever I go, and even when I was running for mayor this last, a year ago, when I would go to the doors, the most comments I got from people was, we love our police department. We think Santa Clara is safe. We're so fortunate to live in this city. I talk to police officers all the time that people, I see them at coffee shops. People are buying them coffee. People that are laterals from other departments come here and say, wow, we have never had this kind of treatment from a community that appreciates our work so much than we do here in Santa Clara. There's a reason for that. There's a reason for what we have and why it works. Okay, it's not a foreign, idea to elect your top cop in the city. There's many cities in our county that don't have police departments that elect the sheriff. What's the difference? They elect a sheriff. We elect a police chief. I don't see, any difference. And just because, people know, and I've been around for a long time, and I've seen police officers that want to run for chief, and if they do, they move into the city and they run. We have council members that moved into districts to run for districts. It's the same thing. If you're committed enough, we had an officer that ran for police chief. He even bought a house in Santa Clara to show the commitment. And I think that's the difference, is you have a chief. If you're interested in the job, you could rent. We had one chief that had a room rented here. Rent a room, buy a house, rent a house, come in here to Santa Clara, because our residents know that if you live in this community, you understand the community. You know you're available at all times. You know how we operate, and you know how to protect the community. I think that what we're asking here in this question is to really, talk about voter rights, telling the voters, we don't trust you. We'd rather the city manager make the decision for the police chief. But I'll tell you, this comes on about every 20 years, every 25 years. And it's pretty unanimous out there that people want to elect their chief. They want to elect the chief. They want to feel connected to someone that they elect. And I know that feeling. There's people that feel connected to me because they feel like they voted for me, so they have some kind of connection. And it's the same with our police department. They want a connection with the police chief. But if you take away that, the survey, before it was corrupted in the Charter Review Committee, had a pretty good sampling of what I think the vote would be out there. It's going to be over 70% to keep the elected chief. If it's done fairly and honestly and without bias, and there's no, big money coming in from, a football team, I think that it's going to be the same thing. And that's what the survey said before it was corrupted. But I think if you try to put a language out there and try to fool the public and say, oh, it's, we're going to put this question out there without putting in the question that you're taking away, that you're changing your right to vote, for the appointment by the city manager. That needs to be in there. It really does. And I think that the choice of language is just not right. So I want to ask the city attorney, do you have any further recommendation on the choice of language that you put forward to us this evening, based on what you've heard? And I think the maker of the motion asked as well.
That's right, Madam Mayor, and in responding to both maker of the motion's question and your interest, I do have a response for you. And I did want to make a couple of other points too, if I might, Mayor, on some other things that were mentioned. As I'd indicated before, and I believe is represented even in the RTC, I do believe the language that's presented to you in the form that's presented to you is legally compliant and defensible. That does not mean, however, that if that language is challenged, a judge would necessarily agree, with me in that thought. I certainly would not be opposed, should a majority of you so choose, to add language to the proposed question that makes it express that the position is being changed from an elected, to appointed position. You could argue that it's more clear, even if it's not necessary, and it might have the added value of avoiding, a legal challenge if there's a legal challenge pending out there. So I am prepared to defend the language as proposed, but also open. I don't know that I've heard language yet in what people have talked about that I particularly like, but if, like I said, it would need to be a majority action. If a majority decided to proceed down that path, I could certainly work with you on that. If the language in the ballot question isn't changed, I did want to assure the council and the public that with my impartial analysis, the 500 words that I'm allowed, there will be a lot of detail in there about, and it requires me to describe what was before and what's now being proposed and kind of the consequences of that. So the impartial analysis, encourage everybody to read it. It's not necessarily high up on the voter interest on some of these things, but it's usually a pretty good document. I take pride in how I create it. A lot of will be talked about, in that and explained to the voters in that form. So those are my thoughts on that, Madam Mayor. If I might, if you could indulge a couple of other
Well, I just want to say, if you're not recommending any changes to the ballot language in your recommendation, how are we to trust that the impartial analysis is going to include the change of, from elected to appointed? Because it's not reflected in the question.
Yeah, Mayor, I think it's while the underlying concepts of impartiality, and non-bias are similar in those, they're different in terms of how that translates into my duty. I want to assure you and everybody that it will be explicit in my impartial analysis as part of my duty to describe what there was before as opposed to what you're changing to. The ballot language standard isn't as clear as that. There are underlying concepts still of impartiality and lack of bias, and clarity, but different in how it translates into what the legal requirement is. So just to repeat, Mayor, I do think the language as proposed is compliant and legally defensible, not opposed to additional clarity and language describing that it's being converted from one thing to the other. There may be some value in that if a majority of you decides to go down that path. Mayor, on another point that I think is meaningful and has some legal implications, there was public testimony that talked about why the qualifications for the police chief were deleted and what the thought process was behind that. I was part of that thought process, and so here it is, where a position is appointed by the city manager, right, and these changes presume that, it would not be typical and it would be very unusual for the professional standards for that position to be set by the charter. Where it's an elected position, right, it is very common for that to be, set by the charter. So the expectation would be, Mayor, if in fact the voters approved, a measure, that those standards would be set by the city manager, likely to be significantly higher in this case in terms of how they're described in the charter, as compared to the minimum standards for the sheriff, which really aren't that robust upon review. One just final clarification, Mayor, with respect to the motion, just to be clear about staff's, role in this, and I think I speak for both city manager, my department, and for Assistant City Manager Bojorquez. The staff's recommendation, as identified kind of in the slide, here, really is based on the Charter Review Commission's, recommendation and your direction back to us as to what to bring back to you. It's not our recommendation, and we've tried to be aggressively neutral about this, that you go forward with this particular change. But if you were to decide to go forward, what we've put before you is what would be necessary in order to implement that change. So I just wanted to be clear. I don't think there was misunderstanding by the maker of the motion, but I wanted to be a little more explicit, about that it's not necessarily staff's recommendation. It's you need to take these actions if you all, majority of you, decide to proceed. Thanks, Madam Mayor. Available to answer other questions.
We all gave you our comments last time, and you came back with that charter language. It is your recommendation. I want to be clear on that because I gave comments, but they weren't reflected in what the language was. We all gave comments. So, and we were expecting you to come back with something that reflected our comments, but my comments are not reflected in there.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I respectfully disagree with that characterization of it. I have tendered to all of you willingness to explore different language and have indicated that there is room for that, both in the word count and in the standard, that's set for the ballot question. So happy to work with all of you on that if that's the desire. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Becker.
Thank you.
And I have a couple more public people as well.
Thank you. Clarifications out there. I know that there was a mention about no group is behind this, and I know that there is no groups behind, like Stand Up for Santa Clara or related, that are behind this grassroots effort. I don't see that. But I do want to clarify something that, I know that you went after Councilmember Jane for the Jeff Houston information. If it wasn't for that news story that popped up, which coincidentally that was a bloggers mentioned story, was I felt a little left out. I had to actually have my calendar corrected because Mr. Houston did reach out to me too, so I felt a little left out that somebody contacted me. So I wanted to make sure that was clarified. But I find it funny that the two individuals that bring that up are the ones that are closely aligned with that blog and that blogger. Very coincidental, if you ask me. It's funny because also it was mentioned, about, special interests, well, basically what the mayor's telling everybody, she's going to sit here and gaslight us, basically is that she's going to have somebody out there spending money as well, or she's going to have somebody out there that's going to come and challenge this ballot language. So, either way, I see that whatever we do, there's going to be confliction based on certain individuals on the city council, and that's why I'm ready to call for the question.
We have quite a few people that want to speak. Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, there was some reference that a number of cities don't have chiefs of police, and they have the sheriff, and the sheriff is elected. The elected sheriff is a very different position because the people that typically run for sheriff are not in the chain of command of the person who gets elected. So you don't have the same issue of you have two people within the same department running, and then one person loses and the other person might have a grudge. I mean, there's an issue on this council where someone has a grudge because I ran against her. So the point of it is that electing a sheriff doesn't guarantee that you have an honest person. The DA's office has filed numerous charges against Sheriff Lori Smith for years, and someone in her office was actually convicted of some of these illegal issues. But this has been going on for years, and Lori Smith kept getting reelected and reelected. And I already read a statement from a resident who tried to do a recall and discovered how difficult it was. So recalls are extremely difficult. And so it's not really a good way to enforce accountability. Thank you.
Jeremy, come forward. Welcome.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, Jeremy Schmidt on behalf of the Santa Clara Police Officers Association. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight. It's been a long day, proudly on the streets, serving the citizens of this city. But there's just a few things that I feel need to be brought up. First of all, I'm only going to make one appeal to the council, and then I'm going to make a couple comments that have some information the voters should know. My appeal to the council is to put fair language on this ballot. Let's have a fair fight. Tell them they elect their chief. Tell them what you want, and let's do it. I know you're going to do it. I want to address a couple things. One, we keep talking about how many candidates there are in the city. I have data from the Peace Officers Research Association of California that they have 64 registered members that are sworn peace officers that are residents of the city of Santa Clara. So maybe we should be talking about what we can do to ferret out more candidates as opposed to whether or not we have enough choices. We keep making references to the Mountain View Chief of Police, who I will say, or former Mountain View Chief of Police, who is a highly respected member of the law enforcement community. However, he ran for his job unopposed. He was the only candidate. So that's the comparison we want to make. The other thing is the comment that sheriffs don't run against each other in the same department hasn't happened recently in our sheriff's department, but it happens all the time. Lastly, I want the residents to know why we are different. Everybody wants to talk about why we're not different. We have the smallest police department in the National Football League. On a given stadium event day, we deploy more police officers at the stadium than we have. And we accomplish that through strategic partnerships because our chief cares about the citizens and represents the citizens and makes sure that there's enough officers on the street. The citizens need their representative in that office, somebody making sure that there's cops to respond to their calls, not just working for money.
Thank you. Aram? You're muted. There you go.
Getting in late, live in Palo Alto, been very active, not happy at all with the process in the city of Palo Alto where they hire behind closed doors. I'm a retired public defender, and since I retired, I've been very active in police practices issues. But one of the most critical ones, we have our city manager is Ed Chicata, and he kept the process absolutely non-transparent. They finally appointed a quote unquote blue ribbon commission of individuals that weren't activists, that hadn't been the victims of police brutality, and they selected somebody that I liked to a certain extent. But the point is, we're having voter suppression in this country. We're having attacks on democracy, and the city of Santa Clara, from what I know, is the only city in California that elects its police chief. And I think that's fantastic. Now, would I want some improvements? Would I like, for instance, a good friend of mine who ran for sheriff, Sean Allen, to be able to run for police chief in Santa Clara, and he's eliminated from that apparently because you don't allow anybody that's in law enforcement that doesn't live in the city of Santa Clara. But as I've said to my friends who were looking the other way and wanted to keep this appointed process in other cities, it's really bad. We don't get to meet the candidates for chief. We don't get to hear their views on the critical police practices issues of the day. So I highly recommend that you keep an elected process, support democracy, and certainly we all know how much control police have. They can take our lives in an instant. So certainly we need to be able to participate in their selection process, question them, prepare debates, etc. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple of just last comments and a request. So, City Attorney, based on what you just said and your position about the impartial analysis, I have to say that I'm concerned because I know you said that you would put out language out there about what the ballot measure is all about and the elected versus appointed. However, my concern is that not everybody is going to read that impartial analysis, no offense or anything like that, but not everybody always reads the impartial analysis. And so therefore, there would still be that lack of clarity in the question. And to not give the voters of Santa Clara the ability to really understand and take advantage of the fact that we've got 75 words that could really make this a clear question and what is being asked of them. If we don't do that, it's an injustice to the voters to not make the proposed ballot measure more clear. So with that, I am going to ask if the maker of this motion, because he's already expressed concern about whether or not his motion was correct, if he would consider an amendment to the motion to allow for additional language, because it can be put in there, to put in a language indicating that this is an elected as well as a possibility of an appointed position, to make it more clear and more democratic to the voters. I think it's the only fair thing that we can do on behalf of our voters and our residents.
Councilmember Becker?
No.
No, okay.
I tried.
I'm sorry, I have to laugh at that. All right, Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I'm reading from the lobbyist ordinance, and it says, it defines a business or organizational lobbyist: any business or organization whose owners, officers, or employees carry out lobbying on its behalf in an aggregate amount of 10 hours or more within any consecutive 12-month period, whether or not such officers or employees are specifically compensated to engage in lobbying. So it turns out that the previous president of the POA, Alex Torkey, was a registered lobbyist. But I hear today that Jeremy Schmidt filed an exclusion to indicate that he's not a lobbyist. So I was just trying to point that out. Thank you.
Councilmember Becker?
I'll call the question.
All right, City Clerk.
I'd like to just clarify the motion on the floor and ask if you want to modify the recommendation being from the Charter Review Committee rather than from staff.
Yeah, so I want to make it from the charter review recommendation, just so I apologize for saying staff. I'm so used to saying what is on the paper right here, so I apologize for that. I want to make it so that it's the recommendation from the charter review and the input received from the City Council on the November 7th, 2023. Should the City Council desire to proceed with the ballot measures, staff recommends the following City Council. So basically everything below.
And you included designating Councilmember Jane Shahal Hardy to prepare the ballot measure arguments.
Yes, if they accept.
Please register your vote.
Madam Mayor, just one clarification for maker of the motion and the second. I understood the recommendation to be that the three council members designated would be the committee.
Four. I assume we'd have another motion for those against.
I don't
know.
That's not part of a required action.
Oh, we don't have to require,
No.
I mean, we don't have
no.
to say against. Oh, just four.
Yeah,
Okay.
just do whatever the council decides. And since they're putting it on, I'm assuming it's a 4. So what you're proposing is a ballot, a council designated group to make the ballot argument in favor, comprised of the people that you identified, and no more than that. You want those 3 people to be the ones who write the argument.
On the 4.
Yeah.
Now, I do want to clarify, in fairness of what the mayor is asking, could we give them, I mean, I know that they probably might want to be interested in that. Is that somewhere we do this at this meeting, or is that something they have to voluntarily do?
Typically, you wouldn't designate both sides of the equation. You'd only designate one side of the equation, and there is a hierarchy, within the elections code of who would be qualified to make the opposed argument.
Okay.
And I would recommend that you not endeavor to dictate both sides.
Just want to make sure. Thank you for explaining that.
My understanding is that there can be no more than 3 council members on the for argument, but there could be 5 people that sign it. Is that correct? And we don't have to decide who
That is correct. That's why we asked that question. I would recommend that you decide that tonight. If you wanted to either identify people or delegate authority to the 3 to choose up to 2 additional people, you could and should do that tonight.
Okay, I will also include to delegate the authority of the 3 to select other individuals to be a part of that 5.
Up to 2 additional.
Yeah, up to 2 additional.
Okay, in their discretion.
And I will second that.
Thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Park, did you want to cast your vote?
And that passes 5-2. Okay. We are going to take a break now and be back here at 7 p.m. for the meeting. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the City Council meeting to order. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so that we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. City Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The AB 23 announcement, members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as the presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those joining us this evening in the capacity as a registered lobbyist, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
So good evening, everyone, and welcome. For today's meeting, the council's back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, as also the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from the safety of your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and are called or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. I hope it's shown. I don't see anything there. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application, thank you, or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is being presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are reserved for topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So we'll move on to the council agenda now. Reports of action taken in closed session. City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2 really non-reports tonight. First of all, confirming there was no reportable action as a result of City Council meeting in closed session last night regarding performance review, City Manager. In addition, you met tonight on item number 1 listed on the agenda, and there's no reportable action as a result of that meeting. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. And I just want to let the public know, I know there's many here for one item on the agenda regarding the downtown and the specific plan. So we have a couple of items that we want to get to first so that we can spend the majority of the evening on that item. Also, we're going to take the item number 3 and move it after the Silicon Valley Power item. So we're going to start with our first special order of business. For our special order of business this evening, the council would like to recognize the community service of a young Santa Claran. Mia Evans, an 11th grader who lives in Santa Clara, worked with her community to place a free little library at Mission Park. Mia donated the library and stocked it with books. For those of you who may not know, a free little library, and you've probably seen them around town, is an outdoor resource stocked with books for public use. Community members can add a book or borrow a book at any time. So I'd like to ask Mia to come to the podium and say a few words. Mia?
Thank you. It's such an honor to receive this recognition. So thank you so much to Mayor Gilmore, Councilmember Watanabe, and all the rest of the council for this recognition. I've always loved reading and books and libraries, and especially recently I have been seeing these little free libraries popping up in other communities, and I thought they were really cool. So over the summer, I decided I wanted to create one myself. And hopefully I can help my community and spread this love of reading. None of this could have happened without the help and support of the Homeowners Association. So thank you to Mission Park HOA members, especially Debbie Algieri. Debbie, you made this all come together and made it a great experience. Thank you so much for your enthusiasm and for championing me and my project. Also, thank you to my parents and my Auntie Nina for their support, and to my Uncle Scott for helping with the construction. Thank you to everyone who has added a book or taken one since the little library opened. That's what really makes it have an impact and come to life. This was a great project to work on, and the people around me helped everything go smoothly and make it all happen. And I really hope this little library will benefit my community. Thank you.
I hope it will catch on as well. So, Mia, we have a proclamation and a little gift from you from the city. If you'd like to join us up here for a photo, then I'm going to ask Councilmember Watanabe if she wants to make some comments after. Thanks. And if you'd like to bring the members of, is it Mission? Debbie and the group, if they'd like to come forward to be in the picture as well. What's it called? Mission Park. Mission Park. Councilmember Watanabe, you brought her forward. Would you like to say something?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Debbie Algieri first for bringing this project to my attention. And you know, one of the things that I think is so important is to recognize the youth and the important things that they're doing in our community. And so when Ms. Algieri told me about the little library, I thought, oh my gosh, you know, I think it's the only one over in that part of Mission Park and the Fuller Park area, that at least that I've seen. And so I said, you know, we need to get Mia down to City Hall and acknowledge her project and make sure that people know that, you know, what our youth are doing out there, and hopefully it'll encourage others to, you know, do the same or other projects similar. And so I just want to commend you for taking on that and adding an important piece to your community. And it's right there beside the swimming pool, if I'm not mistaken. So people will easily see it when they're on their way to the swimming pool. So thank you, Mia, and thank you, you know, to your parents, you know, for supporting you in this project. And again, thank you to the Mission Park HOA for also encouraging our youth to do something really good and positive for their community. So congratulations, Mia. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. That's a nice way to start this meeting. Okay, next we have our consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless an item is pulled for discussion. Councilmember Becker.
I have nothing to pull. I'd like to make a motion for the consent calendar.
Councilmember Jane, is there a second on that? Second by Councilmember Chahal. Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, I would like to pull item 5, sorry, the wrong number, 5R, which is the Silicon Valley Integrated Resource Plan.
Okay, and I have a comment from a resident on item 5H. Didn't ask that it be pulled, but I want to just share his concerns from Hai Sun Shin on 5H. And that's on the 3378 to 3386 El Camino Real, Santa Clara. One, the noise level, the pounding level, if any, ease of traffic in and out by tenants. They've endured shattering noise and pounding ground by driving piles and leveling the surface that created cracks around their building. So I'm sort of aiming this at our city manager to, and I'll submit this to you from this resident, okay? Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. Is there any member of the public that wants to pull a consent calendar item? Anyone online? No? Okay, so we have a motion and a second for the consent calendar, minus item 5R. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Next, we have public presentations. City Clerk, we have, we're going to start with...
We have a speaker card from Ron Patrick.
Ron, yes, please come forward. I'm trying to get to the list of public presentations. My thing is sort of frozen. Okay, welcome.
Good evening, my name is Ron Patrick. I own industrial property and run a business in the Tasman East part of the city. You might think that trespassing and property damage in Tasman East is a continuous problem just because of the stadium that's there. But no, in reality, it's the city and vendors that operate within the city that can create even more of a problem. For example, on December of last year, I showed up my business, huge Davy Tree truck in the parking lot. I asked them what they're doing. I called Davy Tree. So, oh, we'll look into it. Then they start hacking on one of my trees. I got the work order out of their hand, and it said, boom. How do you move this forward? Ah, there. 5191 Lafayette, kill palm tree in front of business. All right, they killed the palm tree. Later that day, I contacted Davey. I get a runaround. How do you know it was our truck there? How do you know the tree's dead? So I go out and get a tree doctor to look at the tree, and there you go. The parrot's dead, and so is the tree. I contact Silicon Valley Power trying to figure what's going on. I get no answer. Out of desperation, I file a claim against the city. Of June this year, I get no reply. It's interesting to note that today you had a meeting on the claim about the Deanna Santana, which was filed 3 months after I filed my claim. Me? I get ignored. So I filed a police report for trespassing and felony vandalism against Davy Tree. Finally, Davy Tree comes out of the woodwork and tells the investigating officer that they're authorized by the city of Santa Clara to kill that tree near the power lines, and that the killing of my tree was authorized by the city. Okay. I figure I'll get the contract between the city and Davy Tree and see if they can do that. The answer is no. They can trim the trees, but they're not to damage the structural integrity of the trees. They did that. The tree doctor said that. And then I do an information request on Silicon Valley Power, the city, to see if anyone authorized them to do that, as they claim. The city told me, no, we never authorized them to trim a tree or kill a tree on your property. So now I have a big dead tree. They're continuing to run me around. So I figure I'll contact the city manager. After all, he just signed a $600 million contract with Davy Tree. In our telephone conversation, Mr. Grogan didn't know or care about the scope of services agreement signed by Davy and the city that explicitly prohibit the killing of trees. But Mr. Grogan did offer me a piece of advice that I was free to sue Davy Tree if I wanted. I think the city pays Mr. Grogan $405,000 a year plus bonuses to give me free legal advice. But I do believe the city pays him to monitor vendors in the city. Now, I can't tell Mr. Grogan that, but the city council, I can tell the city council that might want to tell Mr. Grogan to monitor their vendors. I'd like to know specifically what repercussions from the city occur when a vendor violates a contract with the city? Are there no repercussions from a city when a vendor lies to and police investigating damage caused by a vendor? Why no one from the city contacted me? And is anyone going to properly investigate my claim so it doesn't happen again?
Thank you, Mr. Patrick, and I'm going to refer this to the city. If he has a claim in, I don't know what else we can do besides give it to staff to respond to the claim, okay? Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Next, we have Aram. Go ahead, Aram. You're muted, Aram.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay.
You know, I was here earlier on the putting the police initiative on the ballot. I want to keep that elected police chief, but I want to speak, and I'm going to read to you a letter of mine that was published in the Palo Alto Daily Post back on November 13th, 2023. Dear editor, I'm a 74-year-old Jewish man. The more I read and the more I learn about the historical record, the more I'm convinced that the land I refer to as Palestine was stolen by the far right-wing genocidal state of Israel. The more recent historical record makes clear that the U.S. government has supported the Israeli military throughout its 75-year existence to the tune of about $3 billion every single year. This military aid has been to the great detriment of the Palestinian people's struggle for freedom, justice, and an independent homeland. It's a travesty that billions sent to Israel for military equipment, including for the production of nuclear weapons, should have instead gone to the African-American communities here at home and others living in poverty-stricken inner cities across the country. Israel has been carpet bombing Gaza, killing thousands and thousands and thousands of innocent civilians, including more than 5,000. Now we're up to, I think, 10,000 children, according to the Gaza Health Ministry. To add insult to injury, the Biden administration is proposing to send a $14 billion package to aid Israel to complete a genocide of the Palestinian people. The louder the international call for ceasefire grows, the more the Israeli government digs in their heels. The longer the genocide continues, the more potent anti-Semitism grows, both here at home and around the world. None of this makes sense. A ceasefire must be put in place now. Now, last night, I updated the council. I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but I called Israel-Palestine. The slaughter continues. International condemnation grows. Anti-Semitism explodes, as common sense tells you it would, with Israel's unwillingness to declare an unconditional ceasefire. Now, I understand you were supposed to have on calendar, I guess Clara was not able to convince the mayor or the city manager, a debate on a ceasefire. And of course, I support a ceasefire, but at a minimum, many cities are debating that as an agendized item. I encourage you to do that before the end of the year, before the end of your last city council manner. Free Palestine, stop the slaughter, stop it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Last four digits, 2669. 2669, you're muted. You're muted, 2669. All right, I'm going to go to Brian.
Yes, can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, I can. Go ahead, please.
Good. Thank you. I appreciate the 3 minutes. There was I won't speak to it directly, but there was the city council in San Jose had towards their open forum where they brought the question that the gentleman before brought up. There was some pretty horrendous statements made, I mean, very Zoom bombs, you know what I mean? The people come in pretending to want to speak to it and then say really nasty things. And it just goes to remind me that the things in World War II did happen. Auschwitz happened, Treblinka, Dachau, they happened. The T4 program, the euthanasia programs for people with physical or cognitive disabilities. 700,000 people were killed in that, just in Germany. These things happened. And the memory of our species is very short, unfortunately. And as a public presentation, I hope there's some way, because I know both sides is tragic, but it's not a simple thing. It is a simple thing to think we can't allow it to happen again. I don't have any answers. Just we just need to remember, because I think if we can learn from the past, just maybe we'll eventually make it to the stars as a species. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Lee, go ahead, Lee.
Lee Broman submitted a video to be played, so if comms could pull that, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Just a minute while the audio comes up for the remote viewer. Councilmember Becker and Councilmember Jane continue to bully and attack members of the public. Tonight, you'll hear how this current council has bullied members of the public in the past and continue to do so today. While historically, Vice Mayor Park was one of the worst offenders, as you'll see in just a second, Councilmembers Jane and Becker continue the same lines of attack today. Here's an example of Councilmember Park at a November 1st, 2022 meeting, where he throws his hands up in the air and basically accuses Kirk Vartan of lying about a title he's using.
In response to Kirk Vartan, who was a self-proclaimed assistant or advisor to Mayor Lisa Gilmore.
And he does the same thing here.
Right, but if Kirk Vartan, self-proclaimed assistant to Mayor Gilmore.
And then one last time.
Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I just want to point out, again, Kirk Vartan, self-proclaimed advisor to the mayor.
So that was so egregious that Kirk Vartan sent a letter to the entire council saying that this is an attack on his character and these snide remarks need to end because they're dishonest and bullying in nature. They know it's untrue, yet they continue to do so to attack the credibility. It was even published in the Silicon Valley Voice the very next day so that everyone can read it because we know they read that paper. However, as recently as 3 weeks ago, Councilmember Sudge Jane stated in a comment, Kirk Vartan is a self-described special advisor to the mayor, knowing this is a lie because he knows that's true. Even the paper that he supports, there is no doubt that Vartan holds the role of special advisor to the mayor. They printed that March 27th, 2023. So Councilmember Becker takes it one step further in the last council meeting on November 14th, 2023.
A caller that keeps calling in consistently is self-proclaimed political advisor to the mayor, special advisor to the mayor.
So Mayor Gilmore responds.
On his LinkedIn, he titles himself that, so I want to make a motion.
No, I did. He didn't title himself. I did.
And then she feels the need to clarify it yet again because Councilmember Becker continues his attack.
First of all, he's not self-proclaimed, and secondly, he's a member of the public that has a right to speak.
So the message is clear. Councilmember Becker and Jane demonstrate a pattern of attacks, lies, and bullying. So the message to them is stop attacking members of the public, stop bullying members of the public, stop lying to the public, stop intimidating the public, stop doing the bidding for the 49ers. You have a fiduciary duty, and that duty is to serve the interests of the people of Santa Clara. Intimidating the people violates this duty, and it's something that needs to stop.
Okay, thank you. The 2669. It's a phone call. How do you unmute the phone? Is it star? Oh, there we
Can you
go.
hear me?
Yes, we
Hello?
can now. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, James Rowan. I'd like to point out to the members of the council that over 275 years ago, Jonathan Swift died in Ireland. Swift was one of the greatest satirists in, world history. However, he pioneered what was called juvenilism. Juvenilism was a form of satire that was biting and aggressive. It was pioneered by the Roman poet Juvan. Unfortunately, no one reads John Swift anymore. No one reads Juvan anymore. Perhaps they believe that what Councilmember Jane says, that political satire is inane dribble, or perhaps what Councilmember Becker describes as a person that wants to get Tillamook cheese. It's very obvious that the reason why satire is so popular is because people are frustrated with the constant level of attacks on citizen groups, on people that participate, on people that want a better way. Indeed, Councilmember Jane thinks the Public Records Act should be modified, yet Councilmember Jane seems to be pioneering Public Records Acts on people that send emails with 50 people on the distribution, including himself. Who knows what John Swift would say, but several of us want to pioneer it in Santa Clara for Bafar. I wish you all a wonderful holiday. I once again thank Council members Shahal, Hardy, Watanabe, and obviously Mayor Gilmore for keeping what I once called Santa Clara as the Mayberry of Silicon Valley the way it is. As far as the other three is concerned, well, like I said, we all know about them. Good Christmas to all the great city staff. And once again, reappoint Field, resign now Becker.
Thank you. I don't have any others or any member of the audience that would like to speak under public presentations on an item that's not on the agenda. Okay, seeing none, Councilmember Becker, your light's on.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a referral to staff to look into our lobbyist ordinance. And the referral to staff to look into the lobbyist ordinance is for the special advisor to the mayor, the POA president, the president and members of Stand Up for Santa Clara, mainly because of what's happening here tonight is all on behalf of the mayor of Santa Clara. So I'd like to review our lobbyist ordinance. And if that needs to be in a motion as it was last time, so be it as a motion.
City Attorney.
An item such as this could be referred to staff. I'm not entirely clear the nature of the referral, and maybe would request some clarification of that. I also caution the group on a referral. We're not deliberating, on the item, and so if Member Becker could clarify the nature of what he's looking for.
Absolutely. To review our lobbyist ordinance to see if these individuals, as I stated, the special advisor to the mayor, the POA president, and members of Santa Clara, all fall within the category of the lobbyist ordinance, and if they should have to register.
Very, very good. I understand the nature of the referral, Madam Mayor, and obviously staff will respond as appropriate if a majority of the council refers the item.
I don't understand it. And I just want to make it clear that Kurt Vartan is my special advisor on employee ownership and worker co-ops. So I think they like to leave that part of the title out. So I guess it's anybody that opposes Councilmember Becker, just investigate and look at lobbyist ordinance. I don't know, that makes no sense to me. So if the council agrees, then go ahead, but it's nonsensical. Council members? Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. No, it's a waste of our staff's time. I think they have enough on their plates these days, and being that there's no consensus to this request, I think that it's a done deal, and nobody's interested in referring it to.
Well, don't talk yet. Councilmember Jane?
I think this is something that could be considered by the governance committee. And there have already been suggestions that we review the lobbyist ordinance and the procedures for lobbyists there.
Madam Mayor, just to add to that, in fact, that item is on Governance Committee agenda for an upcoming agenda for a general review of lobbyist
It should be a
registration
review and
ordinance.
explanation of what a lobbyist is, because I think that there's some confusion as to what constitutes a lobbyist.
I don't disagree, Madam Mayor.
Yes, okay. All right, City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. But just to clarify the request, if it goes to governance, governance looks into policy and supports the committee with reviewing the policy. What I believe that I heard articulated was a request to investigate whether certain individuals were compliant with the lobbyist ordinance, which is different than an investigation and a review of the policy. And so I would ask for clarification, because where the request
City
goes.
Manager, before you go any further, I didn't hear any members of the council saying, yes, I agree with that, I want to vote on it, let's move that forward for particular investigations. Unless the council changes their mind, that was one council member saying it.
Right. I just would like to make the clarification that if it goes to governance, the governance committee would not investigate compliance with individuals. The governance committee would take a look at the policy and may recommend changes to the policy.
But if you want to complain, wouldn't it go to the city attorney's office? Yes, so there you go. Okay. All right, we're going to move now to consent items pulled for discussion. I'm trying to get through this agenda. Consent items pulled for discussion. Councilmember Jane, you pulled an item. Remind me what it was.
It was the integrated resource plan.
Which number is it?
5R.
Okay, 5R is action on adoption of Silicon Valley Power's 2023 integrated resources plan. So maybe you can ask your particular question before we go through a full presentation.
Actually, I did want the presentation because this is a $250 million project, and I don't think it should be on consent because it does relate to the strategic plan for SVP for the next 15 years. So I would like to see a presentation. I know that there are 3 options that are being proposed, and I wanted to understand how the council might decide which one to pick and how to pick it and when to pick it. Thank you.
City Manager?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council, the general public. My name is Kathleen Hughes. I'm the Assistant Director of our Resource Management and Customer Engagement. I would also like to acknowledge tonight, I also have with me our consultant, Aaron Burdick from E3, Basil Wong, our division manager who led our IRP effort, and of course, Manuel Pineda, our overall leader for this project. Our integrated resource, next slide, thank you. The integrated resource plan, it is really a compliance document that is filed with the California Energy Commission every 5 years. It's it kind of takes all of our compliance reports and puts it into a more straightforward narrative, so it's easy to digest for the public. It also looks at the planning ahead. So it's our resource needs and choices, what we're looking at for planning for the future, our policy goals, everything from the city's climate action plan, greenhouse gas reduction, renewables. There's physical and operational constraints that we look at, and it shows scenarios and alternatives, shows scenarios that meet the state policies, and all of the scenarios that we have meet the state policies. It's really a compliance and planning document that can be utilized for like future policy decisions. One thing that we did learn from the last IRP, we just, they're looking at, are we going to hit the baseline goals and how we're going to do it? And we took this opportunity to also evaluate what the city approved in the climate action plan and model those scenarios with it for this compliance document. So next slide, please. The IRP, really has core objectives. It's about the system reliability. What can we choose to really ensure the reliable power, minimize outages and service interruptions? It's also hitting, of course, this whole document was created for regulatory compliance. And again, it's an every 5-year document, and it's a living, breathing document. We have to show how we're meeting the mandates, especially of SB 350 and the city's climate action plan, because we threw that in. It's not required for of course, the California Energy Commission, but it's a direction that we have from council. It's our fiscal responsibility. How are we maintaining affordability and balancing costs and benefits? And then it also incorporates SVP's vision, our community values, our exceptional service, and our environmental sustainability. Next slide, please. The scenarios we looked at, the 3 resource portfolios developed using the least cost optimization, and which all meet or exceed the state's policy requirements, which is the objective of this document. Scenario 1 is really what we call the base case, is what they're going to look at to check the boxes to make sure we're hitting the goals for 2030 and beyond. And that's also called the SB 100. Scenario 2 is more in line with the climate action plan, the accelerated SB 100. It's a little bit more aggressive than the climate action plan. And then scenario 3 was really taking a look at what zero emissions with emerging technology. And in the document, you'll see that there are challenges with all the goals that we have just in the next 5 years, let alone in the next 10 years. Next slide, please. All right, the key findings, looking at the base case and what we learned from the last IRP and how we're evaluated, they want to see we're hitting the targets. They want to know what our peak demand is. So our peak demand, based at the moment of time in which we did this, how are we going to fill that peak demand and with what? So we have the solar additions. We have a lot of work ahead. 150 megawatts we targeted that we'll have to add by 2035. 590 megawatts of wind additions, 290 megawatts of geothermal. And so it's a lot of steps. Tonight you're really looking at the document. So we still have work and any comments from the council tonight. And most of the modeling was done back. And then once we submit it to the CEC and that we're evaluated on, even if we turn in the but really something that's for the public and something that's for the regulatory bodies that's in one place. Have to fully
issues and all of that. But I just received something in the mail today from Silicon Valley Clean Energy saying that Pattern Energy had just created this 3.5 gigawatt Sunzia wind project, and that Silicon watts. So I think, and I know we have low rates, but we also have this climate crisis. And right now there's COP28.
If you remember, we did have a contract with them, which they could not meet. So it's a very careful negotiation going forward. We can provide an update of all the resources that we are looking at and what staff is evaluating. But these contracts take a lot of time and a lot of effort, and we are aggressively going after everything possible. And even when you look at this document, we aren't going to stop. And we're trying to add everything that we can add. And again, staff is working very hard in evaluating these contracts, and not just small megawatts, hundreds of megawatts, which is a lot more. So Sunzia is not off the table. We love that project. We have a lot of projects. We have a lot of wind we have to go after. We have a lot of geothermal that really needs to fill the gap. We also need to look at how we're transitioning our natural gas plants. So we are working hard on meeting those goals of the future.
I don't have any other questions, so thank you for that. I'm going to ask if there's any member of the public that would like to speak on this issue or have any questions or comments. Do we have anyone online? Seeing none, Councilmember Jane?
I would like to make a motion to approve the report.
Second.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Jane, second by Vice Mayor Park for approval. Thank you so much for the presentation. Don't go far, we're on our next item. Okay. Thank you. We're going to public hearing, general business, item number 6. Action on a resolution amending rating. City Attorney, this is an official public hearing, correct?
It is, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so I'm going to open the public hearing. City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Members, with a recommendation to increase electric utility rates by 10%. It's important to note that this is not a recommendation that we make lightly. The proposed increase is necessary to maintain appropriate space in the industry. We do pride ourselves on having very competitive and some of the lowest rates. However, as you know, we are still recovering that Silicon Valley Power can continue to provide services, maintain its fiscal health, and also maintain our bond rating. I'll now turn the presentation over to Chief Electric Utility Officer Manuel Pineda, who will provide you with a comprehensive presentation that will cover the public outreach efforts that were done for this rate increase, revenues for the enterprise, as well as discuss our customer mix, our mix between residential, commercial, as well as industrial, and discuss the rates in detail. Thank you. Manuel.
Thank you. Director Pineda.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Mayor, members of the Council. Manuel Pineda, Chief Electric Utility Officer. Pleasure to be here with you tonight. And I do have a presentation for you to go through the rates and the proposed rate increases. So starting off with public outreach, not going through every bullet point, but as you can tell, we have been doing a lot of public outreach. There's been a number of articles written about the rate increase, as well as some notices through a lot of social media and communication, and other required outreach that we're supposed to do. So starting off with funding and rates. So I want to start off by talking about the fact that SVP is primarily funded by both rates, and rates is the big one. And then we have a couple of other ones that we discussed at length before, which are low development fees and developer contributions that help pay for our future improvements for our capital growth to accommodate growth. Over the last 3 years, you have taken some actions to increase our low development fee for new development. It's gone up about 160%, and we're going to be looking at an updated increase this coming year as well. And if you look at 22-23, we had about $580 million in retail sale revenues. And just to give you a perspective, you have the chart on the right, how our sales break down. But from a pure financial perspective, we received about $35 million from our residential customers and about $522 million for our industrial customers. As we spoke about before, and we have our growth plan in place that you have taken many actions on, our sales are expected to double over the next 10 years. And just like most other utilities throughout the state, we do expect we will see some higher rate increases over the next few years as well. So why is the need for continued rate increases? I'm going to start at a high level and then just get to you with some specific examples. So we are forecasting the rate increases will be higher than inflation, what you're seeing for inflation over the next few years. There are a number of factors affecting those rates and those rate increases. Equipment and material costs have gone significantly up over the last few years. Our PPAs, via our purchase agreements, we were just talking about all the power that we acquire for the city and to serve the city. We are seeing those increase. Even negotiated contracts are coming back for renegotiation, up to 50% increases. Market volatility, although the prices have stabilized, we have seen natural gas prices and power futures that are higher than they were 2 to 3 years ago, and they're staying at those higher prices. And I mentioned the TAC often, that it continues just to go up every year, transmission access charge. That's what we pay to be able to use transmission lines to be power into the city. And higher anticipated construction costs. As you remember, one of our largest projects we recently finished, the South Loop project, that one was actually 50% over engineer's estimate, and we had to bid it out twice to get someone interested to build it. So the proposed rate increase, the specific reasons why we need it, one is reserves. We're trying to maintain our reserves. We're recovering from the historic gas prices the city manager mentioned. I went at length to you when that happened. We saw increases of up to 450% over a couple of months. We're trying to maintain our reserves at their minimums, maintain the O&M reserve and rate stabilization reserve at minimum levels, not going any higher than that. We have a new infrastructure reserve that we started because of just the changes that are happening with capital. We feel we need to have that to be able to deliver on capital projects. With this rate increase, it would be about 50% of where we want to be, and also maintain our bond ratings. When we saw those price increases, we had a significant increase in our load cost. Thankfully, that was balanced out a little bit by us selling power, because we also got some benefit out of that. But when I'm talking about materials and equipment, we're looking at double and triple digit increases over the last 2 to 3 years. You recently approved an $81 million purchase for receiving station transformers. we did some quick analysis, and 2 years ago, that would have been about 30% less, or $24 million less, just over a 2 to 3 year period. Our overhead distribution transformers, which we have everywhere, those have increased over 200% between 2021 and 2023, and they're still hard to get. The top bullet point is going to take 3 years to get those transformers. The bottom ones takes many, many, many months to get them. And then, as an example, which you see throughout, our wood poles have gone up about 35% over a 2 year period. So the way the increase works is this is an increase to all customers. So the cost increase is being triggered in behalf of all classes, meaning industrial, commercial, residential. And we do this approach for both policy and legal reasons and to meet the requirements under Proposition 26. So we do it equally to make sure that we're legally defensible because we're providing services to all the different users. So what is the proposed rate increase? The proposed rate increase is a 10% effective January 2024. As we talked about already, we're seeing significant costs, including double to triple digit increases in some of our expenditures. And what that means is for the average residential bill, that would increase about $6.45 per month. And for our largest industrial customers, which are typically a CB6 schedule, the electric bill will increase by about $250,000 a month. So this table, a lot of numbers in there. The top one gives you the summary for the 2020 for the residential customer change. We break it down into 3 users. Our low user, which would be an increase of about $4.46 a month. Our average user, which is about $6.45 a month, is the one we talked about. And our higher user, which is about $15.21 a month. And of course, these are averages, right? It goes up and down depending on how much you use. And then we have a summary below on our 2024 commercial and industrial customer change. You can see across the board what the change would be on a monthly basis. I already noted the CB6, which is a little bit over $250,000 a month. And I want to note that for our 5 largest industrial customers, the 10% increase would be a little bit over $500,000 a month. So how do we compare with PG&E? As the city manager mentioned, we do compare very well. And we have fairly competitive rates. Our residential rates, not including the upcoming increase by PG&E, our residential rates will be 56% lower than PG&E. And then you can see from small commercial to very large industrial, that varies between 32% lower all the way up to 47% lower. But residential rates, not including the latest PG&E increase, will be about 56% lower. And then this table I showed you last time just to see the fact that over the last few years, 8 years, the gap between us and PG&E has actually increased. If you look at the one on the right, you can see that in 2016, we're about 46% lower. In 2024, 56%. As I told you last time, I expect this gap to start getting smaller again at some point, although PG&E and SVP, one is investor-owned, we're publicly owned, we're affected by a lot of the same factors, whether it's gas, power, equipment, materials, and staffing. So we are affected by the same factors, and of course, all of our neighbors in Santa Clara County, except Palo Alto, are served by PG&E. So, even though we're very competitive, I do want to acknowledge a lot of the work that we've done over the last few years in support for our customers, especially our residential customers. So as I mentioned already, the California electric market has been very difficult over the last few years, and we're all experienced it. It's been quite a roller coaster. I do want to note that in the previous 5 years prior to this last couple of years, our average rate increase was only 2.2% a year. And if you remember during the COVID times, we actually needed to go a little higher, but we were being very respectful about the situation that a lot of people were in, so we kept it lower. So over that 5-year period previously, we're at about 2.2% a year. In addition to that, in May, June 2020, we did an energy efficiency credit for residential customers that accounted for about $1.4 million. Then we worked very hard with the California Air Rate Assistance Program, received another $1.3 million for our residential customers who were having issues during the COVID times. And lastly, we did an additional credit in 2023 when we did our mid-year rate increase for another $1.5 billion for residential customers, and then also a credit for commercial customers. Obviously, that's things were done in the past, and just acknowledging the hard work by a lot of the team that's behind me today. You're all back there. I do want to remind everybody that in the last couple of years, we increased and added rate assistance programs, both for our FRAP. We also added the LIHEAP program and also the MRAP. So we have those programs that are available to our customers who have difficulty with our rates. And lastly, we always like to advertise our energy efficiency rebates, and programs are still available to try to help people save energy. So with that, our recommendation is to adopt the resolution to increase the rates by 10%, and I'm of course available for questions.
Thank you, Director Pineda. Does any council members have any questions? Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, our rates are going up 10%, but I understand PG&E's is going up 13%. Is that correct this year?
Well, let's take all the questions, sorry.
And then the Prop 26 says that no rate class can subsidize another rate class, meaning that, is this correct? Meaning that residential users can't subsidize commercial users or data centers. And then finally, I believe one of the main benefits of SPP, besides reliable power and cheap power, is that 5% of the sales comes to the general fund. Is that correct? And how much would that be? So every year we would get a certain amount of money to our general fund from SVP to support parks and libraries and streets.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Director Pineda. So I'm glad that Kathleen Hughes made the presentation previously about the IRP core objectives, because one of the objectives was to limit future cost increases. And so I'm wondering, based on the goals of Silicon Valley Power and adding to the infrastructure, will that help with the cost to the ratepayers eventually? And then regarding the cost increases, will they stabilize? Do you foresee them stabilizing at some point? And then my last question, with the industrial users, with the incredible increase that they're going to be impacted with, does that help Silicon Valley Power in any way? I know we're not out there to make we're to keep things. We're not out there to make a lot of money, but keeps costs stable, reliable. But at the same time, because that's such, $500,000, does that have a positive effect on Silicon Valley Power?
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director, for the presentation. I have a couple of questions. First is we have tiers of usage, like first 300 kilowatt, then 6, I don't know exactly, but we have those tiers. Does Silicon Valley Power has the authority to design those tiers? Let's say we have 2, can we design into 5 tiers of rating so that highest users pay more versus the lowest user who consume less, basically? Can we do that under Prop and still follow Prop 26? One thing is we have a very aggressive plan to expand our capacity, basically. Keeping in view the cost escalations we are looking at, especially for the last year or so, or maybe more than that, does it make sense that we slow down our expansion and make evaluation that we need to analyze that, does that make sense or not? That huge expansion we are trying to, does that make a sense? The next question is, I put this question earlier too, like hedging the gas prices. You know, we faced a really bad situation, I think last year when the gas prices really skyrocketed. How much budget are we putting into hedging our gas prices so that we don't face that problem in the future? And by investing a little bit of hedging, investing into that hedging bets, basically we smoothen our curve and we don't pay more during extreme prices of the gas. Thank you.
I don't see any other questions. Director Pineda, would you like me to go to the public first to give you a chance to put your thoughts together with your team on those questions?
I
Or are
feel
you
comfortable
ready?
answering the questions.
Okay, wow, you're really very good on your feet. Okay.
So on the PG&E rates was the first question, how much they're going up. My understanding, Council, is that the rates are a total of 13%, including gas and electricity. The electricity rate increase is approximately 11%, but we'll have a final number on that later on this month. On the Prop 26 and no subsidies, yeah, that's correct. What that means is that each individual ratepayer has to pay for the cost to deliver their power. Any modifications outside of Prop 26 would require a full cost of service study to determine if those costs have to be assigned differently. I think you mentioned the question of our industrial, residential developers subsidizing industrial developers. And as you saw from my first slide, residential customers are only about 6% of our load, and industrial customers are about 92% of our load. So that would be very difficult for that small percentage to subsidize such a big percentage without even doing any deep analysis into it. On the 5% of the sales goes to the general fund, yeah, that's correct, and Finance Director Lee can correct me if need be, but so I think that number was about $30 million this year, and of course, it increases every year, both with any rate increase as well as with our growth plan. On the limit future cost increase for Silicon Valley Power, I wouldn't say that kind of what we're doing today is going to do that. There's still a lot of questions on power purchases and PPAs and where those are going. We just had a conference recently in the last few months, and it's something that every utility is going through, the difficulty of interconnecting to the system, equipment, materials. That's still going to be a question mark over the next few years, and we're trying to manage it as best as we can. I think the question was asked earlier, and the team, part of the team who looks at power purchase agreements is here. We're looking at about 1,000 megawatts of power purchase agreements and power. Obviously, they're not all successful. Sometimes we think they're going to be successful, and even after we enter into contracts, they're not because of the difficulties, but we're still going through that process. So is that going to stabilize? On that end, that's still to be determined. I would say that unlike last year, our natural gas and power has stabilized a little bit. Reserves were increased in the state, so we have 30% more reserves of natural gas than we had last year, and in turn, that stabilizes power prices as well. So even though we're seeing higher than we used to, at least all our analysis and the work we're doing with our team and our consultants, this year looks definitely more stable than when we had the historic increases last year. And then, do the industrial users help in any way? Certainly, I think that I presented to the council before, and when you do have a large customer base, it does help from an infrastructure perspective, and I have an example I'll go through to answer Councilmember Chahal's question. For example, as you know, some of our receiving stations are reaching end of life, and those are pretty expensive projects, about $100 million. So having a large customer base to help pay for that infrastructure replacement limits the increases because you have so many people, especially because you have large industrial customers who pay a large percentage of that cost. And then the tier of usage, can we assign different tiers for each different user depending on the level of use? I would imagine residential users are kind of pretty typical, right? They're usually they're served by a 12 kV system. They have the service points. You have the transformers, the poles, the wires. I would not expect that there would be significant change based on that. But if we do a cost of service study at some point, that's something that could be looked at. Without that, with Prop 26, under Prop 26 regulations, we could not make that change. On the expansion plan, does it make sense or not? And if you can pull the presentation back up, I just want to note something to clarify. So I have many conversations with the council about the expansion plan. I actually put a summary, of all the actions that have been taken over the last 2 or 3 years with the council and the presentations. And I think at the last discussion, we had a pretty frank discussion about where we're at, right? So we're doubling in size. We're looking at getting to about 1,200, 1,300 in that range megawatts. Still working through the numbers, still working through the modeling. It's not an exact. We're limited both by transmission and our internal system. And kind of what we said last time is based on what we're going to build, right? All the plans that we've gone through council and all the approvals, we can get to the double in size, and we can serve all our planned or approved residential development, commercial development, and about 13 either approved or developed data centers. Then we have additional large industrial projects that want to come to the city. At this point, we don't have a way to be able to fully serve them. We are looking at creative ideas, but what I committed to the council is that as part of 2024, we will have that discussion with you as to how much from a policy perspective, right? There's 2 questions. From a policy perspective, what does the council want to do from a land use perspective? And then 2, from my end, right? How many poles, wires, and power can I actually get into the city? So it's a discussion of both. So the plan to double, we're moving forward with. How far more we go beyond that, that's going to be a policy discussion the council is going to have. On the question of infrastructure, I do have some backup slides here, and I'm going to go through them real quick okay. So just to give you a perspective of how that's being funded. So what you see here is the Scott Receiving Station is going to be one example that I talked to you about before. So that project is funded through both load development fees and ratepayers. And we have a full study of how large projects are funded. It's available on the website. And when you have a project that's adding capacity, but also replacing existing infrastructure that serves existing customers, then it's funded by both. Something like the Scott Receiving Station is replacing end-of-life equipment, right? It's about 60, 70, going to 70 years old. And it's also being expanded to accommodate growth. So we do the analysis. We determined that 38% of the cost is to accommodate new growth. 62% is due to existing ratepayers. Then when you look at that 62%, assuming $100 million cost, we're still working on that. $62 million will be from ratepayers, and then we break that down based on who our customers are. So in this case, $55.8 million would come from our existing industrial customers, and $3.7 million would come from our residential customers. So that's kind of how we work through, and they all have different numbers, different percentages, depending on how much capacity you're having, or if you're just replacing existing infrastructure to meet existing ratepayer needs. And lastly, on the hedging gas prices, yes, we do hedge gas prices and also power prices that we have to buy on the market. How much we have to buy from the market varies by month, right? Some months are heavier than others. And actually, that's one of the things that we continue to do. We meet on a monthly basis. Some months, we're almost close to being fully hedged. Some months, we are probably about 30% open exposure to the market or so. But it's really a balance, right? Because if the market price is not right at that time when you're hedging, a period of time out, sometimes you want to wait to see where the markets are at. Sometimes buying from those markets will be cheaper than if you have hedged natural gas and power. But that is one of the key things that did help us during the historic gas prices, that we did have some hedges. We were able to use some of those, but you wouldn't want to be in a position where you're hedging everything, because you're probably overpaying at that point if you do that. So I think that's where all the questions.
Sounds like it.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much for that. It's now a public hearing. So I'm going to open the public hearing. Well, I opened it before. We're going to continue the public hearing. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this issue? I thought I had a speaker. All right. No one's online, right? Is there anyone here in the chambers that would like to make a comment? Please come forward. Welcome.
My name is Steve Ringer, and I've talked to you guys before about this, and even the Planning Commission, about the idea of the industry, the city's industry carrying some of the load. I was in shock when I found out that we had 55 or 56 data centers, you know, when they do capital improvement type of stuff, or we were approving data centers which are taking a heavy load of our SPV, you know, power, which is okay. I don't have any problem with that if we're going to be the capital data center of the world type of a situation and they're using our electricity. But can they share the load a little bit? You know, can you put wind turbines that are picking up the wind that comes off the bay, you know, up on the roofs, or solar panels, or parking structures, you know, with solar on them? You know, can there be a win-win type of situation when there's capital improvement type of situation? I thank SPV, because my rates are tremendously low, and I can't even justify putting solar panels on my roof. You know, I want to do that, and so is there any incentives, you know, that can encourage residential? Battery storage is going to be unbelievable. You know, that we're going to be able to store in solid-state batteries or lithium. They find lithium up in Nevada, in the caldera, down in Imperial Valley. I mean, we have it, you know, that it's going to be changing. And then IA can control the computer, you know, management of the electricity. So I'm just suggesting that there may be the city or the residents can help out in this situation. And it has to be policy, you know, and is it workable type of a situation? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else? Oh, you dropped something, I think, sir. Anyone else? Okay, may I have a motion to close the public hearing? And then I'm going to ask Director Pineda if he'd like to make some comments on that. But first,
Motion
let's
to close the public hearing.
Public hearing. So we have a motion by Councilmember Jane, second by Councilmember Becker to close the public hearing. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Director Pineda, would you like to comment on the gentleman's comments?
Yeah, I'll just add a couple of comments. One is with regards to working with our large developers on kind of creative solutions. We are talking to our large developers to see if there's creative solutions, because obviously we do have some transmission and power constraints. I would say none of them are easy, and certainly if they would like to do solar panels or anything like that, we would fully support it. For our size of load, we need larger projects than that in-house, like our 50 megawatt battery storage project that's going forward. On the solar, and I'll look back at Rachel and Kathleen, they can correct me if needed. We're starting actually our commercial solar program in January of 2024. So that's coming up, and I think after that we will be looking at possible options for a residential solar program. So I see Kathleen nodding at me, meaning I got the information she's told me before correct. So the commercial solar program starts in a month, and we'll be exploring residential solar programs again. As the gentleman mentioned, it is difficult here because the rates are so low, so that the return just takes quite a bit longer, and the contractors have told us that in the past, so we'll see if there's creative solutions for that.
Thank you very much. So I'm looking for a motion. Vice Mayor Park.
Actually, I had a couple of comments. No, I understand that our rates are low, and I appreciate that our rates are low. I also appreciate that it's not just that our rates are low, we also get some of the best electrical service. Like, I remember going to a city's meeting in Sacramento where everyone was talking about the outages that they experienced with PG&E. And I was the sole person in the room that said we didn't have those outages in Santa Clara. Welcome them to try our power as well. But that said, I think when we look at the getting a handle on what the increases are, that's not really within our purview. Like, we are at the mercy because of the way that we have to charge rates. We can't have any rate class subsidize any other rate class. It's really difficult when our rates increase a lot to manage the increases to our residents, to our residential customers. And as much as we'd like to charge people who maybe make more money more so that we could subsidize the residents, that's just not something we can do. But I also want to be very clear that we've got a lot of people on fixed incomes. And when the rates increase in percentages that outstrip the cost of living increases that people get on their fixed incomes, this is actually a pretty big problem. And I know that we've got some programs to help people who are having financial issues, but this is something where we are starting to create financial issues for not just people who are on fixed incomes, but people whose salaries, yearly salaries, don't increase 10% per year, right? And again, this is only 10% for one utility, one service, but every time something increases faster than either cost of living increases or salary adjustments, especially during a year where tech is facing, we've had 250,000 layoffs in tech. It's hard for me not to comment on trying to control our increases, the percentage increases, to be cognizant of people who, they stretched a little bit to get their houses. Their salaries didn't increase the way that our rates have increased, and now we're facing crises with not just people on fixed income retirees, but also people in the working class who, again, are trying to live in their homes, are trying to make ends meet because their houses cost a little bit more than they would have preferred. And I can never pass up rate increase discussions without bringing up these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane.
Yes, I would like to make a motion to accept staff's recommendation that's to adopt a resolution amending city rate schedules for electric utility services to increase electric rates and charges in each rate schedule by 10% and make other modifications effective January 1st.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second for the recommendation. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Park, or Vice Mayor Park took a lot of the words out of my mouth that I wanted to say. I'm in full agreement with him on that because, if you look around you, when you go to the grocery store, things have increased. You see your gas prices have increased. Your utilities are increasing, and the only thing that hasn't been increasing is people's wages, and I know that for a fact. So I see that there is concerns out there. We do have the lowest rates, I think, around compared to other electricity companies. I know that, for example, where my mother lives, it is quite expensive compared to Santa Clara. But sometimes I look at this situation and I think, we have to sometimes maybe make tough decisions. But there is a concern because people are having a harder and harder time to survive, especially seniors and young people. So that is a concern, but it just seems like wages don't keep going up, but everything else does.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. As mentioned by Councilmember Becker and Vice Mayor Park, I think we do provide support to customers who need help. But I think we need to look at it from a different angle, like people who are retirees, who are on a fixed income. If we can devise a program where we can beat the inflation, which they get, like Social Security does go along with inflation, they get some more help. But if we can beat that by closing the gap between our rate increases and the actual inflation is, that would help. So I would highly suggest that we look into how we can support our residential or fixed income customers to come up with a new supporting mechanism that would really help. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm going to support the motion, but these are always difficult conversations for us. Even though we're 50-something% lower than PG&E every time we raise our rates, it's difficult on people trying to make a living. At the same time, we have to run the electric utility in a business manner that is responsible. As a city council, we still have to do the right thing and support it in with the business practices that are necessary, but it doesn't make it any easier. None of us up here are happy that we have to do this. Even though we're lower, it still is, going to come out of people's paychecks. When you look at some of the businesses and they're going to increase, $500,000 a month and other things, but to some people, $6 to $20 a month is a lot of money. So we're doing this reluctantly, but because we have to. So I just wanted to make those comments. City Clerk, when you're ready. Please register your vote. And that passes 6-1. Thank you. We have one more short item before the downtown. We're going to go back to item number 3, which is action on stadium manager's request to execute agreement with Colony Landscape and Maintenance, Inc. for sod removal and related services at Levi Stadium. Executive Director.
Thank you. Mayor Gilmore, members of the City Council, Javon Grogan, City Manager. For this item, you're actually sitting as the Board of Directors for the Stadium Authority, and I as Executive Director for the Stadium Authority. Item 3 is continued from the November 14th meeting. Through this item, the Stadium Manager is requesting board approval to execute a 3-year agreement with Colony Landscape and Maintenance for sod removal services for Levi Stadium, and authorization to exercise 2 additional 1-year agreements. The board discussed this item at the November 14th meeting. However, the board had questions and deferred the item to tonight. There will be 2 presentations for this item. The first one will be provided by Ken Lee, the Stadium Authority Treasurer. He has prepared slides to share information with the board on the information that staff has been able to compile. Additionally, a presentation will be made by the stadium manager. I know the board knows, but for the public, the stadium is operated year-round by an entity called the 49ers Stadium Management Company. 6 months, that company operates the stadium on behalf of the 49ers, and for the 6 months, for the other 6 months of the year, it operates the stadium on behalf of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority. The general manager for the stadium manager for the 49er Stadium Management Company is here tonight. Her name is Francine Hughes, and she will provide the board with a presentation on sod removal services, as well as any additional information that you may request. Thank you.
Before you start, Director Lee, Executive Director, I asked specifically for a lot of information. I didn't see any of it in the packet. So is that going to be forthcoming tonight?
Sure. Mayor, as you know, information was requested at the November 14th meeting. It's approximately 3 weeks from today. We did have the Thanksgiving holiday in between there, and based on our print deadlines for the packet, we were not able to compile the information in time to make it for the packet. And so what we did is we republished the item that was continued from the 14th. And so you are receiving additional information tonight that was not in the continued packet in the presentation that the treasurer will provide, as well as the presentation from the stadium manager. Totally recognize that in a perfect world, that information would have been compiled and put into the packet. Was not possible due to print deadlines to make it from November 14th to today, but we did want to provide you with the information that we have, and so we're here tonight.
Good evening, Chair Gilmore, members of the Stadium Authority Board, Ken Lee, Stadium Authority Treasurer. So just I understand there were some questions when this item was first presented to the board, and there were some questions around cost allocations, review of documents, and then the actual cost from prior years. So I wanted to provide some information I hope is helpful for your decision tonight. And then, as the executive director mentioned, the stadium manager is here to provide some additional background and information beyond what I have presented. So just by way of just background and cost allocations, I know the question was asked around groundskeeping services as this contract falls into. And so within the stadium lease, that breakdown is an allocation of 70% to Statco, or the 49ers and 30% to the SCSA, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. A lot of the other operational costs, day-to-day shared expense costs, and these are presented in the Stadium Authority budget, are split 50-50 between Statco and the SCSA, and then as it pertains to our SBL licensing, for which we receive that revenue to pay off debt, 100% of those costs are borne by the SCSA. The second bullet here, the SCSA has a financial management system in place that allows staff to review backup information, and some of the information I'll show in this presentation. And just a little background on that system. I know there were many conversations about documents and source information, and so this system was a result of a collaborative effort between the stadium manager and the SCSA to provide some additional information. It was implemented starting the last fiscal year 22-23. It includes both shared expense information that previously we reviewed through on-site review of documentation. So the system does have shared expense information as well as non-NFL event information. And I'll talk about the review process prior to that, and I've been public about what we have access to and what we didn't in the past. And so just really briefly on non-NFL events, prior to that financial management system, we did review documents. They were provided 90 days after the close of the fiscal year. The council also initiated, and we did go through several audits by an independent consultant, JS Held, for events from 2014-15 through 19-20. And then we also do a sampling at that time with those documents based on the criteria that we've kind of allocated or set aside. So we do review, and I just wanted to talk about and mention what that review looked like in the past. When it came to shared expense reviews, I mentioned that before the financial management system, we would conduct on-site reviews, and that was typically a 1 or 2 day process. Performed 90 days after the end of the fiscal year. We would select samples from all categories of shared expenses, including groundskeeping as well as some of the operational areas. And then separately, several years ago, based on board feedback, we hired KPMG to conduct additional reviews and audits just because we wanted extra eyes or extra reviews. So those audits are conducted. They do select a number of expense, both labor as well as non-labor expenditures, and that started a couple years ago. I do want to highlight here at least the current review process. We do have both documents as well as transactions on a live basis, and so our staff does a monthly review of those sections. We sample all expense categories, including the shared expense and non-NFL events, and then we do have access to download a lot of that information. We also continue as in the past, KPMG's engagement of shared expenses. So I just wanted to kind of highlight the process of review. So with regards to SOT specifically and the item before you, we looked into the financial management system. We do have a very detailed list of all the invoices for which specific events. So I know the council asked how many times the SOD was replaced. So in the case of 22-23, it was replaced 3 times, and highlighted here for the events that occurred and the respective costs. So in total, $332,000 and some change was the SCSA's 30% allocation to that. So in summary, I know there were some questions about some of the prior years before that. We do have some of that information with regards to SOD removal and replacement. We know that some of those were charged to non-NFL events in the past. Absent the full information, as I mentioned, related to shared expenses, it would take additional work to get some of that information. But wanted to provide what we do have out of the system. And then secondly, we also know that from a shared expense perspective, our records indicate we have very detailed information Starting in 22-23, because of our financial management system, we would have to go back and dig through notes and work with the stadium manager. But I do know that they have a separate presentation here with additional information that hopefully answers and provides more information than I was able to hear. So with that, if we could switch the presentations, I want to introduce Francine Hughes with the stadium manager for the next part of the presentation.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Ms. Hughes. This is the first time I've met you. I've not met you before, and this is the first time our public is meeting you. So thank you for coming to our meeting. We do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And if you could really focus your presentation on the sod, because we have a big item after this, and people are interested. And I'm only interested in the sod at this point. So
Absolutely, absolutely. As you know, I'm Francine Hughes. I'm the EVP and General Manager for Levi Stadium. And in an effort to address the consent item on the grass and sod replacement, I've brought my colleague Jihad Beachman, who will be able to provide some additional information for you. Next slide. Couple more. Thank you.
And again, I like to see how grass is grown, but I'm more interested in the cost and who paid for it, which was my specific information I requested of our executive director. And this is nice, but if I know we have a big item after this.
Understood. We'll get through this pretty quickly and then get through the detail item that you'd like to cover. Levi Stadium was designed and approved as a natural gas stadium, which is important both to the 49ers and to how we've been able to attract soccer matches at the stadium. One that we'll be recently announcing is Copa America, which is planned for summer of 2024. Levi Stadium uses Bermuda grass, which is a standard choice for the majority of NFL stadiums. During the cooler months, we overseed Bermuda grass with ryegrass to help boost its recovery. All of this is very important because you need to understand how the grass is maintained and why we replace the fields. Bermuda grass is very durable, it's fast growing, and it has the ability to withstand heavy foot traffic and recovers well from damage. Why do we use Bermuda grass? It's got a lateral growth structure which increases the grass strength and also helps to optimize the footing, as shown in the image below. When grass is grown on a plastic sheet, it helps to create a root-bound effect that boosts consistency in harvesting the grass and tensile strength. This helps to protect the grass from wear and tear, contributing to the longevity and the health of the grass. Next slide. It is important to note that there are several natural factors impacting the grass and the grass health at the stadium, one of which is sunlight. As you can see in this image here, you'll see the shading over the grass field. This limits the amount of sunlight that our grass gets on a daily basis, which also contributes to the reason why we have to change our fields as often as we do. The time of year, August through October, provides the best sunlight and temperature for the grass recovery from game to game. But in the cooler months, November through January, daylight hours, sun exposure, and temperatures limit the grass recovery potential. Additionally, the extreme rains, provide and actually accelerate the wear and tear on our field. It's important to note that 82% of the football games are played on 13% of the field, which is right in the center. Athletes in excess of 320 pounds leveraging themselves against each other repeatedly in the same area creates wear and tear over time. Next slide. To put this into perspective, I think it's important for everyone to understand the size of the field that we're talking about. The Stadium Bowl is approximately 106,000 square feet. In 2015, we converted the perimeter of approximately 24,000 square feet to artificial turf. This area is heavily trafficked, but it enabled us to use the area for events, which helped to drive revenue, and it also saves maintenance cost. The remaining area is approximately 82,000 square feet of grass that we replace. Next slide. Prior to a concert, Levi Stadium installs temporary flooring to allow cranes, forklifts, and heavy equipment to operate on the field. This helps to protect the grass and the infrastructure, such as the irrigation, the drainage system, but does not protect the grass itself. And if you'll look below, there's actually an image of the flooring that we use to protect the grass.
And over to the right of that, you'll see how the grass is actually starting to show decomposure after the field has been covered with flooring. For concerts, grass is often covered 7 to 8 days, during which time it receives no light, no water, and it cannot grow. After flooring is removed, the grass is weak, it's decomposing, and it really actually requires a field replacement. Next slide. It's important for everyone to understand that many factors go into the decision for replacing our grass. First, recovery time. The concert schedule usually overlaps with soccer events and NFL football, which makes it almost impossible for the existing grass to recover. In 2023 alone, there were 2 instances where we had only 5 days between hosting a concert and hosting a football game. Our ability to manage these tight timelines and turnarounds by resetting the field enables us to book more events during the summer months. Before we make some of these decisions, field testing occurs. We use specialized tools to inform all decisions of field replacement. A shear vane is a tool that measures the shear strength and how easily the grass will divot. Based on historical precedent, we know that when the values drop below a certain threshold, the grass needs to be replaced. Rest assured that we always look at the grass before we decide that we're going to replace it. Given the time and the cost involved in replacing the grass, we endeavor to replace the sections of field that are unusable for further events and preserve any remaining healthy field sections. Next slide. In rare occasions, we're able to regrow the grass. Levi Stadium is actually the only stadium in the recent history to regrow an entire grass field during an NFL season. For the 2022 concert, the weekend concert, the field had to be covered to enable one of the largest productions in Levi's history. The field was covered for 8 days, and production used 4 cranes alongside with 80 semi-truck movements, carting equipment on and off the field. There are several rare factors combined to allow a complete regrowth of a field. Extended time period pre-concert to prep the field, including phrasing, which is a mowing technique. Optimal growing conditions such as weather, daily temperatures that we require roughly in the 90s, and full sunlight exposure. And we also need an abnormally long window between a concert and the following event, so somewhere around 20 days to allow us to do this. And then we take smart applications and strategies for aeration, top dressing of sand, et cetera. Even in this perfect scenario, the process took almost every day, and thus it's never a viable option because we typically only have 7 to 14 days between the load out of a concert and the load in for the subsequent event. Regrowing a field rather than installing sod was a savings of approximately $400K. Next slide. And here we have some images of what the sod looks like after a concert, and this is actually the field that we were able to regrow after the weekend. Next slide. We also partner with a local sod farm, West Coast Turf. It's an industry-leading sod farm based in California, and our experts visit 1 to 2 weeks to ensure the sod quality and readiness is there and ready for an installation. Next slide. I thought this would be actually a great illustration of what we deal with from a concert to an NFL event and what it takes to actually prepare the field for the next event. Can you start the video, please?
Are the numbers coming soon? Thank you.
So this is Ed Sheeran. It occurred on 9/16. It was a sold-out event, and as you can see, we had a lot of movement there with trucks coming in, light towers, sound towers, a stage. As soon as the concert was over, we loaded out, we removed the flooring. We worked overnight to make sure that we got this done so that we could prepare for the next event. You'll see the flooring coming up, and now the field is exposed and ready for new sod to be planted. Again, this takes incredible effort, a lot of time from our team to actually install the sod. You'll see the new sod roll out.
with completion the following day. And then you'll see that we get ready for our NFL event. Again, another tight timeline for us to actually be able to prepare the field for an event, 5 days approximately, but we were able to get it done. Completed field. We can move on to the next slide. Levi Stadium was always built to be a multi-use sports and entertainment venue. Installing sod allows us to book events which benefit the SCSA. This year alone, 2 concerts generating millions of revenue for the SCSA were made possible by full field replacements. Both were extremely tight turnarounds ahead of NFL games and required full field replacements, one of which was Carol G's Mañana Sería Bonito tour, which we hosted on August 14th. Then our first at-home preseason game 5 days later on Saturday, August 19th. The second, Ed Sheeran's mathematics tour, which we just saw the video. We hosted Ed Sheeran on September 16th and hosted our home opener 5 days later. I understand the board was very interested in the history of the field replacement at the stadium, and we've prepared a few slides on that topic that Jihad will go through.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jihad Beachman. I am the general counsel of the San Francisco 49ers, and I have numbers coming in like 3 slides, so there'll be numbers coming up here.
I just wish we would have had them ahead of time.
Yeah, there'll be the numbers coming up in 3 slides, but I do think it's important. You can move on to the next slide, please. I think it's 2 slides after that. I do think it's important to kind of set the groundwork of what we're looking at in the numbers in terms of what applies and what was agreed upon by the parties in terms of the lease. And so the first thing I do want to just drill down into, so to make sure that everyone understands exactly what we're dealing with here, is the relevant provisions from the lease. And so back in 2013, when the parties entered to the amended and restated lease, the parties also agreed at that time as to what would be considered groundskeeping services under the lease. And that's what we're talking about here today, are the groundskeeping services at the stadium. And the important provision that we're looking at today is the definition of groundskeeping service. It's not actually in the lease itself, it's in the Exhibit A to the lease that has a definition here. And so the language here that's highlighted makes clear that the parties agreed at that time that the groundskeeping services would be basically the things that are necessary to maintain the playing field in the condition required for the playing of NFL games. And it goes into detail about what exactly that means in Provision A here. So it does include, at the start of this season, for the upcoming through this season, preparing the sod and the playing field for the start of the season, and maintenance of the playing field during the NFL season. That does include watering, mowing, seeding, fertilizing, and resodding is what we're talking about here today. So it firmly fits within that portion of the groundskeeping services. In addition to that, we do see a second provision here that would be applicable, which is the preparation, conversion, or restoration of the surface of the playing field for an NFL game following a stadium event. So the parties agreed that when we're talking about groundskeeping services under the lease, what we're talking about is really preparing the field for NFL games. Can you move to the next slide, please? And so the parties, in addition to determining what exactly is the groundskeeping services, they determined how those dollars were going to be split. And so the parties agreed, based upon the best parties' estimate of how the fields were going to be used, that the groundskeeping service would be split 70% between the 49ers and 30% to the Stadium Authority. And that's found under Section 8.3.1 of the stadium lease, where it talks about how certain costs will be split between the parties. And so those costs are generally shared 50-50, although there are some exceptions. This is one of the exceptions to the 50-50 rule, where the costs are split 70% to Stadco, the 49ers, and 30% to the Santa Clara Stadium Authority. Next slide, please. And so I wanted to just take a look at this past year, because I think that it illustrates very well how fields are used here at the stadium. So there's been a bit of a narrative of that, fields that happen in December are only used for 49ers game. And we just want to make clear that that's not actually the case in all the time. So we installed a field last December as well, December 2022. We're actually able to maintain that field, as you can see here, for the first two non-NFL events of this year. So that same field that got put in December of 2022 was actually utilized for the Quakes LAFC game in May of this year, as well as for the CONCACAF Gold Cup game in July. So, the fields, even though they may be getting put in December and around that time of the year, they can be used for non-NFL events in the future. So it's not the case that all fields that are put in during this time of the year are only used for NFL purposes. And then you can see as the year went along, as a result of concerts that occurred in July and in August of 2023, we actually needed to replace the field again right before the season. And so those two field replacements that you see here with those green dots are actually both precipitated by concerts that required the fields to be destroyed in order to build out for those concerts. And so in both of the cases here, the fields, as a result of specific non-NFL events, needed to be resodded so that we could have the NFL events afterwards. And this is common for any multi-use stadium that has grass, is that when you have concerts and you have a short time period, as was displayed by Ms. Hughes, you have to resod it. There isn't the ability to go in and regrow the grass if you don't have enough time period. This year we had 5-day jumps, as you can see on here, in between the Karol G and 49ers games and in between Ed Sheeran and the 49ers games. And we would say that this is typical, where we'd have about 3 or so field replacements per year. That is, the cadence that's been in place for a few years. There was a little break in there for COVID where we didn't have as many field replacements, but during that time period, during 2022 and 2023, we have had about approximately 3 replacements each year. Next slide, please. Okay, this slide should have, maybe click it twice, please. There we go. So what we wanted to walk through now are the budgets that were approved by the board and then the costs that were incurred by the SCSA for that groundskeeping services line item. So when you look at the budget that gets approved by the SCSA board every year, it contains a line item for groundskeeping services and a line item specifically for outside services. And it's those outside services that we're talking about today, because one of the elements of those outside services is the colony landscape that we're looking at today. And so if you look for the last few years, this is the data that we have readily available through our financial management system to be able to see what the budgets that were approved and how much were actually spent. You see a little bit lower numbers here in 2020 and 2021 as a result to COVID, and there weren't as many events in the stadium in those years. So you actually saw some SCSA savings for those years, and in dollars SCSA did not have to pay in those years. And so each year thus far, we've come in under budget on these outside services for the board-approved budgets. This year, we expect to have a few more fields, and so that's why the budget number is a bit higher in this year than it's been in previous years. But all this sits within the groundskeeping outside services that this board approved back in March of this year. And as you can see in each year, we have come in under budget on these. Next slide. Might have to do it again. All right, so this is the actual breakdown of how much the costs are between West Coast Turf and Colony Landscape. So what this chart shows us is the breakdown of that outside services, which is almost entirely made up of West Coast Turf and Colony Landscape. And for those one in each year, we list out about how many fields have been approved or how many fields have been required in each year, and the breakdown of costs and who is paying for what along the way. And so as you can see, Stadco has been paying 70, 71, 73% of the cost of the fields, and the SCSA has paid around 30% of those costs for those outside services that have occurred on a year-by-year basis. And so in the past years, as you saw for fiscal year 2022, I believe Ms. Treasurer Lee, I knew I was going to mess up that, sorry about that. Treasurer Lee showed us that you had certain expenses in fiscal year 22 Everything in fiscal year 22 here, as well as fiscal 23, are actually loaded live time into the financial management system that this board requested and was implemented in the last year and a half. So that information is available to staff for them to view and review at all times. And so those ones, as you can see, last year we had 3 fields that we needed to replace, the last of which was utilized for the early events this year, as we discussed. And then we've had 2 fields this year as a result of those Carol G and Ed Sheeran concerts that we need to replace after those to get ready for the season. So that's what those line item costs are there for, which still bring us in projected to be under budget for this year. And you can see the year over year for that, including fiscal years 20, 21, 22, and 23. Next slide, please. All right, so to the consent item before us today. Next slide. What we're here today to discuss is the Colony Landscape contract. And this is one where you saw on the graphic there in the time lapse, before they could put down the new field, they had to prepare the field and ground under it in order to allow it to be ready for the new field to be installed at the stadium. And so this is the service that we're talking about today, is that preparation that occurs on the field before the field is laid out. So they don't actually install the sod or grow the sod. They're the ones that help prepare the field in order for that to be installed. And so what the contract that was bid out was for a 3-year period to go from now until November of 2026. And it's the contract before us today is the contract to not exceed $600,000 in any specific year for a total of $1.82 million over the course of the length of the agreement. And the portion that the SCSA would be responsible for is the portion, the 30% of those amounts, which is $180,000 in the first 2 years, and then up to $186,000 in that second year. And this is already included in the board-approved budget from this year. There's no new budget amendments that are necessary to encapsulate these amounts. Next slide, please. So for this solicitation process, we actually did go to the public for this process. This is a very specialized process. There's only a very few people who actually perform this service at large enough venues like ours. And so there were 5 people who were prospective respondents and who viewed the project. In the end, there was a single bidder for this project, and it was the incumbent Colony who has performed this work over the last few years at the stadium. They're very versed in this field. They do work for the Earthquakes, they do work for the Giants, and they've done the similar services here at Levi Stadium for about 9 years now, is the timetable that they've operated at Levi Stadium. And to give some just minor context on the pricing that's included in this is the 6% increase over last year's pricing, so around what we're seeing with inflation as is. And so that's the context that we're at that this contract is coming before the board for approval. Next one. So I think that's it, and I wanted to say thank you. I am available to answer questions. I think that we really do appreciate taking the time here. This is one thing that actually impacts the team on the field and actually impacts the product that we're putting on the field on a daily basis. And so for the team to have a product that makes sure that it's a safe and secure product, and one that needs to be approved by the board for this particular contract, but it is a way that we're able to make sure that we're giving our team the best advantage at any time. So I'm here if there are any additional questions that the board may have or others may have. I'm happy to go ahead and answer them.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the council if there are any questions, not necessarily for you, you can have a seat. Thank you. Any questions or comments? We're going to start with Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll start with, hope you didn't sit down too fast, or one of you can answer this question is, considering the time and how this has got moved to this date, will you be prepared for the next game? That I know it takes time, that you were saying, so I want to make sure that
Sir, you can have a seat.
prepared.
Thank you. All right. Is that your question? Councilmember Jane, Authority Member Jane.
Yeah, of course, we want to have as many concerts there as we possibly can, since we make money off of the concerts. If we have more concerts, we possibly have more field replacements. And those are non-NFL events. But the stadium, Stadco still pays 70% of those replacements if there's more. Is that correct? Yeah.
Thank you. Authority Member Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. So I had a similar question about that as well, about the push for so many concerts, and yet if it has such a significant impact on the sod, then who is ultimately paying for that, for the replacements? There was mention about 2 concerts generating millions of dollars. We haven't seen any backup on any concerts to justify that we're making millions of dollars. So I'm concerned with the cost that's being expended here, especially if the facade is being replaced so frequently. I also want to add in an issue that's come up where it seems like there's some, a stadium LED lighting system that's been put in place that's causing great concern in not just in Santa Clara, but all over the Bay Area. They're seeing these pinkish lights coming out of the stadium, and people thought it was the Aurora Borealis. But it seems like it's some kind of a lighting system that's been put in place, and actually I've never seen it before or heard any concerns about it until the last 2 weeks. I would say it's become known to folks, and they're seeing these eerie lights. So I'm wondering what is the, I read up about this LED system and the significance of it, and I'm wondering if that is being implemented as a way to save on costs on sod replacements, and also the cost. I read where for a football stadium it could cost between $170,000 to $880,000 for the system. So I'm curious to know who is paying for this system that just seems to have only become visible or knowledgeable to folks in the last 2 weeks, and what the plan is, of any, to have as impact on the sod and potentially replacements. And so that's all I have for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Authority Member Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Kenley and Francine and Jihad for your presentations. I appreciate that. I have a question, rather, I want a confirmation from the city attorney. We have been quoted like Stadium Lease Exhibit A and Section 8.3.1. Everything we are discussing today about the sod, like 70-30 ratio and when they can replace the sod, falls under those 2 lease agreements which we signed with the Stadium Authority. I just want a confirmation that that is very true on that. And I appreciate Dr. Lee mentioning that we have a financial management system which is transparent right now. You have a direct view of that, and I know I fought for that. I wanted that to be way back, and I'm glad that is showing results, and we can see the results on that. I really appreciate that. So as per the expenses being asked, those are as per the contract, and do we have the sufficient proofs for those, documentation for those, to Director Kenley? Those are my direct questions about the approval as well as for the, that we are adhering to the stadium lease. And I also want to point out, we saw the history for 2021 and 2022 and previous histories. So have we historically followed the same rules when we paid in the past? This council approved the finances in the past too. So I need confirmation on that one too. Thank you. Those are my questions for the time being.
I have comments, but I'll save those. My question is the sod replacement costs for the non-NFL events. Are they also split 70-30 with the team paying 70 and the Stadium Authority paying 30% under this groundskeeping definition? Any other questions? Authority Member Jane.
Yeah, I sit on the audit committee with a couple of other council members here on the dais. And Director Lee, can you confirm, based on the last audited numbers, whether in the last fiscal year there was a profit of roughly $8 million from non-NFL activities? Now, I know that didn't flow to the general fund, but that was a profit from activities. Is that correct?
Any other questions? All right, Treasurer Lee.
Thank you for the question, Board. I think a couple of these I'll answer, and then I'll turn over to our stadium management team. And so I'll just go backwards. Board Member Jane, the profit of around $8 million for non-NFL events, yes, that's correct. That was for the 22-23 fiscal year. I think I had mentioned that in a prior presentation before the board. Question, Chair, you asked about the non-NFL events. So in the years that were shown here, 20 to 22, those costs were only allocated via shared expenses. So those are split 70-30. I'd have to do some further analysis in terms of prior to that based on the documents I have in order to confirm what those allocations were, but at least the information that was both presented and what we have in our financial management system, 70-30 only in the shared expenses. And then Board Member Shahal, you asked historically, do we follow the same rules and do we have the backup in our financial management system? Yes, we, with every other one of those transactions that I showed on the screen, every one of those invoices, we do get backup. We do review those on a monthly basis based on sampling. And then just historically, since with the data shown, as I mentioned earlier, that 70-30 split rule based on the agreement. And I think there were other questions, one to both the city attorney and then some questions about being prepared for the next games and some of the concert impacts and the lighting system. So I'll defer those to the stadium manager.
Please come back up.
All right, thank you, Board, for those questions. As it relates to if there are additional concerts, how are those dollars being split? When it fits within that definition of groundskeeping services, it doesn't, within that definition, it's always going to be 70-30. So if you look at that time period that we showed from 2020 to the current, there were no, costs that were attributed to specific. There were no groundskeeping costs that were attributed to those specific events, and so that wouldn't have been charged directly to those events at that time. It was split that 70-30. That's not to say that if there are costs outside of those that definition of groundskeeping services, that couldn't be charged whether to an SCSA event or whether to a STADCO event. But besides that, as far as the groundskeeping services definition, those costs are going to be treated as 70-30 splits, 70 to the 49ers, 30 to the Stadium Authority. But that's not to say that there couldn't be other costs that might be attributed to those specific events if there were additional concerts. But as you saw from that, the graphs for the last 3 years, there haven't been any that were charged to non-NFL events at the stadium. All of the groundskeeping services were charged on that 70-30 split. As it relates to the cost of the any equipment that may have been, that would have had to have been part of a budget. I think there's some specific equipment that was discussed about the grow lights. That was equipment that is being implemented at the stadium right now, which may have caused that glow that you're seeing. We think that may have been exacerbated by the fog that we've seen over the last couple of days. Not a particular expert on how light refracts through fog, but I have a feeling that was probably what caused the glow that people were seeing. But that's really what is intended to defray and decrease the amount of costs and replacements that we need, because it helps the grass grow stronger and quicker, so that we can actually keep. Ms. Hughes went through how during these months in particular, the grass is it's a little more difficult to grow it during this time period, and so those grow lights help that, and hopefully will save us some costs in the long run. And the cost for that equipment was not charged to the SCSA. That specific equipment that we have in place right now is equipment that was purchased by STADCO or utilized by STADCO at this time. As far as it relates to, there's another question about booking. If we book more, do they pay more? In terms of, that groundskeeping definition doesn't change the number of concerts that occur in between those time periods. It's really about, okay, is the field being replaced for a specific purpose, and those costs are being split 70-30, irrespective of whether it occurs in December or whether it occurs in August at the beginning of the season. That's still going to be the same cost split 70-30 for that definition of groundskeeping services. I think there was a question for the city attorney that was included as well. But I think I got everything.
That's it, I think. City attorney? I mean, Stadium Authority attorney.
Yeah, authority council, I think, Mayor, we struggle with our titles when we're in the authority. Appreciate the question. I agree that the provisions identified in the lease apply to the services to be performed under the contract. That's before you tonight. It's actually a beneficial categorization, right? 70-30 as opposed to a 50-50 split. So I think that contract interpretation is correct in terms of how it applies to the contract before you.
Authority Member Becker. No, Authority Member Becker.
Yeah, I was.
No, go ahead.
Okay,
please.
well, I was going to actually state that my question wasn't answered, but I was going to wait if somebody was going to answer that.
We will be prepared for the next game, but
Okay.
there will be some replacement that's required prior to the following game, Christmas game.
Okay, awesome. So continuing, sorry about that. Reading what you have presented, reading what city staff has presented to us, it is pretty common sense what I see. I don't know why there is such controversy with this. I mean, there clearly is a contract. There clearly is something that states what we are responsible for. Some of us didn't agree to this, but it's clearly in the contract. Some of us were here and voted on these issues to accept this, know about this. Therefore, I'm ready to make a motion to take staff's recommendation in moving forward because we do have to follow the contract.
Second.
All right, motion and a second. Authority Member Park.
Yeah, I wanted to thank everyone for the presentations. Thank you for State Manager for coming. It's actually really nice when we can have discussions in person. Presentations were solidly satisfying. Apologize for everyone here for having to sit through this because we got a big presentation coming up afterwards. Literally discussing groundskeeping, should have been approved on consent. This is just more dirt in politics. Not just sure what kind of dirty secrets the mayor expected to unearth with this report, because no matter how much the sod replacement costs, it would be dirt cheap. We had a lot of ground to cover tonight, and we still do. We're spending a lot of it on sod, which I guess is appropriate, groundless speculation. I had some more puns, but they were too dirty to share, so I'll just stop here. Thank you.
Authority Member Watanabe? Did you have your light on? I'm sorry. Okay. All right.
Madam Mayor, I'm not remembering if we went to the public or not on this, so I got a little distracted. City Clerk, have we gone to the public?
No.
Okay.
I was getting comments first, and then
Oh,
we'll
very
go
good.
to the
Yeah,
public.
I
Is that
just
okay?
wanted to remind, just
Thank
to
you.
make sure we had that stuff.
Authority Member Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm glad that we had a detailed discussion about this topic, and I'm glad that we discussed the lease agreement as it applied to this particular topic. There have been so many misunderstandings, so much politics being done on various topics about stadium, but I'm so happy that whole team is here, and you basically drill it down with each and every lease agreement and each and every, the accounting, the finance department, our own SCSA finance department verified that, okay, we verified the documents, we verified the expenses, and everything is clear. So I would expect that this thing should happen in future too, basically, so that we don't have any information gap between our residents, between the council, or between anybody else. So this really was very, very helpful, and I'm happy about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Authority Member Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes. So, yeah, thank you for coming in and presenting. And I think in light of the lights that have suddenly appeared in Santa Clara, the timing of this was really, it was good timing. However, when we bring up questions and want further discussion on these kinds of issues, it has nothing to do with politics. It has to do with the taxpayers' money and making sure that stadium authority costs are being properly allocated and that there's an accounting for them. I mean, when this issue was raised, there were quite a few people that actually expressed concern and gratitude that this cost was actually being questioned. And so that is what this is all about. People would like to turn it into something else, but this is about making sure that the stadium funds are being properly spent and allocated, and nothing more than that. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to now open it to the public. If any member of the public that would like to speak on this issue, now's the time to come forward. Anyone here in the chambers? Anyone online? All right. So I just have a couple comments, and I'll make them pretty quick. I asked for this item to come back because one of the issues is that the stadium is making money and concerts are making money. But what's happened is that the costs and expenses of the stadium have eaten away any revenues that flow to our general fund for non-NFL events. So I do question these costs and expenses because for the last 6, maybe 7 years, we have had zero money for non-NFL events coming into our general fund because the costs from the managers are eating away at any money. We did have money coming in, I think the last time was 17, 18, for concerts and other events. So it's important that we question where this money is going for the expenses because we don't want our non-NFL side to pay for expenses on the NFL side. And so when this came up for field replacements, I went, well, wait a minute. This hasn't happened in the past. And I'll give you an example because I only go through, I asked the executive director to bring back numbers. I didn't get anything. You saw some stuff tonight, but it's so late I can't even evaluate them, and the public can't either. I don't even have a written copy of what was presented. But I only went back through our budget for this groundskeeping, as they call it. In 15-16 was 112,000. 16-17, 144,000. Then it goes to 165,000, 154,000, and these are actuals. 29,000, this is COVID, 0. And then it jumps up to 636,000 last year, and this year 650,000. So I'm wondering what happened in those earlier years if we're field replacing 70, 30, all those things. That didn't happen because groundskeeping is the up-to-date management, day-to-day management of the description that's in the lease agreement. But I looked at the stadium lease agreement, and under maintenance, repair, and obligations, it says tenant, which is the 49ers, shall pay all costs and expenses of operating and maintaining the premises to the extent such costs and expenses are directly attributable to tenant events, including field preparation. In no event will any tenant event expense constitute a shared stadium expense. So that's what's happened in the past, but coincidentally, 2021, the number went up dramatically, which is also at the same time we lost our city manager and we lost our city attorney, and then the expenses blossomed and out of control. When I asked about the concerts and is the field replacement after the concerts shared 70-30, the answer was very clever. Oh, if it fit the groundskeeping, then it was shared 70-30. But it was always my understanding, if there's a concert and the field needs to be replaced, it was supposed to be negotiated with the concert costs and that the stadium authority would pay for the field replacement. It wasn't shared 70-30, it's the stadium authority, which is and I understand that part, but what was before us was field replacements during football season. The public should not be paying anything, much less 30%. And you'll see how those numbers have increased. That's why I was concerned. That's why I asked for the numbers. I am not surprised that this board you'll see the vote, they're going to vote for it. And, you know, I don't know what's up with the staff, because all you have to do is look back at our actuals from the first few years to see we were nowhere near paying any of this. So that's the question. City Clerk, when you're ready. Please register your vote. And that passes 5-2. All right. The next item you've all been waiting for. Yay. Sorry it's taken so long, but we all know how grouse grows now. The next item is item number 7, which is action on the downtown precise plan, downtown form-based zoning code, related amendments to the general plan and associated environmental impact report and mitigation monitoring and reporting program. And as most of you know, my office is in this precise plan area, so I will be recusing myself for this discussion. If you can give us just a couple minutes so we can have Vice Mayor Park come and set up here in this so that he can preside over this meeting. So just give us a couple minutes.
Okay, thank you everyone for your patience. We have item 7, which is the downtown precise plan. Item 7, downtown precise plan, downtown form-based zoning code, related amendments to the general plan and associated environmental impact report and mitigation monitoring and reporting program. So this is a public hearing, which I now declare to be open. At this time, I think we've got a staff presentation. I believe I see Andrew Crabtree here, but
Yeah. So Vice Mayor Park, let me give an introduction to this item. So Javon Grogan, City Manager, to the council, members of the public, both here and at home. Really happy to present this item to you. Oftentimes, before the City Council, you have things what we refer to as current planning projects that are coming up before you for review and hopefully approval. But not always do you have advanced planning items, and really that's what we're talking about. We're talking about visioning a different reality than we have today. And so the proposed downtown precise plan is really the culmination of a 5-year community engagement process to develop a vision for rebuilding the city's downtown as a vibrant place. The precise plan is an important step to encourage investment in downtown. The plan, combined with the proposed form-based code, provides transparent standards that are aimed to achieve the community's vision for projects, public spaces, street improvements, and building design. These standards aim to provide more certainty to property developers and owners, and thus encourage redevelopment as that is consistent with the plan. The community priorities that are represented in the documents include restoring the original street grid from our historic downtown, creating high-quality public spaces, and providing a dynamic retail experience and developing attractive buildings. Tonight's presentation will be presented by Assistant Director of the Community Development Department, Rena Brio, and so I'll invite her to the podium to provide the presentation. Thank you.
thank you very much.
I always have to test this mic. Great. Can everyone hear me okay? Thanks. So good evening, Vice Mayor and members of the City Council. As City Manager Grogan introduced, I'm Rena Brio, the Assistant Director of Community Development, and tonight for the City Council's consideration is the adoption of the Downtown Precise Plan and Form-Based Code. Tonight, I'm going to provide history and background that's important to understanding the context of this planning effort, the extensive community outreach that's been done to date, the contents of the Precise Plan, the contents of the Form-Based Code, the implementation measures that are necessary to bring the plan to fruition, and then the staff recommendation, which is also the Planning Commission's recommendation, that is going to include 5 actions for the City Council to consider taking tonight. But first, we're going to start with understanding downtown's history. So Santa Clara started as an agricultural community and evolved to being a railroad town. And our downtown had traditional Main Street uses. And this is where people came for their daily shopping needs. This is where they lingered with their neighbors, where they went for entertainment to see a movie at the theater, and where civic celebrations were held. Many people have said that our historic downtown was the soul of this community. And yet today, in 2023, with a growing city of 130,000 residents, the community is seeking to get back that downtown that was lost. And so why are we here? The left photo is the downtown in the early 1960s with a view down Franklin Street. In 1963, the City Council of that time voted to demolish 8 city blocks in the name of really urban renewal to build a mall, and that vision was never realized. The middle photo was taken in the 1970s, and after much of the downtown was demolished. Today, to the right, you can see what is the current aerial of our downtown. You can see how a lot of the development that followed actually disrupted that original street grid. A lot of large projects came forward that spanned what had been previously multiple city blocks. Planning is about the future, and a large part of the vision of the Precise Plan is to restore the street grid, and to do so with the opportunities through development. For background, the city's existing general plan identifies downtown as a focus area that would have up to 129,300 square feet of commercial uses and up to 396 new residential units. There have been multiple efforts to really reinvigorate downtown, but really in 2016, 2017, there was a groundswell of community activism to rebuild the downtown. And this was not intended to be a plan that would sit on a shelf, but instead a plan that would spur development and investment. In October 2019, the consultant was hired for the precise plan, and in May of 2021, the form-based code was added as a task. The consultant team includes WRT, which is the main consultant, and they have an extensive sub-consultant roster, and they specialize in the areas that are here on the slide today. I'd like to call out the consultants who have developed strategic direction for the plan. WRT's James Stickley and Peter Wench led the development of the precise plan. David Sargent and Andrew Krisman of Sargent Town Planning was responsible for the development of the form-based code. David Greensfelder of provided retail strategy, and Ben Sigmund of EPS provided economic feasibility and market analysis. The Downtown Community Task Force was appointed by the City Council to provide input on the plan, for the plan's vision, as well as for key decision-making on policies. And they are a broad spectrum of individuals who have a diverse background. They include Adam Thompson, Chair of the Old Quad Residents Association, Dan Ondrusek, Vice Chair of Reclaiming Our Downtown, Butch Coyne with Santa Clara University, Anna Vargas Smith with the Historical Landmarks Commission, Deborah Von Hoon with the Cultural Commission, Matthew Reed representing the El Camino Real Advisory Committee, Rob Mayer, who's a local architect, Atisha Varshni, who's a local designer, and Chan Tai, also with Santa Clara University. These members of our DCTF had 43 task force meetings. And in these 43 task force meetings, they were more often than not over 3 hours long. And they had homework assignments and research that they did between these meetings. Really, it's the members of this task force that has provided a tremendous amount of input into the precise plan and into the form-based code that's in front of you today. Ooh, I think I'm going backward. Thank you. So this planning process began with an existing conditions analysis. And what I'd like to point out is that the consultant team met with a developer stakeholder group at the beginning of this process, really to establish what the financial feasibility of the amount of development capacity that would need to come into the plan in order to spur near-term development. And really in the beginning of fall of 2020, the plan framework was developed, and then in the fall of 2021, we had the draft plan take shape. The draft plan was then available for the public in fall of 2022. And then in May of 2023, the work related to the form-based code took shape. We have had extensive community outreach throughout this whole process. I'm going to talk about that in a second. And we've also worked on preparing and circulating an environmental impact report. Regarding the community outreach, so as I had mentioned, there were 43 community task force meetings. And those meetings were also for members of the public to provide input on the various different work products along the way. There were 2 online surveys and then 2 meeting in a box activities that were distributed to the community. What meeting in a box was really to empower community members to have a facilitated conversation with other community members about the vision of the downtown. There was also a downtown retail community workshop. There was Santa Clara University student engagement workshop. And then really in 2020, the pandemic happened and we had to shift to a different format. So those meeting in a boxes actually got switched to meeting out of the box, and they became 6 virtual meetings where those community members facilitated with other community members more input onto the plan. There were stakeholder and technical advisory meetings, there was a placemaking community workshop, and a community open house. So to orient everyone to the boundaries of the precise plan and the form-based code, the areas between Benton Street to the north, Lafayette Street to the east, Homestead Road to the south, and Madison Street to the west. It is that pink pink rectangle, that's in the middle of the plan area on the slide. It is set within the old quad, which its neighbor surrounding it. Right across the street in certain areas is Santa Clara University's campus. Within a very short walk of downtown is the existing Caltrain station. And then Santa Clara is getting a BART station. That's getting built and will be operational in 2030. I should mention that the entire plan area is 25 acres in size. So before we start talking about the contents of the precise plan and the form-based code, I'd like to provide an overview of planning and what these tools accomplish. So the general plan is the city's plan for the future, really parcel by parcel. It provides designations on land use and density. And precise plans and specific plans are actually neighborhood plans. So they're area plans that really allow for us to comprehensively plan not just parcel by parcel, but an entire neighborhood that's developing. And these are part of the general plan. Zoning code implements the form and function of the general plan by regulating development standards and uses. And then a form-based code is a unique type of zoning that provides precise objective development standards regarding building design, but it actually doesn't regulate uses. Form-based codes, our particular form-based code that we're proposing today is going to have a call out for the ground floor, specifically for retail, but I'm going to get into that in a second. So it's a slight deviation. Ooh. Regarding the precise plan. So the precise plan is intentionally flexible. It supports office, hotel, residential uses, civic uses, a mix of all these uses on every parcel in the plan area. And really based on the form allowable. And when I say form, it's because the precise plan and the form-based code actually provide a lot of inputs on what that form is going to be. The precise plan's development capacity will allow up to 1,071 new residential units and up to 729,620 square feet of new commercial space and up to 44,300 square feet of public space. This is 2.7 times the housing and 5.6 times the commercial compared to the current general plan. As I mentioned previously, the development intensity has been informed by a financial feasibility analysis and the community's interest to spur development and the high-quality infrastructure that the precise plan calls for. The plan framework includes 3 components: streets and public spaces, essential land use, and urban form. So streets and public spaces really seeks to reestablish the street grid by extending streets through the downtown into an interconnected network. There are design requirements for each type of street that is designated, whether they be thoroughfares or community commercial connectors, pedestrian-oriented downtown streets, service-oriented downtown streets, and even alley locations. This precise plan encourages bike-friendly designs and actually supports the maintenance of the Monroe, Benton, and Homestead bike lanes. And it also calls for a new continuous bike lane that would be on the restored Washington Street. So that's the street that currently dead ends into the downtown, which would be restored and allow for bicycles to move really more safely with vehicles. These are the cross sections of the various streets. And as you can see, sidewalk dimensions are called out, vehicle thoroughfares are called out, landscaped areas with spillover seating are called out, and they're all very unique to the particular streets that are called for in the plan. So with streets and public spaces, the plan provides really 3 parks, plazas, and open spaces that I would say are iconic. There's the Arts Commons. I think you can see this without me trying to use the pointer. Oh, there we go. The Arts Commons, which is on the corner of Lafayette and Franklin Street. This is actually utilizing city-owned land. So it's going to be generous in size, and it's going to allow for public gatherings, for things like viewings of outdoor film. There's the Central Green, and really what's happening, I knew that was going to be a problem. Here we go. What's happening at the Central Green is that The four corners of that intersection are going to have a very lush landscape lawn. It's going to really unify the center of downtown as a very special place. And Franklin Square is adjacent to the historic post office. It's an area that's anticipated to have the downtown farmers markets. And that should be of the appropriate size if combined with some of closing temporarily some of those adjacent streets. Essential land use. So as I mentioned before, really this precise plan only prescribes land use at the ground floor in certain parcels. And really there was a very careful designation of these parcels so that where activity levels were intended to be high, this is where retail is supposed to happen. So in red, you'll see the designation of retail required. And what that means is that on day one, when a building is constructed at the ground floor, retail tenants should be occupying that space. Retail ready means that the building will provide for the adequate infrastructure for the ground floor to have retail in the future, but may not need to have the retail occupy it on day one. So things like venting would occur so that you could convert that space into a restaurant space over time. So understanding development realities and the market was a really important part of this plan. And what the development feasibility analysis did was it looked at the costs of land acquisition, design and permitting, infrastructure, the regulatory limits on height, things like parking, the requirements of the building code based on construction type, the capacity of the utilities, and really the market demand per square foot that could be achieved with rent after the projects were constructed. So based on the findings of this market analysis, you see in front of you the types of projects that have been determined to be sort of financially feasible and have been built into the plan. So townhomes and mid-rise housing are the type of residential type that appear to be the strongest financially feasible development types. Although rent is high, it is a little surprising, but it's actually not high enough right now at this location to support high-rise residential because of the higher construction costs with type 1 construction. Mid-rise and high-rise office could be financially feasible at some point. As everyone here knows, office demand is at an all-time low, and it's going to take some work to bring office in. The downtown isn't really an established place yet for Class A office space, but something like boutique office could happen in the future, especially as we bring amenities into this area. And ground floor retail is expected to be revenue neutral, so not necessarily a lot of profits in retail for those property owners, but hopefully will not make these projects not feasible either. So in terms of urban form, we have in this plan here specific heights based on each parcel. And I want to be clear that height is to be measured based on the number of stories and number of feet. Those are both metrics that could not be exceeded. The particular parcels, you'll see sort of the methodology here for why height is where it is. Adjacent to the old quad, really density and height is stepped down to be, I would say, just sensitive to that interface. Where you're going to see more density, is along Lafayette Street. There's a city-owned parcel, and that is of high density currently. And really along Franklin Street, first of all, you have a much more of a buffer from the residential, and you're wanting to create some critical mass here around the central green. The post office is historic, and there's going to be some lower density around the post office to make sure that that's a sensitive interface as well. So a little bit about what the difference is between conventional zoning and form-based codes. So a conventional zoning is something that really focuses on uses. And there are standards for height, setbacks, FAR, dwelling units per acre. Those are things that happen in zoning. However, they don't translate to a really known product at the end of the day. So there's a lot of guesswork that happens with conventional zoning in terms of the form of the building. However, it really focuses on the fact that there is an assumption that certain uses are not compatible with each other. And so the emphasis is on trying to separate uncompatible uses, and the form-based code has a very different philosophy. Instead, it really wants to put energy into having a very precise vision of what a building is going to be once it's constructed. So it has design requirements, which I'm going to get to in a second, and it has an opposite approach related to use. So form-based codes typically don't have much to say in terms of how to regulate uses. Really, the idea is that uses can be synergistic, and there shouldn't be much concern about trying to separate them. So the city's new form-based code would take the place of the zoning that's in this area today. And what the form-based code is going to do, it's going to have building heights and massing, setbacks. And what I really want to emphasize is the building facade design. That's where there is a tremendous amount of unique standards that have to be met. Some of those include massing increments. They're prescribed in a manner so that to break up the facade, to give it sort of a rhythm of a traditional downtown, to separate the storefronts and the buildings. Standards for how much fenestration, that's a fancy word for windows, need to be throughout the building, and in different parts there are different amounts. Clear distinctions on what the top, middle, and bottom of the building should be. Really, how to frame a window bay, for instance, that's specificity that's in this form-based code. The dimensions of arcades and when it's appropriate to incorporate them into design, that's also a part of the form-based code. Dimensions of awnings, the bays for vehicle entrances, and I really could be going on and on. There is a lot of specificity on design in the form-based code. Another thing to point out is the form-based code has unique standards around signage. So in general, I would say that the form-based code allows for more creative types of signs than the conventional zoning district does. So at the beginning of this planning effort, the community wanted to have some community benefits that would go alongside with incentivizing people to provide them by providing for some more height. Now, as this plan went on, the DCTF actually kind of changed direction after doing some research. They decided that instead of having a program that equated specific community benefits with added height, they wanted to have a fee-based community benefits program where individuals would pay additional fees, and in exchange, they would get added height. Now, a couple things about that. One, all the community benefits are still incorporated into the plan as they were envisioned, so there's still a list of what people want to see happen here in downtown. And there's still the image, if you will, that you can see on the screen of what potential building heights could be with bonuses. However, because a fee-based community benefits program is a fee, it actually requires a nexus study. And that nexus study was not incorporated into the scope of this plan. That actually is going to cost more money and is a different work effort. So we have included into this plan the community benefits as a list, as well as the bonus heights, but none of those can be implemented until the fee program comes forward. And we do anticipate coming to the City Council and asking for some additional support financially to make that happen. The other thing I do want to mention is that a fee, when it is developed, does need to be grounded in the fact that there is also a competing program around providing density, and that's state bonus density law. And to summarize it, if projects provide certain affordability levels, they too can increase height, but what they can also do is get waivers on certain standards. And those waivers are not ideal because obviously we developed this form-based code for really a precise set of designs. So really there would need to be some thought a little bit around grounding that fee to try and promote people to use the community benefits program rather than state bonus density law. But that, like I said, that's a separate body of work. So constraints. This plan has been incredibly well crafted. A lot of work has gone into it. There are things, though, outside of the documents that are in front of you that are going to influence downtown and how it comes to fruition. So near term, the current economic market is not favorable to development. Projects across the state, across the country, having a really hard time getting financed. That hopefully is a short-term situation. The elephant in the room, though, is the state of California's recent laws around housing. And really, as I mentioned in the last slide, housing at certain affordability levels can waive city standards through waivers and concessions. Those are standards that are in traditional zoning. Those are standards that are in form-based codes. So state laws and facilitating housing are still a reality in our downtown. And then really, this is not a tabula rasa. Here we have developed properties, and many of them are profitable or are operating as successful businesses. And really, whenever you redevelop, there's risk, right? So they may not be incentivized to turn over their properties in the near term. However, what there is here is opportunity. And for the 25 acres, we have over 5 acres of city-owned land. That's land that could be developed in the near term with an RFP process. And what that process would allow is for the city to have development that brings in amenities, that brings in that high-quality design that will be a catalyst for the downtown, but also set that very high bar for what we expect private development to do. We have implementation measures in the precise plan. It's table 6-1. And really, here we have a list of not just the city, but other partners that we think are going to need to work with us on certain tasks, whether they be short-term, mid-term, or long-term tasks. They're all spelled out here. And really, this takes me to the staff recommendation, which I want to emphasize is also the Planning Commission's recommendation. I want to mention that in front of you, Action 5 includes a ordinance that has some modifications, and the City Council should have that ordinance with the modifications. To summarize, those changes are really to reflect the fact that the plan, we went to the Airport Land Use Commission. The ALUC wanted us to incorporate certain policies into our plan, which we did. The ordinance has just been modified to reflect that fact, that they requested something of us and we complied. So with the staff recommendation, it's for the City Council to adopt a resolution approving the Downtown Precise Plan Water Supply Assessment, adopt a resolution approving and certifying the final EIR prepared for the Downtown Precise Plan and Form-Based Code, including CEQA findings and a statement of overriding considerations, and adopting the project's mitigated monitoring and reporting program, adopt a resolution approving the Downtown Precise Plan, adopt a resolution approving the general plan text amendment to modify the downtown core land use designation and amending the general plan land use diagrams for phases 2 and 3 to reflect the Downtown Precise Plan, and to waive the first reading and introduce an ordinance amending the zoning code to create the downtown zoning district and make correspondings to the changes in the zoning map. That concludes the staff report. I do want to acknowledge with me today is 2 members of our planning team, obviously Director of Community Development Andrew Crabtree, as well as Leslie Xavier, who's been the project manager for the past 5 years on this effort. So with that, I can take any questions you have.
Thank you very much for the report. At this time, we'll take questions and questions only from the council for the director or any part of the staff, the assistant director as well. And if I might ask, can we get the answers to the questions at the most reasonable times? Meaning, if we can get quick answers to some of the questions, that would be nice, if possible, because some other questions or other ideas may follow from the answers for the questions that are being asked. Thank you. Okay, I don't actually see the, no, I have Zoom, but they're not, the system is not on Zoom. I can't see that their hands are
Okay, so Councilmember Hardy has her hand up.
Okay, so we'll yeah, that works too. except it says Councilmember Davis. I will go to Councilmember Hardy and then Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you. I hope my voice holds out. Okay, you went through it pretty fast. I wanted to make certain I understood how much land total and how much was city-owned. I think I heard 25 and then 5 acres. There were 25 acres and 5 acres. I was trying to catch that, but you went a little fast. Because the reality is, this is a vision, and some of it we have control over, and some of it we don't. Don't in the same way, I should say, because we don't own it. I was surprised when I first had form-based code explained to me. It was more, this is the envelope, and then you can put whatever you want into it, which I did here as far as housing and retail and things like that. But I was a little surprised that our ceiling heights are very prescribed in this and called out, and I wanted to know why. The ceiling widths, I wasn't really clear on what are they now and what is the difference in the proposal, because I did see the numbers. My concern is with more and more requirements being added to this and many restrictions, my worry is it's less likely to happen. We're less likely to have developers come in. And was there a plan for the farmer's market during a construction time? Because that is now on that's a city road, and I was the one that proposed that it be year-round. If anybody remembers way back when, that was me who said, why do we only do this 6 months out of the year? Well, this has been very successful. It is a gathering place for the old quad on the weekends, and I was wondering what, if any, were there any plans? If there's construction at that point, how do we handle that? Those are the ones for now. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, I think we can take some of these now. So the entire plan area is 25 acres. 5 acres is really available for near-term development. There's actually some more acreage. For instance, I don't think those 5 acres includes the land that's under the Franklin Mall. Those are condo units that are on city land. So I actually think the total acreage is greater than 5 acres. I was just talking about the area that could be redeveloped in the future, in the near term, I should say. In terms of heights, and yeah, maybe that's a good analogy for how a form-based code should be looked at, that you're building the envelope and you're not really as concerned about what you're putting in. I hadn't heard that before, but that kind of works. Height is prescribed because it's part of form. Density is not. So you can get a building that's a certain height and a certain massing, but the number of units specifically within that building isn't something that's prescribed. So height is a part of form, and that's why it's prescribed with the form-based code and the precise plan. Concerns about, is this, I think I'm capturing this, are there concerns about this not happening because I was trying to understand, because we don't control all the city land, all the land in the area?
My concern was by putting so many different things that everyone wants in there, too many requirements, it not happening. And when I talked about, I understand the overhaul height, what I was asking about, there goes the voice, is the ceiling to floor requirements for each floor.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy and Council, let me address a few of those questions. And I'll start with the acreage that the city owns. So as the public knows, and I know you know, the city owns approximately 6 acres at 900 and 1000 Lafayette, a small commercial retail building, and a tower. There are currently approximately 32 tenants within both properties. And so when we say it's available for near-term development, near-term may still be 4 years at least. Also important to note that once this plan is adopted, if council decides to adopt it, we will essentially be beginning from ground zero on developing a plan. That plan can take on many shapes, form, and sizes. But one thing that is certainly true is that the city will need to select a development partner. We do not have the financial resources to redevelop that property. Anything will need to be re-entitled. And so it is quite a long process, as well as while we own the land, it is not clear today, based on the current market, that a development would be financially feasible there. So absolutely, totally recognize that the city owns 900 and 1,000 Lafayette, and it is very much a catalyst site. And we will immediately begin working on that. We've already had some internal conversations, but I just want to set the expectation for the community that it will take time. Additionally, we talked about Franklin Mall, and there are condo properties there, and the city does own the parking lots for Franklin Mall, and those could be considered for redevelopment as well. It would certainly take a process to work with the other tenants and owners in Franklin Mall, but those all are parcels that the city owns that could be available for development in the near term. Again, a lot of issues would need to be resolved. With regard to the requirements within the precise plan and form-based code, in the presentation, Rena did mention a number of constraints. One of those constraints is state law. I can tell you that staff is concerned that developments may seek to utilize state law versus utilize the precise plan. That doesn't mean that the council should not move forward with adopting the precise plan. It means that state law is increasingly giving developers a path to waive city requirements and to receive density bonuses. And so we need to be cognizant of that. And so absolutely, we may have a precise plan, but a property owner may seek to utilize state law. Additionally, for additional height, there's additional work that needs to be done based on what's before you tonight so that the community benefit program can be fully fleshed out and there could be a path forward for additional height through our process. That way, someone does not have to utilize state law to have more than 7 stories. So that is additional work that needs to be done. And as we do that work, we will hire consultants to assess the concepts and ideas for the community benefits. Depending on what makes it in the final analysis, we could structure a community benefit program that is too costly, and so people will then utilize state law. There will absolutely have to be a counterbalance when we fully analyze and develop that community benefit program for additional height. So yes, there are constraints, yes, there is state law, but certainly this has been a very long process, and a lot of study and a lot of work and a lot of community vision has gone into develop this precise plan. But we all have to be very cognizant of the constraints.
Councilmember Hardy, there's one other thing I want to add, just a different perspective on all the requirements. The fact that they're known requirements helps, because there are definitely times that when a project comes forward and new things get added on, you hear about how it's going to kill the project. But here, what we're telling people is, this is what you're going to need to build the project. Go build your pro forma now. So there is a, there is a benefit to providing all this information up front, but everything that City Manager Grogan mentioned is absolutely true as well. I just wanted to acknowledge that having more certainty on what the city is ultimately going to require is of benefit as well.
And I did hear the question about farmers market, but I think that kind of follows like the development schedule. But I mean, is there a way we can keep the development?
I don't believe, Councilmember Hardy, that we've gotten into that level of detail of phasing the farmers market. I know that's a cherished thing, so that will be top of mind for everyone as this plan develops.
Thank you. Go to Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Rena, for the presentation. I have 2 questions. One is based on your slide number 12. which defines the number of residential unit, 1,071, and then 729,000 commercial, square feet of commercial space, and 44,000 square feet of public spaces. So how does that conflict with the form-based code? On one side, we are saying, okay, we are using form-based code, you can do whatever you want to within the building, and on other side, we are putting this condition. So I'm a little bit, I need some clarity on that.
Yeah, it is hard. We still have to deal with CEQA, and we have to analyze impacts based on development capacity. And so really, the area was modeled based on the forms, the height, massing that's allowable, and really the mix of potential uses. And so the numbers that I'm quoting for you are actually numbers that were modeled to fit within the plan area, but also modeled from a CEQA standpoint.
So what happens, let's say, one of these three categories we are not able to fulfill one way or the other. We are building a design as per the form-based code, and let's say we don't get 1,071 residences. We only have, or we exceed that, or we don't have that money. So what happens in that case?
Yeah, I think if we exceeded any of those categories, we would need to do additional analysis, more from a CEQA standpoint, to make sure that, for instance, what's the square footage translation of commercial space for what we've analyzed for GHG and whatnot compared to dwelling units per acre, dwelling units being more. So I think there would have to be more analysis actually from a CEQA standpoint. So that's what the limitation is, and really where that would get triggered is if any of those areas were exceeded. But for instance, if the residential came first and the commercial was lagging, that wouldn't be an issue. It would be only if we're at, somebody's proposing more residential units, there would have to be more analysis and certainly some sort of supplemental CEQA documentation and a decision for the council on whether that's, the appropriate thing to do.
Okay, so we do have a solution for that. We do a CEQA analysis and bring back to the council.
Yes.
Thank you. My second question is, Airport Land Use Commission has proposed that there are some inconsistencies in the plan. I couldn't get a real picture, like are they related to the height and I know you did mention the recommendation 5 pertains to resolving that issue. Can you please explain me that a little bit more?
Yeah, the ALUC has really precise methods of measuring height and how they want us to measure height. And they just wanted to make sure that we have that in the plan specified. That is kind of actually standard procedure for us, so it's not of concern. So we added that language to the plan, but we just needed to modify the ordinance because we are, taking their recommendation and applying it. We just wanted to be very transparent since it's another agency that we've fulfilled their requirement. But I don't know, Leslie, is there anything else you want to add on that?
Just if a building's tall enough, they have to dedicate an application easement, which is standard as well.
Yeah. Yeah, the dedication of an navigation easement is a process that's needed if the building's of a certain height. The property owners go through that process. And so that's a requirement in the precise plan that's spelled out as well.
Okay, so as per our precise plan, whatever height we gave, that is not being compromised?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
That we'll still have to change some wording, but define it into the
yeah, the wording's already been incorporated into the plan.
as per the recommendation 5, right? Okay, those were my 2 questions. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, I understand, the economics of building are terrible right now. And I know we did this economic analysis of this, but I'm trying to understand, if we don't do the placemaking, if we don't do the gathering places, if we don't focus on that, we don't have a downtown. And so, we need to have public art. I mean, Priya in the Planning Commission, she said, there has to be a place where you want to take a photograph, like the Bean in Chicago or something, to say, I was here, put on Facebook and stuff. So, and I understand there's this problem with requiring community benefits. I know we were thinking about charging a percentage of the rent for the density, the bonus, heights, to fund things like public art or activities programming, or historic preservation. And I know that City Manager Grogan said that it's a trade-off because of the state bonus density law. But can we still, even with the state bonus density law, can we still require a public art fee?
I'm sorry, still require?
Public art fee.
Oh, a public art fee. So, yes, if the city wanted to create its own public art fee, we still could require that. I believe so far infrastructure hasn't been touched in terms of when a development comes forward, they can't say, hey, I don't want to build your road or collect that particular impact fee. So I think we would probably need to look at that a little more closely if an art fee would be considered the same as how we look at an infrastructure fee, for instance. But that's something that currently state law hasn't allowed people to waive.
Good. Okay. And then, we just passed on our agenda this Vision Zero funding that we received from the government. And I really like this concept of daylighting. And, it's a pedestrian zone. So that means you don't want to park cars right at the corners because you can't see people crossing in the crosswalks. So can we implement something like that as part of Vision Zero in this plan, or is it kind of too late? And then, as you know, when I was on Planning Commission, I was a big fan of live music. And so is there any provisions for soundproofing or for, making sure that you could have people living above, a live music place? I don't know if that's in there, but I really I appreciate that the Downtown Task Force spending 5 years and 43 meetings and having David Sargent talk about, why you want to have clear glass and why you want to have, floor plate heights so that, you can support those retail uses. So I appreciate all of that. I'm just trying to figure out how we can really activate this area to have it a gathering place. And really, we want people to be there and stay there and, see their friends. So that's the key thing that I focus on. So I don't know, live music, public art fees, I think you answered some of those questions.
Yeah, and I would just say for live music, I don't think there are unique code requirements, for instance, for soundproofing. That's not, as far as I know, been talked about. If these are designed as mixed-use buildings, hopefully the property owner would have a little bit of foresight to recognize that you're going to have a loud ground floor and you want to do more acoustical treatment for the upper stories, but there isn't really anything built into the code for that. And then Vision Zero, I think that when you look at how parking is designed, it's really meant to be somewhere, for instance, a lot of the entrances for parking are in alleyways, where they're, not necessarily where we're anticipating a lot of pedestrian activity. It's intended to be off that beaten path, if you will. And so I think that built into the design was an awareness that this is primarily a pedestrian environment, and how the buildings are oriented, how cars come in and out is meant to support that pedestrian environment.
My last question was, I think to Councilmember Hardy's point, was that the fact that we're doing this precise plan is once we have the zoning set up, that developers, if they come in and they comply to this, they don't have to do EIRs. So it
Correct.
it accelerates their.
Yes.
Their,
That is actually, thank you, Councilmember Jane, for bringing that up. Because I think that that is probably one of the most powerful tools of when you do advanced planning and you provide environmental clearance. Because the one thing the state has not waived is CEQA. And so people still have to go through that process, which is time consuming and there's uncertainty and people litigate on CEQA. So the fact that we have an EIR that people could leverage, I think that's going to be a very important tool to help facilitate development here. Thanks for pointing that out.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Rena, for the presentation. Yeah, I've got quite a few questions, and going back to the very beginning, when you mentioned about the restoring, part of this process is restoring the historic street grid. How does that impact the current area?
Yeah, so this plan only takes shape as properties develop. So when a property develops that is currently over where a street would be punched through or a walkway would be punched through, that's through that new development that we would actually be establishing that right-of-way dimension. And the new street, for instance, like I mentioned, Washington right now just dead ends into downtown. It's envisioned that that would be continuous through the downtown, and going through those parcels as they come in for development. Each parcel that comes in for development, we are going to implement the plan parcel by parcel. So it's a community vision for this neighborhood, but the way it's going to happen is when individual properties develop.
Okay, I understand. Regarding the extensive community outreach, exactly how far did it go?
Oh, yes, so for tonight, and for every time we sent a notice, like our notice of preparation for the EIR, community meetings and so forth, that was 1,000 feet from the edge of the downtown boundaries, as well as of the entire Old Quad neighborhood. So that's much more extensive than, is typical.
Okay. Usually it's 500.
It depends on
the type.
We have like a matrix right now in our public outreach policy. And I think that this would certainly be a significant interest project. And so it would normally call out 1,000 feet, but there is discretion to go beyond that. So in this case, recognizing the Old Quad is really affected, the entire Old Quad was noticed.
Okay, great, thank you. Let's see. Okay, going down to Central Green, you on the maps you showed you had Central Green, and was it Franklin Green?
Oh, yeah, the Franklin Plaza.
The Franklin Plaza. And so what is there currently in Central Green?
Ooh, let me tell you. Hold on a second. So Central Green today, that is F, C, D, and E blocks. Do you know? Prometheus is on part of C, right? But not necessarily where the green part is. The Prometheus project is on part of both C and E, but right at the corner there, do you happen to know? Oh, okay. Leslie's telling me it's part of the courthouse parking lot.
Okay, and then was D part of that too? Or?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, was that Prometheus?
Oh, no, D is not Prometheus.
Oh, is that the courthouse?
The courthouse is where D is.
Okay. Then Franklin Plaza, because it was hard to see the names, but Franklin Plaza, what is there? Because it looks like there's a park planned for there as well. What's in that location?
That's what's the area that's developed right around the post office. And I don't think there's much right around the post office. It's just grassy areas now. Fountain. So I think all of that would be retained.
Okay. Because based on what's planned for there, I mean, are any businesses going to be impacted?
So in general, the Franklin Mall, or where those commercial condos are, that area really needs a lot more coordinated effort where they would, because there are commercial condos, they would need to really collaborate together and probably be on the same page on how they want to develop their property if they want to develop. So I don't think any of these businesses would be affected until there is a real coordinated effort on those individual business owners of Franklin Mall to say, we want to develop, because it's unlikely that an individual condo owner would really have enough land to allow for a building. So this would have to be multiple condo owners that are coming together. Once again, the land underneath is city-owned, so the city and like those condo owners would need to work cooperatively on that.
Okay. Then regarding the townhomes and the mid-rise plan, it's stated that it was like up to 7 stories, could be up to 7 stories. And I'm just concerned how that fits into form-based code, because you mentioned something about density. And so I'm wondering if number one, I'm surprised 7 stories, because I know there have been some issues with a couple of projects down there. But number two, if the density is limited, it could be cost prohibitive for developers to come in there, I would imagine.
So I'll take those two questions separately. The 7 stories, one of those locations is actually where the Commerce Plaza is today, and that's 7 stories already.
Okay.
So there's that. I think there is one other place where 7 stories is permissible. It's not extensive. There's really a limited number of places. I'm trying to find that slide in front of me. And then in terms of your question about density and limiting density, well, it's actually the opposite. There isn't a call out for density parcel by parcel. It's really based on the height and massing. You could propose smaller units, for instance, if you wanted, and be in alignment with our form-based code and our precise plan. So I wouldn't say that it's, oh, thank you. It's not prohibitive. It's probably pretty flexible, and we might just need to be paying attention to how properties develop so that, once again, it's metering out like we had anticipated with the development capacity for the entire plan area, that, that it is distributed in the way that we thought it was going to be distributed. But let's see here. Okay, so 7 stories is actually only on Commerce Plaza. There is a property that Santa Clara University owns on the corner there that is 6 stories. I think that's 6 stories. So those are the 2 areas right on Lafayette with the highest density.
Okay. Let me see if I have anything else here. No, that's all I have for now, Rena. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions from council. I have a couple of questions. So I know that we used to develop based on zoning. We used to say this is what's zoned, and we invite people, developers, to build what we want. I mean, we've kind of gone away from that in a lot of cases because we didn't actually make the zoning map consistent with the general plan. A lot of people came in and said, well, we want to build what we want to build. I think that that's one of the reasons why not having a consistent zoning map with the general plan is a bad thing, because we don't actually tell people what we would like in certain areas, or it's not as clear when the zoning, when they can do whatever they want without having to follow the zoning that's there. In this case, is there any way that we can incentivize owners, the owners that are in the property already? I mean, when you have new developers would have to come in, they would buy the land at market rates, and then they would have the financials of having to do the development. But in the case of existing owners, those existing owners got that land pretty cheap from a long time ago. And if they were able to, do the development on their own, I would think that they could, they would have fewer costs associated with purchasing of the property. It would be the development by itself. And when we look at the economies of what they've gained from the property already based on what they've spent, it would be really interesting. It would be really nice to see what we can do to get the property owners. Is there a way we can get incentives for that? Because I would also think that even if developers want to use state law to
build something else. I mean, is there any way that we can coerce them or incentivize them? Maybe that's a better word to use, but coerce is kind of the idea. To build something that we like, maybe give them, maybe follow the form base, even if they want to build something different. So at least it looks, it's compatible, and maybe we can change the uses later without having to tear something down. But are there ways to offer incentives to existing owners, anyone that wants to use state law, to do something different? Because as soon as they do that, they've kind of, then all the plans that we've made, all the ideas that we have would have to change parcel by or project by project based on the changes that were being brought up by developers.
Yeah, Councilmember Park, you make a really good point about how existing owners would not have to take on land acquisition costs. So they're going to be in a better position to develop. I don't really have a tool that I've seen that is about incentivizing a current property owner to develop, other than honestly making the process simple and known, where there isn't community opposition, where they may not need to get as much financing, but they'll still need to get financing. So there is not as much that I've seen where there's a specific tool to incentivize a property owner to leverage the opportunity, which is, they can build their property cheaper than other people can build their property. So I haven't seen that. If other people have ideas, I'm really excited to hear about that. And then building, did you say buildings? I took my notes down here. It was if we could, could you remind me the second point again?
I guess could we find ways to incentivize developers that want to use state law to still follow some parts of, without having to, do everything, but follow some parts, like maybe the form-based?
Well, I do have to say, I think that it's rather smart that our form-based code has a lot of requirements. Because when people come in with state bonus density, they're allowed numerical limits on waivers. So you get 3 waivers, you get 2 waivers. And so if we have a lot of different requirements, they really can only, I've honestly not consulted with the attorney's office on this, but this is just my opinion, is that, I don't know. I like the sound of it. You like the sound of it. I don't know. But that's just my thought, is that because we have so many requirements, they're going to need to be, they might be able to waive a couple things, but they can't waive everything. So that's just, that in and of itself, I wouldn't say is an incentive, but this is a way to get more from the plan, just based on how we've designed it. And what I was just saying about the community benefits program being a fee-based program, and trying to realize that people have another path, that we might want to make that community benefits fee somehow more desirable than, and that would honestly take an economic analysis. I would never be able to do that, because state bonus density law is based on various different permutations on affordability, and you would need someone to analyze that. But I think that would be a good approach to see, like, hey, we want people to use this, not use state bonus density. How do we make it a better deal?
Understood. And I agree with that 100%. I also heard Councilmember Jane talk about live music, and I don't really think there's a live music ordinance. I believe it's a noise ordinance, right? And I believe that that's the reason why there isn't a lot of live music there. I mean, it's one of the reasons why I've always said you can't treat the developments along El Camino as equivalent anywhere along El Camino, because some parcels, some lots are actually deeper than others, especially on the west side. And I did an analysis many years ago that said we could actually put live music in a well-designed, parcel. We can put it on the street far enough away from residents that you don't actually get the complaints from there. But I would think that even without a noise ordinance or a live music, with the noise ordinance in place, we don't need a live music ordinance or anything like that requirements. I think it's true that any developer or any business that wanted to put live music in, they could put their own, guards in place to meet, to be below the noise ordinance nuisance levels to have live music.
Yeah,
there is no prohibition against live music.
Can I just jump in for a second? Yes. So the noise ordinance is actually about fixed noise sources.
I see.
So live music isn't something that is applicable to the noise ordinance per se. We do have in our zoning code, and I know Councilmember Jane has expressed, concerns about the amount of hoops that people have to go through in order to have live music. Because right now, you would have needed to get a conditional use permit if you wanted to propose live music. So with the new zoning code update, that it is what you were saying, Councilmember Park, really an analysis, like if you are close to residents, then we have a little more scrutiny and discretion involved, so we'd go through a minor use permit. If you are far away from residents, then actually live music would be permitted, assuming that you're doing it within certain hours. And I think in our code here with the form-based code, I think live music is just permitted. Okay, thanks. Yeah, there is still the need to get an entertainment permit from the police department.
Okay, so, but with the entertainment permit, depending on the other factors, proximity, et cetera, distance, it would be permitted. Sounds like we do have conditional use permit, minor use permits permitted within certain hours when it's far enough, but you would still have to get business licenses, well, permits from the police department, for example.
So in downtown, there isn't the requirement for a minor use permit or a conditional use permit. It would just be getting the police department's permit. In other parts of the city, it would follow what we're proposing with the new zoning code, where you would have a minor use permit, a conditional use permit if you're really close, a minor use permit if you're not that far away but still rather close, and then just permitted by right if you are of a certain distance and you're operating within certain hours.
Understood. Thank you very much. So with that, I don't see any other questions from council. I'm going to go to the public. This time we'll go to public testimony. Each member will have 2 minutes to speak. You can give time so that other people can speak longer. Actually, we've got a hand up. Okay. Mary Grizzle. Hello, Mary.
Good evening. This is a special day. It's an epic day. And you, council people, have the authority right now to make this an epic time and an epic deal by approving the form-based code and the precise plan and the EIR. It will be the beginning of our downtown. I'm a little sad that we were the last on the list. I had my 7-year-old great-grandson wanted to speak. He is the mascot for the group, and he had a statement he wanted to say to all of you. Apparently, he didn't get the chance. He has to go to school. So his mother put a time limit at 9 o'clock. But they did take a video with him asking or making his statement. I will be posting that online if you want to listen to it at a later date. I want to thank all of you for your efforts in bringing this to fruition, bringing it here before council. You all had a part in it. And of course, all our 4,500 members. This could not have happened without them. I want to thank, however it goes, this is the vote. And I'm encouraging all of you to vote, of course, yes. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Dan Onderschak.
Vice Mayor. Dan Onderschak will be speaking, and he will be presenting, and he will be given 16 minutes. He has folks that have ceded time to him. Those folks are still here present with us. That's Monica, Patty, Connie, Deborah, Bob, Ginger, and Daniel. And if comms could pull up his presentation, please.
And I believe there's a video that we're going to show. So why don't we start there? Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mike?
For over a century, this was downtown Santa Clara. It was the place where we welcomed home our veterans after wars, where we'd binge on a bag of Spanish cookies at Wilson's with our bikes unlocked in front, where we held our parades, celebrated Christmases together as a city, where we met old friends, and some of us had our first kisses in that theater balcony. In all, there were 156 retailers in downtown Santa Clara. Signs like Wade's, Bondi's, Strauss Ritz, Toledo's, and the Santa Clara Theater lit up the night. It was one of the most beautiful of South Bay's small downtowns, but its beauty and that of its neighboring quad was entirely due to its original plan. Check out this 1866 map. It shows how precisely planned everything was, because it had to be. It was 31 years before the first car entered California. People needed efficient planning because they walked to wherever they needed to be. Main Street drew people into Santa Clara's first park. Not one but two trolleys serviced downtown, all walking distance to the train station. The theater and bowling alley were on the blocks next to the students. Its banks were placed safely in the downtown belly. In 2018, one urban planner said, "Santa Clara's street grid is as elegantly planned as Savannah, Georgia." Check out this picture. All the retail windows were the same height, inviting people in, and it was planned that way. Each of the stately homes in the residential quad area that surrounded downtown were exactly the same distance to the sidewalk, all planned perfectly. For over 100 years, it was the heart of Santa Clara. Many in this room know what happens next. Even though 83% of Santa Clarans in 1960 wanted the downtown spared, the councils of 1957 through 64 knew better. What followed was a litany of illegal backroom meetings, citizen lawsuits, broken promises, and ultimately broken hearts. By 1966, downtown Santa Clara was completely demolished. What came next was almost as humiliating to Santa Clara as being the only city in the nation without a downtown. Federal funding was lost and plan after plan failed. In 1977, the last developer abandoned downtown, leaving a dust bowl of empty lots behind. An absolute lack of downtown planning replaced the once meticulously planned city center. Desperate councils panicked at the Dust Bowl and began the parcel-by-parcel development that has continued for 50 years in the downtown and in the city. This panic planning enabled strip malls to be built over Franklin Street and a courthouse and apartment housing right on top of downtown's Main Street. The result is a quilt of architecturally incoherent buildings that have absolutely nothing to do with each other, separated by acres of unused, cracking parking lots. To quote the Mercury News, "No land use decision in the last half-century has damaged the urban fabric of a city more than Santa Clara's decision to tear down its downtown." The result has no coherence, no center, and no charm. And the distinguished homes of the surrounding quad were not immune. Santa Clara lost many to ill-conceived, bland apartment complexes which replaced historic Victorian-era homes. But then things changed. In 2016, 50 years after the last downtown building fell, Councilmember Debbie Davis formed the Downtown Santa Clara Revitalization Committee. That same year, the all-volunteer citizens group Reclaiming Our Downtown was formed and grew from 5 members in their first meeting to today over 4,500 citizens. We began educating and surveying the public on the downtown and what they wanted. Soon after, the Old Quad Residents Association joined the effort. Reclaiming Our Downtown core members then began studying cities that had returned to exceptional downtowns and interviewing those city officials to understand how they did it. Cities like Chattanooga, West Palm Beach, Mountain View, Fort Worth, Ventura, Tucson, Redwood City, and many others. And all of these cities utilize the same 2 tools, a precise plan fortified by form-based code. 2 years later, in 2018, the city of Santa Clara took a huge step forward to returning the heart back to the city by approving the Downtown Community Task Force, the hiring of WRT and Sergeant Town Planning to create a downtown precise plan and form-based code for Santa Clara. After 5 years and 44 meetings in which the Downtown Task Force, WRT, and city staff took hundreds of hours of comments from the community, the precise plan and form-based code is now ready. In these 4 years, the state has been able to override local zoning if there's not what's called objective design standards. The downtown form-based code provides these objective design standards and therefore is a golden ticket to the city of Santa Clara. But there is a catch. The chair of Santa Clara's Planning Commission put it best this month.
Something that becomes the soul for the city, but there are a few must-dos for that to happen. With all of the efforts here to all of the comments made, it is absolutely imperative for this to be enforced. It has to be enforced to the words, and we've seen many, many projects come through, and we've all been there because we didn't have this word of the specific plan to affirm.
The city must completely understand and enforce the plan and form-based code. We have seen developers attempt their interpretation of a downtown building and because of a lack of code, forget vital necessities for the building's retailers, leaving nothing but empty storefronts. We even have current attempts to cherry-pick certain parts of the precise plan without implementing it in its entirety. With your vote to approve the plan and form-based code, Santa Clara will see a downtown. But will this downtown be a Sunnyvale or a destination point? This is entirely have and how they implement it. We deeply thank Andrew Crabtree for his many years of dedicated service to the city. The 2024 opening of the Director of Community Development gives Santa Clara an excellent opportunity to hire a director who has experience in implementing form-based code. There are many candidates who have this form-based code experience, as well as getting a housing element approved and working with state and federal sources to get Santa Clara much needed funding that other cities are seeing right now. In closing, we thank all of you for keeping your doors and hearts open throughout these last 7.5 years. If we continue on this path and implement and execute what we have, Santa Clara will not just have a downtown, but a destination point which will be known throughout the United States.
Thank you very much for the video. It's a very soothing voice as well.
No, it was monotone. That was a first take. I was going to try to redo it because I was like talking like that.
Now he's just bragging.
Thank you all. On September 29th, 1960, the most infamous vote in Santa Clara Council history took place. This vote, led by Council Member James Vizo and 5 other members, was the death sentence for downtown Santa Clara. Tonight's council vote will be remembered as famous as that 1960 vote was infamous. I want to deeply thank all of the members that are here and some that aren't of the DCTF who endured not 43 meetings, but 44 meetings. We count every hour. We thank every individual behind me who has worked so very hard for this night. But none of this would have been possible without the people in front of us. I'd like to thank every member of the council. You've kept your doors and your hearts open, your minds open. The mayor, city management, city staff, Manuel, Andrew Crabtree, and especially our angel, Leslie Xavier. Who had to endure me, as well as Adam Thompson, Rob Mayer, and Mary Grizzly Bear. And for that, she deserves wings. Oh, the poor thing. Form-based code gives this city objective design standards that prevents the state from coming in with mandated housing. It alone is not a golden ticket. As Priya mentioned in the video, it must be implemented by people who know what they're doing. We have an opening now. We again thank Andrew Crabtree. But as we hire a director of community development, our group, and I think the general group, asks that the person that comes in here not only knows form-based code start to finish, but has implemented form-based code in cities, not just one, but multiple. And our group knows several candidates, and we would like an audience with City Manager Grogan to discuss that. So in closing, I want to thank everybody in this room, every soul in this room for this night. It's a great night. You've made what's called impossible possible. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Next would be Rob Mayer.
Vice Mayor, Rob will be receiving 5 minutes. He has folks that are giving time to him, Janet Stevenson, as well as Lou Feria.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, hello, council and staff. I'm going to go a little off topic first, where I'll address a couple of questions that came up. In particular, why do we have extra height for retail? Well, if you have taller ceilings, you're going to have a little bit more volume and more capacity to have vibrant spaces. What if this doesn't happen, or what if it all doesn't happen? Well, I always think about Murphy Street in Sunnyvale, and that's still the gem in that town. And we have 2 blocks to start, city-owned blocks. And we can put an RFP out, and we can get something special. And at some point, it will create critical mass. I mean, we're a college town, a world-class college town. We're right near transit. I mean, it's been a no-brainer since I moved here in 2002 and bought a crumbling house built in 1866. I went to a meeting early on that was for revitalization of downtown. I saw some 3D imaging, and the first thing I saw was the crook in the street, and I said, that's got to go. You got to bring the main street straight down, you know, and that was just my first instincts. And I'm an architect, I'm trained to do some things. Urban planning's a little newer to me, but, and we got that street straightened. That's the amazing thing, and people didn't think that can happen. You know, I looked at the imaging of that plan at the time. I think it was 2002. It was lackluster. It was stucco Michelin-style boxes. There was no energy in that imaging. Well, precise plan of the Form Place Code will give us something amazing as a destination. I was on the Planning Commission, and I was part of the general plan review, and I thought, we need a precise plan. This general plan's too general. I didn't know precise plan existed. I assumed based on there's a general, there's got to be a precise. And here we are. I'm on this downtown task force to make this happen. So it's kind of an amazing thing. So the formula for revitalizing our downtown is waiting for your approval. It's the precise plan plus the form-based code to give us the highest quality downtown, time savings for all, and value for all, okay? Form-based code is a complete package. It's a vision to create soul for our downtown. Well, what's soul? Soul isn't just a bunch of boring boxes. It takes design effort to create amazing spaces, and that's what the form-based code gives us. A reveal on a window, if you do brick, you can do thin brick, that's 3/4 of an inch thick nowadays, and if that's all you get, and then a window, it lacks the gravitas and the masonry feel of that material. There's so many ways to cheat nowadays. This form-based code makes sure there's no cheating and that we're going to get the good form. You know, we always focus on, let's see, providing objective design standards for developers, which makes it easy for them, and it complies with state law. The vision is holistic. We always focus on height. How many times have you weighed in, whether you're on the plan, any committee you've been on, height, height, height? And it's pained me because you expend all the energy and then no one focuses on design. And so what we get is, okay, we got it down in height, but we got a boring box. This form-based code will ensure that we get excitement and a destination that's downtown. One of the things I'm most happy about is the amount of space between the sidewalk and the building facades on Franklin Street, which is our main pedestrian pathway. It's room for 2 rows of dining. When you go to Europe, there's a lot of cafes with multiple rows, some more than that. So that's a huge element. I could go on and on about the details, but you can always ask me if you have any design decisions or design questions. This is a blueprint from the community for the developer's success. We don't have to fight at meetings again about this or that. It's all written down. Just follow it, and it's all good. This is a recipe to save time for everybody. Developers can shortcut to what the city and community are seeking. Again, minimal public, the input's already been there. It's already in the form-based code, okay? The community will have more time to enjoy our downtown, being at these meetings till 2:30 in the morning, fighting over height and bad design. We're confident this form-based code is going to alleviate time wasted by community, to you, to staff. It's proactive, as the city manager said. That's an amazing thing to hear in this day and age. We've been too reactionary for too long. Thank you.
I know I'm next, and so I figured I'll try to shorten everybody's time.
So he's got 5 minutes as well.
All right, thank you. So a lot of times people consider time value, money. The developers do, and they want to save it. And this will help them do that. This precise plan and form-based code will help them save money. How? It helps by guiding them to exactly what the community wants, like Rob said. There's no more arguing and fighting. It also helps It also helps because we penciled this out. We had a financial analysis completed. We challenged it. We asked questions. We pushed to use the most efficient and favorite types of construction. As we've all heard, there's multiple types that contractors use. And so this is feasible at the base height and with the bonus. And it's even feasible in multiple different economies. The current economy is a little bit different, but we cannot knee-jerk. The 1960, they voted for urban renewal to jump on a bandwagon that we're still paying for. So don't worry, it will eventually come back. We have the location, location, location. This removes uncertainty. These plans remove the uncertainty for the developer, which ultimately reduces the risk. And it lessens our upfront costs. Like Rena Bria mentioned earlier, the EIR is complete for CEQA docs. So that takes out a bunch of time in the entitlement process because they can bypass it as long as they conform to the precise plan, the form-based code, as well as they don't have those upfront costs for all of those consultants, and those are large. But it does all this while giving the community the environment and experience we want. And we really built this plan from the ground up, a pedestrian experience. Like Robin mentioned, and like we have in the plan, it's forward thinking for walkability, for vibrance, for synergy, for energy, for creating a place for retail to still exist, as it is so hard when it's separated. But grouped together, it helps because we are creatures that want to be seen and we want to see others. And so that's what this plan does, it provides that placemaking. We have in here also the historical preservation of the last surviving building of the downtown, which is the post office, as well as there's still a few historical homes. And so there were boundaries set up for that, and that's in the plan where it does step down, so that way it's sensitive. And we want to put art in. I believe Suds Jane asked about having an art fee, and that is something we have put in Mountain View's preliminary, but we need that fee-based bonus structure to do. If this is successful, we're going to end up with a strong downtown, which is going to generate tax revenue through sales for the city. It's going to ultimately, you saw, triple the housing that was originally planned and is still included in the downtown, which is huge for meeting our regional and state requirements. And the jobs that are most likely to be produced are going to be more local because most of the businesses that go into downtowns are usually locally owned. They're smaller shops just because of the footprint. They're not big box stores. With all this that we've talked about, there's still exponential for even more success. And that is, we still left in the bonus height program, but we need your help. We need you to direct staff to initiate a nexus study so we can develop and finalize the bonus height program. And we ask that the DCTF come back to finish that work when the report is complete and the data is available. So that way there's continuity between it. This will help developers not have to go through the state density bonus law, which is not something we want. But ultimately, if they do, it does help us with certain things that we need, and it still gives us value. So again, there's a lot of thank yous. This has been going on for over 10 years since the day we asked Prometheus if we could make a deal on a street, and we got it. And now we keep moving forward. So I want to start by saying thank you to all the DCTF members for the 44 meetings and sitting there into the late evenings, council for directing us to do this and believing in us and letting us, do our time, WRT for putting an amazing plan together that really is forward thinking and is going to take us to the downtown we've all dreamt about, Sergeant Planning for the experience and expertise, all the staff throughout the years that have helped us and believed in us, and especially Leslie Xavier for, again, putting up with all the emails and hundreds of comments and back and forth. So really, it is an amazing feat that we've all accomplished here together. With this approved plan, Santa Clara will have a path to restore. So please, we have nothing now. There is nothing, and that's what we've had for 50 years. If you approve this plan, we have something to work off of. And as being in the construction industry, a famous saying is, plan your work and work your plan, and that's what we've done for you. We'll be here for questions, and please, there's a lot of nuances, so if you have anything, let us know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Matthew Reed.
evening, Vice Mayor Park, Council. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm not going to sell you on what happened. I'm going to be self-indulgent and just thank folks for a couple minutes. So, this has really been driven by the heart and soul of the community. And it is a significant accomplishment. I've been a part of these. I've seen them happen elsewhere. And this was really a remarkable process. It was extraordinary. The entire effort was figuring out how to get to yes, as opposed to figuring out how to get to no and fighting over what that meant. So it was really a valuable process for this city. I want to acknowledge the investment that the Downtown Community Task Force members made. It was an extraordinary amount of time and really investment and dedication and service to the city. You probably know it wasn't evenly distributed. There were folks that dedicated huge portions of their lives for the last handful of years to this effort. The support from the Restoring Our Downtown, the ongoing engagement and support of the Old Quad Association was really essential throughout the process. City staff, I know we keep talking about the beyond the call of duty that Leslie Xavier invested in this process really deserves an annual commendation. I'd be glad to write the language up for you. But it has been long, and she has buckled in and stuck with it from the beginning. For 9 seconds, I'm going to switch hats. I am the Director of Policy at Silicon Valley at Home. We support this plan. We see it as a commitment to residential and through the city-owned land and the Surplus Land Act, a really solid commitment to affordable housing in the city. It's not done yet. The benefit structure is really essential to the success of the plan area, and so on behalf of Silicon Valley at Home, we'd ask you to move forward with that as well. Thank you.
And I want to say thank you very much for that. I mean, I know that it was a couple of minutes of thank yous, but I mean, staff always hears the complaints. We hear complaints all the time, and for people to come in and just kind of give us a breath mint of thank you, your self-indulgence was well appreciated. Thank you. Next, we have Anna Vargas Smith.
Good morning. It feels like morning. Is it morning already? It is almost, you know. I'm Anna Vargas Smith. I was on the Downtown Task Force, Historical Landmarks Commissioner. I'm a history geek. I remember as a kid walking through those dirt lots on the way to St. Clair's every morning, you know. And I kept thinking, why don't people care what goes here? But every October, that parade came running right back. And you know what came back to those dirt lots? A fantastic carnival. And suddenly there's 50,000 people in that downtown. So it's the people that make the downtown so special. And it's a struggle. We can bring them there, we do events, but how do we keep them there? This plan will do that. Just recently, the parade, I had Donna DeVerona, my voice is going, and she's like, I want to stay in your downtown. And I'm like, well, we don't have a hotel there, but I'll find you one. But this is typical for the downtown. We should have all those things. You're going to the university. It's an incredible university. Why isn't there a place near the university to stay at? You know, we should be proud of our historic center. It was the most amazing little town before it was demolished. But we have this opportunity to make it right again for everyone, not just my generation, but the next generation. With this parade, and I deal with a lot of the students from the local high schools, they are excited about what's coming, and you guys could be responsible for that excitement for this next generation. That's what they wish for. They want a simple downtown They want to go to a movie theater. They want to have a boba tea with their best friends in the downtown. They want to go to the farmer's market. This is where you're going to make friends for a lifetime, memories for a lifetime. So the power is in your hands tonight. I hope you agree that this is the right move. Thank you very much for everything that you've heard us say throughout the years, and you've been so patient with us. And thank you, Leslie. Thank you, Reen. Thank you, Andrew Crabtree. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have George Harrow.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, council members. I simply urge you to support this plan. I'm a resident of the Old Quad neighborhood. This is a compromise plan that allows for future development as well as keeping the character of the neighborhood, the city, and that's very important to a lot of people. You may not believe this, but some people don't want to live in a place like San Francisco. If they did, there already would be there. There are those of us who prefer to live in a smaller town feel, and this allows that. So I urge you to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have Joe Agu.
Good evening, and I want to thank you, council members, and I hope that you will support this plan. Santa Clara really needs a downtown. I can hear from my kids and their friends going to other places, to enjoy themselves, and they will ask me, how come there is not a place in Santa Clara, where they can bring their friends and enjoy themselves? So it's very important that now that we have a new beginning to build a downtown, and sticking to a precise plan is a way to go than building a hodgepodge of buildings that doesn't make sense. So I urge you, please, to support the plan. Also, I have a question for you. What is the cultural identity of Santa Clara? Does anyone know? So that is something that we have to keep in mind as we build a new downtown. And also keep in mind, that the old days, of, having, shops and all that, we have a new, different economy, these days. That, people are shopping, online. So in the back of our minds, we have to think, what are we going to do to be able to attract, people to come to Santa Clara? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Atisha Varshni.
Good evening, Council. I started on this project as the senior designer and project manager representing WRT as a consultant. And now, in 5 years, I'm an affordable housing developer. All I can say that around my career has seen in the last 15 years, this is the most incredible process. I have consulted for multiple cities, multiple communities, developers, and universities. And this has been the most involved and the emotional process where we were being educated by the community. They were coming to us with the ideas. And I was so fortunate enough in 2020 when I got to be on the DCTF and I left my job with WRT. So I am truly requesting you to support the plan. And I would request, as a developer, as someone who has seen these projects work and revisited over 10, 20, 30-year period, we need to invest in a very prescribed, precisely written RFP process, especially given if we do not have the community benefit. That term sheet will be our tool to get all the community benefits we want on the city-owned land. And the second thing I would really, really request is, as we get these projects along, we need to start thinking in a business development or a CBD district, because operating this downtown, maintaining these sidewalks, maintaining these street trees, which go in the next 10, 15 years, will be an equally big job, and that process should start as we start negotiating with the developers our project in the upcoming near future. Thank you. And I do really, really thank Leslie. I've worked with her on both sides as a consultant and as the DCTF member, and she is always full of energy. I don't know how she does it, but thank you.
Next, we have Jonathan Evans.
Hello? Okay. Good evening, Vice Mayor and Council. My name is Jonathan Evans, and I'm the president of the Old Quad Residents Association. And I'm here tonight to call on the council to approve the Downtown Precise Plan. Clara, Rod, and the rest of the community has been working for over 5 years to put together a plan to create a vibrant walkable community and retail space for residents, as well as additional housing density. I only live a couple of blocks from here, and this is a rare case where you're hearing yes in my backyard from a group of residents. And why are we for this? What we have in this precise plan is a blueprint for developers that shows what the community wants to see in a downtown. The plan has been financially tested to show viability for developers and retains objective design standards, so we don't end up with another downtown gateway project and some bunch of empty storefronts. And I hope with this plan in place, we won't all be staying up past 1 a.m. at council meetings for the next development of downtown, or learning about sod growing. And instead, I want to invite development, but on the community's terms. So the form-based code streamlines that process and will remove the typical back and forth with the community for developments around height and design. And we won't have to go through this long CEQA process and design process if the developer follows the plan. But tonight's vote is really only the beginning. Tonight we're embarking on a journey, but it's going to be up to you, the city council, as well as city staff, to execute on this plan. And it'll be up to you to hold future development applications in downtown accountable to the plan. No exceptions, except as absolutely required by state law, and we need to hold to the community's vision and not back down when the first development that comes our way to rush this process. We live in the center of what's possible, and the new downtown is possible with this plan. And I also want to thank everybody who spent time on this, the DCTF members for their long time, Adam Thompson, Rob Mayer, Dan Ondrosek. I want to thank Leslie and the rest of the staff for all the time they put into this. I also thank the council for giving funding and committing to this, because I'm looking forward to the new downtown. I really want to, hoping that we'll pass this tonight and it will make this reality. So thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have Steve Ringer.
Thank you, Council, for looking into this and supporting the Downtown Precise Plan. I live on Madison Street, right across the street from the project. George lives right within the project, and so we were at the farmers market getting petition signatures from something that we were opposing, and I was in shock. We had so many people from outside of Santa Clara coming to the farmers market. It is a destination. People do come there. And so it was really, really cool to experience that and to see that. And I just want to say that Santa Clara is a destination place. The restaurants, we have friends outside of the city that come and want to go to the restaurants, the Thai, the Japanese, all of them in that area. So it's really cool. The whole idea of the students participating and coming to the farmers market, and the idea of indoor and outdoor theater. The post office attracts people. The walking corridors, the idea, my wife and I went to Barcelona last year in Spain, and it was unbelievable, the walking venues and the areas that you could walk in, and just to have that whole idea of a safe area for walking. And holiday lights, you can do a lot with holiday lights. So just Thank you, and I ask that you would approve this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Sam Sayu.
Thank you, and I commend you on the pronunciation of my last name. Doesn't happen too often. To all of you, I would just say that I hope that you do approve this and that it moves forward. 60 years ago, I was a senior at Santa Clara High School, working in that theater that we saw in the slideshow as an usher. And before that, I had a part-time job with a house moving company. I helped move one of those first houses off of Franklin Street, and we cut that poor thing in half and cut 5 feet off the roof so we could load it onto dollies and haul it down to Morgan Hill. But mainly, what I want to mention to you this evening is that I'm hearing a lot about the ability to walk from place to place in this plan, and that's all well and good for people that can get out and walk with a fair amount of mobility. So I just hope that everyone keeps in mind the needs of the aging and the disability community for accessibility and mobility, so they can also enjoy what looks to be a wonderful new downtown. And I hope I got enough years left in me that I can see at least part of that. I'm closing in real quick on 77, so thank you all tonight.
And I, for one, hope to see you there. Brian Darby, I believe that could be online.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I was born in Redwood City, but lived in Santa Clara, moved to San Jose, moved back to Santa Clara. And I've been a teacher at the adult ed center for, and I worked with people with disabilities for 34 years. And the whole part of Santa Clara, from the Carmelite Monastery, Franklin Mall, over to the university, I cannot tell you the wonders I've seen. Students learning to cross streets, students learning to, where the library's at, accessing public transportation. It was an honor. My goodness, I'm telling you. There's so many times at the Carmelite Monastery, and it's a wonder. That whole area is just fun. It's just wonderful. And it seems like this committee has caught that, and they want to. I approve. I hope you approve this, but I can't thank you. I have seen so many wonderful things. Just simple moments that a community like Santa Clara can give, and I hope you promote that in this next revision, especially by affirming the need for affordable housing for people with developmental and cognitive disabilities. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Next, we have Marwan.
Thank you very much for listening and staying this late. Initially, I came to speak about something else, but hearing about this and having always wondered, where is the downtown of Santa Clara? I couldn't answer this question. I've been living for 10 years in the Bay Area, and this was a very hard question for me to answer. And seeing what everyone here has been talking about and seeing the video and the presentation, thanks for people who have prepared that, it really educated me about the issue. It is sad to see the demolition of these buildings, and it's really fascinating to see people in the community coming together and working over years to try to propose that. I don't know enough to recommend what you do here. From what I've heard today, and please excuse my poor research before coming, I do urge the council to approve of this, but I'll let this for your decision and really appreciate the time hearing me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have Nuzat Sheikh.
Hello, good evening. It's an honor to be with you guys. Vice Mayor Kevin, Mr. Chahal, Mr. Jain, Miss Kathy, Miss Karen, and Anthony. It's lovely to be with you guys. I feel like we're family now. I've had the honor to meet all of you personally, so it's lovely. I'm a proud resident of Santa Clara. I have two very, very ambitious, beautiful daughters. I'm a blessed mother, and they grew up in Santa Clara. They're proud residents of Santa Clara, and I'm really excited to see the future plan for Santa Clara. I actually myself grew up in London, so I've had the honor of seeing beautiful downtowns and restaurants, and I wish that for our neighborhood in Santa Clara. We have a beautiful community in Santa Clara, and they deserve to have their city to have a facelift to represent who they really are. And thank you to everyone who's put their, nice to meet you, their efforts. This is a lot of efforts, and I really, really hope you guys will approve this for our future community and the community that's present here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have Shoaib.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and esteemed honorable council. I too came here for a separate reason, but I'm moved by all the amazing work that the previous group has put before you and the amount of effort that it's taken to really put Santa Clara at another level. Nusa just spoke. My daughters have been so blessed to be a part of this community since their upbringing, and to see what Santa Clara is envisioning for them and the next generation of Santa Clarians is very beautiful, and it's very humbling that you as a city council and the rest of the people here take these things so seriously and put so much effort into making the future of Santa Clara into a very thriving community. And really, I think that's at the core. What we all want in life is to be a part of a community that listens, that incorporates feedback, and that continues to favor what citizens want, need, and ultimately benefit from. So, again, thank you guys. The project and the form-based solution that was presented, what an amazing walk down memory lane. And really, we're hoping, at least I'm hoping, that we get to see this next iteration of what Santa Clara can be in the dreams and visions of those that are planning it, and put that forward for the next generations to come. We're home to a championship football team. We're home to Silicon Valley. Both of those are world-renowned. Santa Clara deserves a downtown that is equally as vibrant, equally as thriving, and equally as winning for all its constituents. So thank you very much. Appreciate the time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sally Walsh.
Hi, all. I'm a senior at Santa Clara, originally from Chicago, and I've found myself through these meetings wishing that the one thing I'm missing from my college experience is a downtown aspect. I have 4 sisters at 4 different universities across the country and have seen the flourish not only with local jobs but with building community, and I wish I had had the same opportunity as them. And so I urge you to say yes to this, to give future students and future members of the community the same opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Noah McDonald. Online.
Hello. Okay. What's up? So Yeah, so I grew up in Santa Clara, just a few blocks away from this area. I always went to the farmers market my whole life, and I'm really excited for this. I really want to see this happen. Um, I think there's a reason why people love historic buildings so much. It's not just that they're old, but it's the design sensibilities of the time that led them to building these beautiful buildings. But I think since we're so far removed from the time where a lot of these beautiful buildings were built, um, a lot of contemporary developments just fall flat. People complain about new developments, but no one really has the proper language to articulate why they feel so out of place. And what the form-based code does is, and why I love it so much, is that it takes all of these feelings that I think most people have and articulates it in a clear way for developers to be able to use to build beautiful buildings that will be conducive of the downtown we all want. It's the type of design that used to be default in most downtowns in America, and especially the old downtown Santa Clara, which is why so many people want it back, is because of how beautiful it was. There's a reason why in Sunnyvale, Murphy Street, everyone loves that, but the rest of the downtown surrounding it is completely dead. Why so many neighborhoods in San Francisco are loved, but no one talks about Mission Bay at all. And that's because of the beautiful architecture in these places. And that's what I think the form-based code will ensure happens in our downtown. We can have a beautiful environment that we all want.
Thank you. And then we have Frank Lemon. That's a name I haven't heard for a while.
Hi, good evening. I want to congratulate city government staff, the DCTF, and citizens for helping the project get to this point. I also want to acknowledge the excellent presentation by Rena. This is a unique opportunity to provide an enjoyable, scalable, and destination downtown that will be adjacent to SCU and neighborhoods that have lacked any significant venues. As Rena pointed out, having the precise plan and form-based codes will actually make it easier for developers to start, implement, and receive reward while providing a pleasing result for the city and residents too. Let's bring it to fruition. Go Santa Clara, go Broncos, and go 49ers. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have student voice.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, I am a high schooler in Santa Clara School District. Hearing about this downtown is honestly so cool because when I moved here, I think 2017, but I used to live in like Daly City, that area. And I always remember going with my parents to it was like a downtown plaza, and they had like a mall close to it, and there was like different restaurants and cafes. And honestly, those are some of the best memories I have, because even if it was just small, just like driving down a couple of minutes, just going and like sitting there in the cafes, or going and getting like a new pair of shoes, those memories are honestly the best. And not I'm surprised that when we moved here, I was surprised that there was nothing like that here, because this is such a not it is an important city, but it's such like a monumental city with Silicon Valley and the Levi Stadium and those kinds of things. So this will definitely add to the amazing places of Santa Clara. So I urge the council to vote in support of building this. And thank you guys. Thank you to everyone who planned this. So yeah, thank you.
Next, we have John Dietrich.
Good evening. I am a resident and I live on Main Street, so that's as downtown as you're going to get here in Santa Clara. I've seen a lot of different developments, and this is by far the best thought out plan that I've seen. Unfortunately, I think it's going to fail. And I tell you that because I want you guys to keep your eyes on the target. Developers will not want to go along with this, but you as a city need to make it happen. Developers want to do the cheapest thing they can do to make the most money. And if we don't keep our eyes on them, all of this planning will go without a good result. And please don't cheap out on parking. I go to Sunnyvale, I go to Mountain View. I could take the train, but I won't. It just will not work. You want people to come here and use this downtown? Make sure they have a place to park their cars. I know everybody wants to say, we're using mass transit. It doesn't happen. So let's be practical and make this plan work. You guys put together a lot of work into this, and you've done a great job. I'm a little bit worried about all the small businesses like the Signores, the Hungry Hound, Sam and Roy's Barbershop that aren't going to be able to afford to live in the new digs. I mean, how many of those small mom and pop places are in Santana Row? I don't know, but that's not a way to stop this. So you guys keep it up. And I'd be surprised if anybody on the council votes against it. When was the last time you had a meeting that so far has 100% positive support?
Thank you very much. And we have Donna West, suing online. Welcome back, Donna.
Hi, Vice Mayor and City Council and staff. Most of you, I think everyone knows me. I have 40 years of Santa Clara residency and businesses, and I'm researcher for the Reclaiming Our Downtown, Dan and Mary, and the core team. And I sincerely want to thank each of you, task force, city staff, city council. Thank you for your support through this. I support the Downtown Precise Plan and Form-Based Code with this objective design standard and all of the solid and firm work our community together has done to support the vision for our downtown this past 7 years and our research of successful downtowns and how to implement them. The plan sets a blueprint for developers to follow to meet the community needs without a fight. Commissioner Cherakuru advised us to enforce this in the next steps and to implement the precise plan and form-based code now. We have to hire an experienced team today as we continue as citizens to implement this downtown plan now. Our next action steps to do this is implement the precise plan and form-based code, plan our transit and station area plan, and the last mile needs for each of us to connect with the form-based code standards, which is adjacent to our downtown, review the properties outside of this area that is vulnerable, receive funding grants from the state and federal authorities that are currently going to Sunnyvale and San Jose. So let's implement this and please approve this plan and form-based code. Thank you. And now let's get started and work on our downtown Santa Clara. Thank you sincerely.
Thank you very much, Donna. And I don't see any more public cards. Anybody want to come up and speak against? We got a hand back there.
Vice Mayor, council members and staff. The precise plan and form-based code that is before you has been citizen-led. It's beginning with 7.5 years ago with 5 members of the community and culminated with 44 meetings. In those meetings, citizens, urban planners, financial experts, and property owners had over 150 hours to make their dreams and concerns for their property and the downtown heard and implemented in this plan. No one can say they didn't have input. We thank all of the citizens who have put in the thousands of volunteer hours for this vote. We hope it will be unanimous. There was a time decades ago to have been on the right side of history before the iconic downtown was flattened. Today is another similar time, and a lot of people, young and old, residents and non-residents alike, are hoping this council will restore the city's downtown and be remembered for making it rise again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And I don't think we have any more public voices. I can return to Rena if you've got any comments. Is there anything you want to clarify, you want to add? Is there anything that staff wants to add?
No, unless others have captured it, I don't think there were specific questions made. People made comments about wanting affordable housing, housing for folks with developmental disabilities. Obviously, a lot of support for the plan, a lot of concerns about implementing the plan as it's constructed. And that's really what I captured. I think there were concerns that people had about some of the small businesses and being concerned what's going to happen to these small businesses. So a lot of those small businesses, Seniori's isn't one of those, but there are a lot of small businesses in the Franklin Mall. And as I've explained it, really, the property owners in the Franklin Mall, as their condo owners, would really need to collaborate and have a vision for how they would want to, when they want to, redevelop the property, if that's their desire. So I don't think there is a near-term threat to these particular property businesses. So just wanted to provide that for folks. I think there is always a little confusion about when people say that there's a plan. They think that the city is going to come in and do something immediately, and that's not how this plan is going to work. This is really about development coming forward, and then when they do come forward, build to what the city's vision is. So we do need private property participation, and of course there's the city land, but I just wanted to clarify that it's not like the rug's getting pulled out of under anyone, or certainly not without a long time frame and a lot of information for them so that they can make alternate plans if they're not necessarily aligned with their property owner.
Thank you very much. And with that, no more staff comments, no more public comments. Do we have a motion to close the public hearing? Councilmember Hardy.
I forgot you can't see the light when we turn that on. I'd like to make a motion to close public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Hardy with a second by Councilmember Chahal. And that's unanimous with the council members that are here.
It's just the public hearing.
And now we'll move to council deliberations and action. And we've got a couple of people on the speaker list. First is Councilmember Becker.
Thank you. Don't get too excited. That was just to close the public hearing. Okay, so let us all take a breath for a second. It's hard to follow up a lot of what you guys were saying. First, I want to thank our city staff and everyone who put this whole entire packet together, this whole entire presentation. I know it took a lot of work and tender loving care. I really do appreciate that. And I want to thank Rena for your presentation. So, I was born here in 1985. Yes, it wasn't too long ago. I grew up only knowing of what downtown is today. Nothing. My father left for the Vietnam War in 1967. When he came back in 1972, our downtown was gone. Him and my aunt would tell me stories about our downtown, stories that basically about double feature movies at the theater and penny candies next door. Growing up for me, though, I didn't have a place to go. There was no heart. Wanted to go dancing, wanted to go bar hopping, wanted to go on a date, wanted to go to the movies or go to street festivals, all in other cities like San Jose, Campbell, Los Gatos, Sunnyvale, and even far away in San Francisco. Yet, as mentioned earlier, on the night of September 29th, 1960, as fierce public debate went on, it was followed by a 6-1 vote to approve the Downtown Urban Renewal Plan, basically a vote for the wrecking ball. In the San Jose Mercury News, probably one of the top 50 decisions made in the last, probably the top decisions made in the last 50 years, one of the ones that were made in that decision was demolishing Santa Clara's downtown. It stated, no land use decision of the last half century has damaged the urban fabric of a city more than Santa Clara's decision to tear down its 8-block downtown in the 1960s. The compact, old Franklin Street downtown had a city hall, a 5 and dime, a grocery store, and a movie theater. The city council of the time thought it would usher in an economic boom by acquiring the land and demolishing the buildings with federal urban renewal funds. 6 of the 8 blocks sat fallow for many years, and it wasn't until 1987 that that vast last vacant parcel was developed. The result has been no coherence, no center, no charm. Flashing forward, I think that was written in 2007, flashing forward, it rings a lot true. Tonight, we have the privilege, limited once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get it right, to fix what was wronged. Precise plans can speed up the redevelopment because they often address clear, certain development hurdles, particularly ones related to environmental studies and traffic mitigation. In advance of specific developers showing up, that means CEQA is ready as it's taken care of the entire plan. What I see is more seating, more parklets, rewarding benefits, learning from other downtowns' mistakes and positives, real objective design standards, height adjustments, type, form, mass, design, and signage. This is better than what I guess you can get in a Happy Meal. We didn't get here without the grassroots efforts of reclaiming our downtown, a force that became reckoned with. I remember one of the very first meetings that they had at the Central Park Library in 2016. I remember that's where I met Rod Dunham and Dan Ondrusek. The biggest champion, though, I feel, is Mary Grizzle, who had every city leader's number on speed dial and a cheerleader that never gave up. The group had straightforward goals, though. Bring back the downtown's original street grid, check. Create a comprehensive plan that encourages unique development, check. Allow a mix of uses, check. Protect existing retailers and residents. And I know Mr. Dietrich mentioned that just recently. We need to keep our mom and pops, it's essential. That needs to be a check mark. Implement a modernized version of the old trolley system in downtown, not check marked yet. I would say they have reached almost every single goal. Just recently, I was at a meeting in downtown Mountain View where I got to experience their city hall for the first time inside, and it was incredible what they did with their city hall. They had a large Christmas tree in the atrium, and boy, that's the icing on the cake. But in that meeting, it was about Caltrain. It was basically discussing grade crossings and how the project of the Caltrain corridor from San Francisco to Gilroy. Most of the grade separation that's being discussed was from San Francisco, basically from the peninsula in Burlingame all the way down to Sunnyvale. However, I mentioned that in this meeting that our downtown groups often talked about making an undercrossing at Benton and Brokaw. I was informed that there's a new process happening in Caltrain with this project, that's going to be an all-inclusive where it's going to get feedback from city councils, community members like yourself, staff. And I talked about that idea, and they said that's not off the table as long as you bring it forward and you can secure the funds. the state is actually putting out funds for that. I mentioned how it's a gateway for our downtown, and how I knew that Rod Dunham, part of reclaiming our downtown, was very enthusiastic about that. In 2019, Mary Grizzle said in the media, "We have no heart, we have no soul. Until that downtown is built, we are a bunch of individuals living in a city with nothing to connect them." So, as we said, tonight is a very big night. Let us take a moment, as I said, to breathe and appreciate how far we have come. What's possible is at the center. Our heart is the center of what's possible. We want an all-inclusive downtown. It's time to bridge the past, the present, and the future. I'm so happy that was mentioned about the comments of Planning Commissioner Chair Priya Chirukuru, who said it has to work and has to be enforced. It must be implemented by the people who know what they are doing. So I'm not going to quote Eminem, but I will. If you had one shot and one opportunity to seize everything you've ever wanted in one moment, would you capture it or would you let it slip? As a millennial and accountable for the future, I cannot let it slip, not again. So right now, I'm going to make a motion to approve staff's recommendations 1 through 5, as well as use for a bonus program funding system for public-private partnerships. So basically a fee-based bonus structure. This can be done at the same time. Also, I'd like to see Downtown Task Force, if they're obliged to it, to come back once the Nexus study is complete to formulate a bonus program and assist RFPs on city-owned land. I'd also like to include applying Vision Zero standards and public art fee as mentioned by Councilmember Jane. Also, I want to thank individuals like Rod Dunham, Dan Ondrsak, Mary Grizzle, Adam Thompson, Rob Mayer, Donna West, Skip Pearson, Bob Emerson, I call him Mr. History, Jim Crouch, Patty Allman, the Downtown Task Force members. If this passes tonight, this is for many of you a dream come true. For me, it's a dream come true to be a part of the return of Santa Clara's downtown by the city manager and others. This won't happen overnight, but this is the biggest step to get there. As Mr. Diedrich said, you need to keep all of your eyes on the prize. You need are held accountable and follow through. So I say to all of you, grab your shovels.
But that was a pretty big motion. So what I heard was the staff recommended.
Because that really should be part of our planning and our priority, and it would cost money. So, and it's not on the, and then make that part of our priority, because I don't think we can put those funds in there without having done that.
Development impact fees for public-private partnerships. I heard DTCF come back to that we do on a separate motion if that's something that we consider later.
Wasn't prepared for the additional motion, so I want to ask Councilmember Becker.
Partition this then, I guess is the word I'm looking for. So I'll divide this. What I want to do is make a motion, if that's fair.
I think that's fair, but with, you said options 1 through 5, I think you mean staff recommendations 1 through 5.
Seconded by Councilmember Hardy. And this is for staff recommendation. I mean, I don't know if there are additional comments that people want to make. I've got a couple of lights here, so I'm going to go to those council members first. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Grassroots movement, which brought us to this date, basically. And I want to thank all the organizations, ROD, 44 meetings attended by DCTF, such a tremendous heavy load work they did for a positive reasons. And that's what happens when you have discussion in a positive sense, you make a plan really good. So many community members have contributed to this thing, like their suggestions, their feedback has brought us. It's the beauty of the system or the whole planning process that we are coming up with an excellent precise plan, which Europe, I was in Paris and in Portugal at 3 different cities like Porto, Coimbra, and Lisbon. And you see all those cities. You know why we missed that? We have so many Portuguese inherited people over here, ancestral people over here, and we missed that. And I loved that. It reminded me that why don't we have it? And I think this is the day we. I hope we don't lose you to Hollywood. So please stay here. You have Grizzle. And walking through the grid, she took me, okay, I'll show you over there. And I went with her, and she was so enthusiastic to show me why we need this grid. This is the road we need. This is what we need. So each and every one of major community leaders have contributed to this thing. They have great community work. And DCTF, credit to you. Where is Atishi? So you stole Atishi from WRT also, right? In support of the precise plan. And this is, I think, maybe one of the only one where we did not hear any negative, like any opposition to this plan, basically. So the advantage is, as mentioned earlier, like CEQA is already approved, EIR already approved for the whole precise plan, so developers don't need to do that. Form-based code, that's the beauty I think we are having on this thing. And protecting the existing neighborhoods. If you look at the neighborhood, and you know one of the reasons some of the developments are facing issues is because that they don't try to protect the. And with all this, like I'm one of the newest members on this city council from the perspective, I just came to city of Santa Clara in 1995, so I didn't know the history downtown coming up soon. And I will be supporting the motion as made on that. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Now we have Councilmember Hardy.
Very quickly, it's late. I can tell you about why the Lexus dealership went so well, because Mr. Penske said, I'm not going to do anything that's going to tick off the neighbors. He went back, talked to everyone, came up with a plan, and brought it back to Planning Commission. And I joked, I said, if everyone did in the morning. But this is important, and I'm glad we're here, and I want to make certain this happens. Thank you.
What I wanted. And so I know we can't commit any funds, but at some point I would request that as Atisha had said, a community benefits district that would then fund programming of activities in the space. So not that we can commit funds at this point, but I would ask staff to come back to us with what it would cost and how much staff time it would take to implement those. But I see those as being very critical that we have that nexus study. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you. Thank you to everybody who spoke tonight. Been making a lot of notes here. I'm not going to lie and say that I don't have concerns, because I do. When Mr. Dietrich got up and spoke and talked about how he was concerned about developers and, holding true to this form-based code and sticking to it, I feel the same way. I think it's asking a lot, and it may not be something that developers are going to want to agree to. the mayor and I we were recently at a conference or a seminar over in Fremont with a big room of developers, and the focus was on the market right now and how developments are basically on hold because of the current financial impact that is currently over the Bay Area, really a lot of the country. And so the motto from that conference was "Stay alive until 25." So basically, you know, they don't expect to see anything happen until 2025. And another point that was brought out was the impact of fees and how it really curtails good projects from going forward, because it has an impact on the developers' ability to really do what they want to do. And one of the things that one of the developers said was, and these are they're big developers, and one of them said that if you were able to, if cities if municipalities were able to either cut back on fees or just waive fees for a while, it would really help us, because, you know, we're all recovering from COVID. Well, they're all recovering from COVID too. And so it made a lot of sense. And I looked at the mayor and I said, is there any way we can cut fees? I mean, for a while, you know, park fees, you know, just anything, if it's going to bring business into our city to help that economic recovery that everybody wants to have. And I don't know how you would go about it, but, you know, there's talk here tonight, a proposal about fees. And I would just caution, based on what I heard, and people want to do business in cities. It's just, if there are fees that are making it hard or cost prohibitive, then it's, we don't want that to happen. That's going to have an impact on things moving forward. Listening to, you know, the form-based code and what its potential is, I'm feeling like it's a plan with a lot of what ifs, and it's not complete. So a lot of things can happen. And so anyway, you know, I'm concerned how it could impact the current area, and how it will impact the small businesses, the mom and pops, and what if the developers do not have the monies to be able to be a part of the plan? I think of them at Central Park Library, and when Debbie Davis was leading the meetings and Teresa O'Neill was, and I want to see it downtown. I think there are a lot of great. Like I said, I do have concerns, and I wouldn't be fair to you, or I wouldn't be fair to myself if I didn't express them. Can be worked out. It's going to take time, but I just hope that everybody will, as long as it's taken to get to this point, that we don't expect it to happen tomorrow, and I think somebody did say that, but at the same time, give it the time that it needs to breathe and grow and really be done properly, the way, after all this hard work that's gone into this plan, to see it done correctly, and we don't force. I will support the motion. However, I do have my concerns, and I feel like I need to express them as well.
So I have a couple of comments. It's me, so maybe more than a couple. But I mean, I hear the challenges with every opportunity, and other people see opportunities in every challenge. And I think that I'm okay with the challenge to keep something we never asked for or wanted. I hear about fees that impact developers, prevent them from doing what they want to do. And I think, I don't know if people have been paying attention, but this is the group that is trying to make developers successful. I think that if fees are the only thing that are standing in the way of following the plan, then that's an easy future discussion, I feel. And I heard what Mr. Dietrich said, and I don't think that the way he started was the way that his comment ended, which is he said it's going to fail because he didn't want us to be complacent. He didn't want us to think that this was going to be easy. Because he understood developers. He understood the desire to spend as little money as possible, to chase the money, to chase the wrong kind of green, as I've been saying in a lot of climate talks recently. You've got to put a lot of work into this, right? He brought up comments about small businesses and how they're going to afford this because, and it's very true, how many mom and pop shops do you see in places like Santana Row? But I agree with a lot of the things that the Planning Commission chair said. Like what Priya said was, downtown has to be something that becomes the soul of the city. That's what it is. A place where people want to take a picture, where people say, send postcards and say, wish you were here, right? And people look at that and say, yes, I wish I was there too. Must-dos, the plan has to be enforced. I think that it was not this is going to fail because of it's a bad plan. I think it was, you need to be vigilant. You need to make sure that what you put in place is enforced. I hear concerns from staff about economic feasibility, and I would like staff to seriously consider the work the residents put in. I know that residents aren't often seen as experts, but I'll tell you, some of the people, the people I've worked with here when I was a resident myself, they are the experts. I mean, I'm not to say that, not to say anything bad about staff, but there's a lot of good knowledge out there from the residents. And I think that the residents, because it's a hobby, it's a calling, it's not just a job, they will dig into things deeper because this is what they want. This is their neighborhood. This is where they live. This is what they've, this is something they've been dreaming about, outside of their jobs. Half the size of some of the places that you see these days. And I kind of like that. I kind of like what's it going to be like to have the first parade of champions, around this. Margaret Smith suggested it's going to be the thing that brings people to this place. I heard Councilmember Chahal talking about everybody has multiple cars because more cram schools. That's what we need in Korea. But we all know what a vibrant area. And I'll tell you that if we can get one street as downtown, all the areas that feed into tear down a vibrant downtown. Like if there were problems, I could understand, why they did this. But it seems like we had something that had life. Thing could be as backward in our thinking as if we're going to take risks, if we're going to be on a financial situations, shouldn't keep us from trying to move forward because downtown was torn down in changing economic times. Right? And I think that with every it's funny, but I've had 3 conversations about Debbie Davis today. And it's a little sad that she's not here to kind of see. So I'm fully supportive. And if people haven't been paying attention, this is what we've been waiting for. All come and talk to us at this council meeting. So again, I applaud. I'd like to call the question.
Vice Mayor Park, while the clerk's setting that up, I just wanted to clarify staff's recommendation includes the changes to item number 5, the ordinance that incorporated the.
Okay, as long as staff understands that, it doesn't. And that passes unanimously. I'd like to say. Congratulations to everyone here. But you can't stop coming because we've got a lot more decisions ahead of us. And we're going to do the best we can, but we need your help and we need your support. Thank you. Thank you. And I've got some more comments from Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. As I said, I wanted to partition that, and if that was okay with staff to put that onto the consent calendar, because it seems like it is about spending then. So I would like to put on the, sorry, it disappeared here. Yeah, you put it on the priority? Don't you have to make a motion to put it on the priority?
No, I think that's understood.
Oh, just ask?
Understood.
Okay, so then I'll refer to staff to put on the priority setting session, which is directing staff for a nexus study to apply a creation of a development impact fee to use for bonus program funding system for public-private partnerships. Fee-based bonus structure, this can be done at the same time, as well as the downtown task force possibly could come back once the nexus study is complete to formulate bonus program and assist RFPs out of city-owned land.
Yeah.
Sure. Didn't catch everything you said, because you trailed off a little bit. But my understanding is essentially a request that at the priority setting, council talk about the nexus study that's required for the community benefit program, and at the appropriate time fund that.
Yes.
Right, okay.
Absolutely.
So, and your request is to direct staff to put that on the priority setting. Let me just clarify that. With your adoption of the plan, staff is completely aware that we need to embark on a nexus study for the community benefit program. Frankly, the community benefit program is integral to the plan. Staff has already had conversations around doing that. We plan to issue an RFP.
Okay.
We envision the next time we come back to the city council will actually be for funding that effort. It certainly will be under $250,000. We estimate approximately $100,000 at this point, but we will need an allocation of funds. And so I don't think we need to wait till the priority setting process. Frankly, staff knows that it's a high priority and it's an integral to the plan. We will begin working on an RFP for that and again, come to you for a funding request.
Excellent. Perfect then.
Okay, thank you. And we have Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, maybe this will wait till the priority setting, but I did want to consider the public art thing, and I know the Cultural Committee has an effort to do an arts master plan that includes that, so somehow that'll
be
before us.
I think that is coming. I mean, it is coming up. They're working on that. I don't know how far that is, but I know that I've seen some drafts, I believe.
Sure. There's a desire to create a citywide public arts master plan. Councilmember Jane, what I understand that you're articulating is the desire for a public art fee. You haven't mentioned where that fee would be applied. It's my assumption that it would be a citywide public art fee, not just a fee limited to downtown. So I do think that in any case, it's a priority setting item, and we can talk about where that fee would apply. Oftentimes it's citywide, but yeah, that can be addressed at the priority setting process. And Councilmember Jane, you also mentioned a community benefits district or a community facilities district. Totally understand the desire to have that at some point. Based on this is a very aspirational plan. It will be quite some time before development is at a point to when the city would contemplate implementing those type of annual funding structures. And so we have quite some time before we're ready for that. I'm good.
And I think that takes us to reports of members and special committees and future agenda items. City Manager, Executive Director report. That's actually the next item after this.
No report.
I don't know if there's any council member. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. As mentioned, I was lucky to be in our sister city, Coimbra, recently. And I know since 2019, we lost the exchange programs with Coimbra. And one of my goals was to how we can start that exchange program so that the 50 years of sister city relationship should continue. And I just want to update, I was lucky to have meeting with the mayor of Coimbra, along Mr. Jose Manuel Silva, and also their head of the Office of International Affairs, Joanna Loerero. So they were very positive, and although I went there not in an official capacity, but I was just as a tourist to the city of Coimbra, but they were very positive to start any type of relationship and emphasize that we need to start the exchange program. And I'm glad to say that we hosted a couple of students at our house from Coimbra, and all those parents like Alexandra, Paula, Pao, Teresa Correa, they were so receptive in receiving us over there, and it was a really great time I spent over there. Mafalda Felipe, she was another girl. She's doing her medicine now, and we met her also. And they really wanted to start the program. And there's a break-off program because the school has some transitions. But I also, because the transition with the new headmistress, and I had an appointment with the new headmistress also. And she said, okay, they will work with the city hall to start the programs again. So I'm so happy that hopefully we should start the city of Coimbra exchange program soon. And I've already updated our council liaison, Vice Mayor Park, as well as Sister City President Margaret Horosco on this thing. So I just wanted to give that update about Sister Cities. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you much for that. I think we can take a question.
Say a special thanks to Rosh Chahal. Rosh Chahal, he told a story about him walking with me downtown, but he failed to mention that he had a meeting scheduled in Canada, and he had a whole agenda, and he said he couldn't come to our coffee chat to walk downtown Franklin Street with me. And then in the morning when I went to coffee chat, he showed up. And I was just, oh my God, what's going on? He canceled his whole itinerary to come and walk down Franklin Street with me. God bless you. I will always remember that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that story. If I'd known about Councilmember Chahal, I probably wouldn't have allowed you to speak, but thank you very much for that story. Are there any other members? Okay, so I'd like to say that last Saturday we actually had the art event at the Triton Museum. I mean, the Triton Museum does have a couple events every so often, and we had a room set up for children. I think that we had a lot of kids. We had a lot of families show up making bookmarks. We had an origami booth. I'd like to also give my thanks to librarian Patty Wong. She brought in a lot of origami papers for us to use. We put those to good use. And it was just very fun to see all the children engaged in different activities. And we had Mr. Appel, I don't know if that's actually his name, or it's Appel, but he came in, sang songs and told stories. And I think that the Triton Museum, if you haven't been there, you should go. And if you've got a family, you should definitely go, right? And better yet, it's free. I don't understand what's preventing people from going to the Triton Museum. And that said, can I have a motion for oh, I don't see anything here.
Yeah, I just want to give a shout out to the city staff and everybody that was involved with the Christmas tree lighting on Friday night. It was a great turnout, great families, great booths, with lots of activities. Anna Vargas Smith, I don't think anybody could have done a better job lighting the Christmas tree. So anyway, thank you to everybody who made it such a successful family event and kicking the Christmas season off right. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And yes, the tree lighting was a very nice, very cold, lots of children there, lots of events. Thank you very much for that. And thank you to our tree lighter. Oh, you know, I'm going to say it does kind of look like the Eiffel Tower, but it has more structure than I remember it having in recent years. So I kind of like that, yes. So that takes us to our adjournment.
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Councilmember Becker. Second I heard was from Councilmember Chahal. That's approved unanimously with the members here. Thank you very much. Have a good night, everyone.